Chapter 1. As night fell, on the slopes of a mountain 2 kilometers away from the city, a man lowered his binoculars and placed the guitar bag behind him on a large rock. Inside the bag, there was no guitar, but rather a sniper rifle disassembled into several components. With swift precision, the man assembled the rifle and adjusted the scope, aiming it at the top floor of a high-rise building in the city. A rooftop pool party was in full swing there. Women clad in alluring swimsuits frolicked in the water, their laughter mingling with the sounds of splashing, occasionally revealing more than intended. However, the man's gaze did not linger on these captivating women through the sniper scope. He focused solely on a balding, middle-aged man seated on a burgundy sofa, being fed by a beautiful woman. His index finger rested firmly on the trigger, his expression impassive. He awaited the signal from his earpiece cue to fire. Undoubtedly, this man was a killer. Yet, he was not devoid of humanity. For a cold-blooded assassin would not wear a pink t-shirt beneath an open black coat, let alone don beach shorts and a pair of mustard-yellow flip-flops that exuded an air of laid-back leisure. Very trendy, undeniably full of dopamine. "Make your move, Madeira." A chilling voice crackled through the earpiece, and the man squeezed the trigger. A muffled gunshot rang out, and in an instant, a crimson hole appeared in the middle of the balding man's forehead through the scope. Mission accomplished. Conference room, base 1. The voice in the earpiece lacked any hint of praise, remaining as cold as ever. He disassembled the sniper rifle and stowed it back in the guitar bag, slinging it over his shoulder as he stood up. Without a moment's hesitation, he vanished from the spot. In the next instant, his figure materialized unexpectedly in the restroom of base 1. To his surprise, as he opened the restroom door, he encountered a girl with chestnut hair in a white lab coat stepping in from outside. Their eyes met, creating an exceptionally awkward atmosphere. Given the man's outfit, it was difficult not to associate him with a perverted voyeur. The girl with chestnut hair frowned slightly. "You. Cough, cough. The restroom has been cleared, Mississippi. Please feel free to use it. I won't disturb you. I'm off now." The man exaggeratedly coughed, raising his voice as he hurriedly exited the restroom, leaving the girl standing there in a daze. He walked briskly until he reached the conference room, where he finally let out a sigh of relief. Throwing the guitar bag containing the sniper rifle aside, he sat in a chair, grinding his teeth in frustration. "System, how many times have I reported this? Why on earth did you pinpoint the male restroom as the female one?" A voice echoed in his mind. Feedback from the host received the issue with teleportation positioning will be rectified by 6 a.m. tomorrow. "Don't give me that. I reported this last week and the week before. Your so-called fix is just the same old nonsense. It's utterly useless." Feedback from the host received. "We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused." Hearing the system's dismissive tone, the man could only respond with a silent thumbs up. 6. This garbage system and its pathetic game. Take care. This world was, in fact, a game, or at least that's what the system had informed him. The man's name was Qi Ming. One afternoon, he found himself staring blankly at the game library on his computer. Despite having over 100 games in stock, Qi Ming felt utterly uninterested, a profound emptiness enveloping him. Then, a voice resonated in his mind. The system claimed to be the god of games, informing Qi Ming that if he shared all his knowledge about anime, it could create a brand new immersive game experience that he had never encountered before. Although Qi Ming was puzzled as to why it required anime knowledge instead of gaming knowledge, he readily agreed. After losing his related memories, Qi Ming found himself in a game titled Detective Conan. The system presented him with 2 gameplay options, action and puzzle solving. Without hesitation, he chose the action gameplay, becoming an outer member of the organization known as the Black Organization. By tirelessly completing tasks for the organization and leveling up, he eventually became a codename member known as Madeira. Yet, much to Qi Ming's chagrin, this game lacked guidance or tutorials, and he still had no idea what the main quest entailed. "Well, I suppose he'll take it one step at a time." Qi Ming yawned, pulling out his phone to play Snake. "By the way, system, could you update the technology in this game? It still feels like an old-school device." Feedback from the host received. After a while, just as the Snake game was nearing the point of occupying the entire screen, the tightly shut conference room door finally swung open. A tall man wearing a black top hat, with flowing silver gold hair, stepped inside. Following closely was a robust man, donning a matching black hat and sunglasses. Madeira, you're as swift as ever. It must be at least 6 kilometers from there to the base. The muscular man with sunglasses glanced at Qi Ming, who was sitting leisurely in the chair, a hint of surprise crossing his face. Forgive me, but my nickname is the Flash. It's not like you're the one who said anyone was fast. Cough, cough. I didn't mean it that way, don't misunderstand. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Ignoring the banter between the two, the long-haired man cast a glance at Qi Ming's attire, a rare hint of disdain flickering in his typically indifferent eyes. Madeira, change out of those clothes. At this, Qi Ming remained unfazed, merely looking up at the ceiling and replying nonchalantly, Old Jin, it's not that I don't want to change, it's just that this outfit suits me too well. Jin offered no response, or perhaps, as usual, he simply didn't comprehend what Qi Ming meant. From today onward, you have a long-term task to monitor and protect the organization's researcher, Shiho. The NPC Jin assigned a task to the host, with the rewards, 45,000 experience points, and 1 piece of legendary quality casual shoes. Additional rewards would depend on the satisfaction level of the protected individual, Shiho. As the voice echoed in his mind, Qi Ming felt a sense of disbelief. The rewards for this task seemed particularly generous. Shiho? Qi Ming scratched his head, and before Vodka, who wore an expression of incredulity, could react, a glass of sherry materialized in his hand. Jin's expression also shifted slightly. Such feats of conjuring objects out of thin air were something he had witnessed Qi Ming perform countless times, yet he remained clueless about the underlying principle. Qi Ming took a sip of the sherry, closing his eyes to savor the flavor. A bit sweet, much like a woman's name. It is indeed a woman. Before Qi Ming could ponder further, Jin heard footsteps approaching from outside and softly remarked, She's here. Qi Ming quickly stood up, fixated on the door. The footsteps grew nearer, and he soon caught sight of the newcomer. She was tall and slender, clad in a white lab coat, her chestnut waves framing a beautifully refined face. Her lake blue eyes betrayed a hint of aloofness, exuding an air of cool detachment. It was a pity that their first encounter was in the women's restroom. Upon seeing Qi Ming, Mayano Shurho's expression shifted from neutrality. You are? The one who cleared the blockage in the women's restroom? Clear the blockage? Both Vodka and Jin exchanged curious glances at Qi Ming, their expressions peculiar. Vodka found it evident that Qi Ming was indeed a madman. Jin wondered how Qi Ming had managed to arrive here faster than they did, even having time to clear a blockage. What trick had he employed? Wait a moment, something seemed amiss. Jin observed Qi Ming's attire. The pink t-shirt, beach shorts, and flip-flops he had been wearing had inexplicably transformed into a proper black suit. Qi Ming cleared his throat twice, offering a slight bow to Mayano Shiho. Ah, Miss Shiho, you might have mistaken me for my brother. I am Madeira, the one you encountered in the restroom, was my brother, Luedra. The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence until Jin broke the tension. All right, Shiho, from now on, you are entirely under Madeira's supervision, including your outings and the progress of your pharmaceutical research. As Jin prepared to leave with Vodka, Mayano Shiho quickly called out, What about my meeting with my sister next week? I've said it, everything is now arranged by Madeira. A cold voice echoed down the corridor, and with that, Jin and Vodka vanished into the shadows, leaving Qi Ming and Mayano Shiho alone in the conference room. Mayano Shiho stood there in a daze, not due to the awkwardness of being alone with him, but rather because of the rumors she had occasionally heard about Madeira in the base during this time. Madeira, the newly appointed codename member of the organization, had displayed unprecedented loyalty and capability since joining. Other members would prefer to tackle just a single task in a day, relishing the remaining hours in idleness, while Madeira yearns for 100 tasks each day. In direct combat, assassination, intelligence gathering, and disguise, there seems to be nothing beyond Madeira's prowess. Yet, there exists an even more terrifying rumor surrounding this man. Aside from the codename Madeira, members of the organization refer to him as well. The uncontrolled player. From the smallest convenience store to the grandest government bank, he has robbed them all. He has even gone so far as to distribute firearms to beggars, inciting violent clashes between local gangs and the police. Such acts of moral depravity are not beyond him. There is no deed this man dares not pursue. Even more absurdly, it is said that afterward, the boss inquired about Madera's rationale for his actions. Madera's response was simply, engaging in such deeds grants achievement rewards. To this man, the world is but a game, and he is the sole player. Qi Shiho swallowed hard despite Qi Ming's attractive appearance and his seemingly gentle smile. The rumors left her feeling that his dark eyes harbored a morbid flame. Hey, can you hear me? Qi Ming leaned closer, waving his hand before Qi Shiho's eyes. What's wrong? Have you glitched? Coming back to her senses, Qi Shiho reflexively stepped back 2 paces at the sight of Qi Ming so near. Don't come any closer. Qi Ming's lips twitched in mild frustration. Was your retreating action truly sincere? Noticing the change in Qi Ming's expression, Qi Shiho quickly added, Sorry, I'm just not accustomed to having others so close to me. Oh, come now. No need to be so tense. We're all buddies here. Qi Ming waved his hand dismissively. By the way, what were you discussing with Jin earlier about meeting your sister? Qi Shiho nodded. Yes, I mentioned to Jin that I would like him to arrange a meeting with my sister next week, but arrange. Qi Ming clapped his hands. Not just next weekend. Let's go this weekend too. Huh? Qi Shiho was taken aback. Are you joking? Why would I joke? You are now my VIP. To protect your needs, take precedence above all else. I previously stated that we are all buddies here. Qi Shiho was once again astonished. How could this person's demeanor differ so markedly from what she had heard in the organization? He seemed rather affable. By the way, have you had dinner yet? Qi Ming glanced at the time, inquiring of Qi Shiho. To Qi Ming, the game's realism was commendable, though the randomness of task assignments posed a challenge. He had intended to return home to play some games, only to be summoned by Jin's phone call. For the sake of task rewards, Qi Ming had no choice but to come. However, this task was both easy and rewarding, leaving Qi Ming quite pleased. Qi Shiho shook her head at his question. She had just completed an experiment and was about to eat when Jin summoned her to the meeting room. Perfect. Let's go out for a meal. It's on me. Go out? Jin doesn't allow me to leave. Qi Shiho hesitated before slowly responding. He has said that everything regarding you is now under my purview. Qi Ming was unfazed, disregarding Qi Shiho's futile struggles as he grasped her arm, leading her into the elevator and out of the base. The black-clad underlings guarding the exit were about to step forward to intervene, but retreated upon seeing Qi Ming's benign smile. Once outside the base, one of the new members curiously asked, Boss, didn't Jin say no one could take Sherry out? The boss shook his head, gazing at the ceiling. Young one, do you recall that mouse-catching operation we had internally a few months back? The underling nodded, although he hadn't experienced it. He had heard other members discuss it during meals. That was a task entrusted by Jin to Lord Madera concerning a leak of classified documents from Base 4, and the task was to identify the infiltrators within. The underling's interest peaked, and then Lord Madera summoned everyone from Base 4. The boss swallowed hard, a deep fear reflecting in his eyes. Then, Lord Madera killed everyone there. Did you know? When a person's neck is shot or slashed, the blood doesn't merely flow, it spurts forth. Blood stained the base, leaving devastation in its wake. The underling could not help but swallow hard. And then what happened? And then, Lord Madera explained that he was not adept at deciphering for him. There was only the thrill of combat. The underling fell silent, his fear of Lord Madera reaching its zenith. The boss sighed and then took out his phone to send a message to Vodka. On a certain overpass, a black Porsche 356, it was parked by the roadside, with Jin standing quietly by the bridge, smoking a cigarette. My dear brother, Medela has taken Sherry out. Jin remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Vodka, somewhat surprised, pondered aloud, Brother, what does Medela mean by this? Surely he can't be, humph. Jin extinguished his cigarette and resumed his seat in the car. Vodka, you are overthinking it. I suspect that fellow simply wishes to dine out.as for undercover operations, assassinating 43 government officials across 12 nations, causing 14 significant incidents in various countries. If such a person were indeed an undercover agent, one can only imagine the formidable organization backing him. Vodka, realizing his mistake, chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, This individual is merely a simple lunatic. If Qi Ming were to learn of Vodka's thoughts, he would undoubtedly vehemently deny them. How could he be mad? After all, he once drove a tank down the sidewalk in a game. Now, he is nothing short of a perfect green player. Miss Sherry, are you hungry? I just brought back some sushi. Miss Sherry, are you tired? Come, let me give you a massage. Miss Sherry, Shiho Mayano felt as though she had been living in a dream these past few days, ever since Jin sent Medela to keep an eye on her. She genuinely felt quite comfortable. Not only did he occasionally take her shopping, but even when she grew somewhat irritated during her experiments, he would appear just in time to offer massages and comfort. He would speak of things like Rome wasn't built in a day and perseverance leads to success. Initially, Shiho Mayano resisted Qi Ming's fervent demeanor, suspecting that he had ulterior motives. However, over the course of these few days, Qi Ming never requested anything from her. He simply gave unilaterally. Gradually, she began to accept his warmth, even finding herself inexplicably wondering if he might harbor feelings for her. Shiho Mayano never anticipated that such a profound illusion would manifest in her life. Yet, it wasn't just Shiho Mayano. Qi Ming also felt quite at ease during these days, particularly when the system incessantly reminded him of Sherry's increasing satisfaction and rewards. Having grown weary of action-type tasks, he suddenly found this new gameplay quite intriguing. Miss Sherry, may I come in? Commandant Qi Ming lightly knocked on the door to Shiho Mayano's laboratory, and upon receiving Sherry's permission, he stepped inside, because you knocked before entering. Sherry's satisfaction increased, and rewards were compounded. The system's voice echoed, filling Qi Ming with delight. What is this? The drug you are researching. Has it succeeded? Qi Ming leaned closer to Shiho Mayano, who was staring blankly at the red and white pills in her hand. With several similar capsules scattered across the table. APTX 4869, it has not succeeded. It remains a mere prototype. Currently, the drug possesses a lethal toxicity, and once a biological entity perishes, its internal composition cannot be discerned. Oh, a poison, Qi Ming mused, stroking his chin. Speaking of which, he had yet to attempt poisoning. After hearing Shiho Mayano's words, a flicker of interest arose within him. A faint squeak of a mouse echoed, prompting Qi Ming to turn his gaze. Among the myriad of bottles and jars in the laboratory, several cages of white mice were present. Qi Ming's attention was drawn to one cage, where a mouse, barely the size of a thumb, piqued his curiosity. Hey, where did you acquire this mini mouse? The miniature white mouse lay still, appearing to be deceased. Upon hearing Qi Ming's remark, Shiho Mayano lowered her gaze slightly. Oh, it's nothing, just a chance discovery. Alas, Qi Ming sighed, shaking his head. By the way, change your clothes. We're going out soon. Out? Where to? To meet your sister. Didn't I mention that we meet every weekend? I've already arranged everything, and your sister is waiting for you. Huh? Shiho Mayano opened her mouth in surprise. She had always assumed Qi Ming was joking last time, not realizing he was serious. Quickly, don't keep your sister waiting. Change your clothes. A smile graced Shiho Mayano's face as she set down the vial in her hand. Thank you. She whispered her gratitude as she exited the laboratory, hurrying back to her room in her high heels. Sherry's satisfaction significantly increased, and rewards multiplied. No need for thanks. Qi Ming murmured to himself as he approached the research desk. To his eyes, the drugs on the table seemed to emit a crystalline glow. In the game, glowing items signify what? Collectibles. His hand swept above the pills, causing them to vanish instantly from the tabletop. After pondering, he decided to leave one behind. I'll just say I thought this prototype was a failure and disposed of the rest. Currently, Shiho Mayano held a high level of satisfaction towards him. Such a minor oversight should not diminish it, right? Medela, I'm ready. A voice from outside signaled Shiho Mayano's approach, sounding somewhat cheerful. Indeed, her mood was quite pleasant at that moment. Coming, little sister, at the street CAF. Akai Mayano expressed her gratitude to Qi Ming with a slight bow. Thank you, Lord Medela, for arranging our sisters' meeting. I'll leave you two to chat. I want to intrude. I'm off now. Qi Ming responded with a smile and moved to a nearby newsstand, picking up a comic to read. This member with a code name has a rather peculiar personality. Akai Mayano cast a curious glance at Qi Ming, surprised by his demeanor. Shiho Mayano chuckled. He is a rather strange person. Yet it's precisely because of him that I can meet you, sister. Akai smirked teasingly. Surely doesn't he have feelings for you? Sister, Shiho Mayano stirred her coffee with a spoon, somewhat exasperated. Do you think a member with a codename could be a simple person? Perhaps the organization intends to use Medela for some form of psychological manipulation. I once saw a news article about. Akai nearly spat her coffee upon hearing this, hastily waving her hands. All right, Let us not discuss that. Tell me about how you've been lately. Oh, the same old routine. From a distance, Qi Ming observed the two conversing, his grip on the newspaper tightening slightly. Indeed, he could see I in his line of sight. Dialogue boxes appeared above their heads, clearly revealing their conversation. Not sisters. I consider you my little sister. You think I'd use mind control on you. And why stop this conversation? For heaven's sake, I'm the one bringing you tea. Offering massages. Even service industry workers aren't this dedicated. You should tell your sister, a thought brewed in Qi Ming's mind. Once the task concludes and he collects his rewards, he must seek Jin for another surveillance mission. Regardless of the rewards, he would ensure that Shiho Miyano faces some challenges. He intended to implement the capitalist exploitation methods from his original world upon her. Yet, things felt slightly different. Ever since the surveillance switched to Medela, he had experienced a rare sense of freedom. How absurd to feel liberated within this organization. You previously mentioned mind control, yet it seems you hold a rather favorable impression of Medela now. Just a little bit. She replied coyly. All right, sister, let us shift the focus back to you. I shall remain silent. As the subtitles floated above their heads once more, Qi Ming's tightly clenched hands relaxed. Forget the idea of challenges for now. Since Qi Ming accepted the task of monitoring Sherry, nearly half a month had passed, and he began to grow increasingly dissatisfied. It wasn't due to Shiho Miyano. Rather, it was the nature of the task itself. Jin had stated that his sole responsibility was to observe Sherry, forbidding him from engaging in any other assignments. Other tasks yielded lesser rewards, but even the smallest gains were still worthwhile in a fortnight's time. He had managed to undertake several hundred, if not 1,000, tasks. Fortunately, during this period, the task prompts indicated that Sherry's satisfaction level was quite high. He hoped that the final task settlement would grant him a few golden legends as a reward. Base 1, Laboratory 3. Is there anything to be done? Qi Ming sat languidly in a swivel chair, idly swaying from side to side, his sleepy eyes fixed on Gongye Zhihui, who was clad in a lab coat. Engrossed in her experiments, Gongye Zhihui tilted her head slightly to glance at Qi Ming. Having spent several days together, she felt she had come to know this man quite well. How should one put it? He truly embodied the rumors circulating among the organization's members, perceiving himself as a player in a game. Whenever assigned a task, he treated it as a mission, completing it with the belief that there would be rewards. In recent days, he had even divulged the reason for his unusually kind demeanor, which was that the rewards for this particular task were contingent upon his satisfaction level. Gongye Zhihui sincerely thought this man's mind was somewhat unhinged. She had even witnessed him using grenades as fireworks on several nights. Yet, aside from these peculiarities, he was rather likable. How to describe it? A humorous and somewhat bumbling personality, eager to please. If one disregarded his delusions of grandeur as a gamer, he might indeed make a fine boyfriend. Gongye Zhihui was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head slightly, dispelling her thoughts. What was she thinking? How could there be any good people in this organization? Madeira, could you fetch me a blueberry jam sandwich, please? Thank you. Task issued by Sherry. Obtain a blueberry jam sandwich. Task reward. Increase satisfaction from Sherry. Got it. Qi Ming leaped from his chair, as if by magic. A plate of sandwiches wrapped in cling film appeared in his hands. In this task, anything Gongye Zhihui requested of him counted as a minor side quest, allowing him to accumulate rewards. Was there anything else to do? Should I tidy up? Or, just as Qi Ming contemplated taking on another task, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID, and, without hesitation, answered it in front of Gongye Zhihui. Hey, Lao Qin, what's up? Upon hearing Qi Ming's greeting, the voice on the other end paused momentarily before Jin slowly replied, Madeira, you can disregard Sherry's tasks. They are now complete. The surveillance on Sherry has concluded. New task activated. Complete Jin's assigned task. Reward, 1,000 experience points. Rare grade pistol 1. Qi Ming was momentarily taken aback. The task was over. So suddenly, task rewards being settled. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 114,514 experience points. Legendary quality casual shoes 1. Legendary quality underwear 1. Legendary quality top 1. Legendary quality pants 1. Legendary quality socks 1. Legendary quality pistol 1. Wow. Qi Ming stood rooted to the spot, astonished by the voice echoing in his mind. What was this? Had he somehow activated a cheat? This was beyond golden legends. It was akin to having all items maxed out perfectly. Although the experience points seemed somewhat peculiar, that was inconsequential. What mattered was that he was now adorned in divine gear. What happened? Gongye Zhihui observed Qi Ming, who had become dazed after taking the call, and curiously waved her hand in front of him. Qi Ming snapped back to reality, his gaze fervently fixed on Gong Yezhiwei. The intensity in his eyes left the aloof beauty momentarily flustered, causing her to shyly avert her gaze. What are you looking at me for? Qi Ming replied earnestly, Sherry dear, may I steal a kiss from you? Do you even realize what you're saying? Gong Yezhiwei was taken aback at first, and then shot Qi Ming an indignant glare. What was wrong with this man? Was his mind slipping again? Naturally, Qi Ming found nothing amiss with his statement. Just like completing the side quest for Lonnie in Elden Ring to receive the Moonlight Greatsword as a dowry. After all, receiving such generous rewards from Sherry made her akin to a beloved wife. Did it not? Sherry dear, Jin has already settled the task for me, and now others will take over. But fear not, as long as I don't encounter someone like Michaela, I shall never betray. In a moment of bewilderment, Qi Ming knelt before Gong Yezhiwei, taking her delicate hand and bestowing a kiss upon it. In the next instant, he vanished without a trace. Gong Yezhiwei stood there, expressionless, and after a long moment, she returned to her senses. Staring at the hand Qi Ming had kissed, her cheeks warming slightly. As for Qi Ming's sudden disappearance, Gong Yezhiwei found it unremarkable. Over these past few days, she had borne witness to his myriad of peculiar abilities. Yet, she merely considered it a form of magical trickery on his part. However, the task was indeed completed. Observing the empty room, Gong Yezhiwei felt a twinge of discomfort. For an extended period, she had been accustomed to solitude. In a secluded corner of Dolabaiga amusement park, Qi Ming suddenly materialized, now clad in an entirely new set of legendary gear. He had visited this place before and was aware of a teleportation point here, thus saving on ticket costs. What a splendid profit. Lao Qin, I've arrived. What's the task? Jin remained astonished by Qi Ming's remarkable teleportation. A transaction is set to take place tonight. Your responsibility is to scout the surroundings and identify a location devoid of surveillance that is utterly secure. Okay. Qi Ming hung up the phone, not at all perturbed by this task that consumed an entire day, yielding meager rewards. He was now decked out in magnificent gear. What need had he for trivial rewards? Scouting the terrain would only take a few minutes. Finishing that, he could enjoy some leisure time at the amusement park. However, if he were to survey the area, the Ferris wheel was surely an excellent vantage point. Qi Ming strolled to the center of the amusement park, casting his gaze toward the distant, rotating Ferris wheel, muttering to himself. Without hesitation, he began to head in the opposite direction of the Ferris wheel. But what kind of man would I be, riding the Ferris wheel alone? No, I shall add some challenge and test my dynamic vision on the roller coaster instead. Upon arriving at the roller coaster, he was fortunate to find that the queue was not extensive. Even more fortuitously, he spotted two familiar figures in black attire ahead of him, one tall and slender, the other tall and robust. Wasn't that Jin and Vodka? Ward, you sent me to scout the terrain, and here you two are enjoying yourselves on the roller coaster? Qi Ming felt a surge of indignation, his face turning red with sweat. His palms slick. The distillery was desolate, with employees wandering aimlessly. They claimed that Jin was a model worker. Clearly, this was a complete deviation from character. During working hours, bringing a colleague to enjoy a roller coaster ride. Was there no law? No sense of propriety? Oh well, in this game, characters have their own lives. It was a perfect opportunity for me to cut in line. With this thought in mind, Qi Ming casually strolled over, hands in pockets. Oh Lao Qin, Jean Dark, what a coincidence, isn't it? Qi Ming raised his voice deliberately, garnering the attention of everyone present. What are you doing here? Jin, sensing the gazes directed at him, shot a cold stare at Qi Ming. He also noticed a young boy's eyes fixated on him with an intensity that sent a chill down his spine. Mind your eyes, Jin replied coolly, returning the boy's gaze, such a frigid tone. His eyes seemed to speak of countless lives taken. The boy's heart trembled, and he quickly averted his gaze. Qi Ming caught a glimpse of Jin's expression before nonchalantly turning away. Heh, I'm just scouting the terrain. After all, the roller coaster offers the best view around here. Qi Ming casually draped an arm around Jin's shoulders, causing Vodka, concealed behind sunglasses, to twitch slightly. The next roller coaster is now boarding. All passengers, please take your seats. The announcement rang out as Qi Ming released Jin's shoulder. Come on, hop on. Just as Qi Ming chose a seat in the second row, a young boy suddenly grasped his arm just as Qi Ming was about to sit down. Huh? Sir, cutting in line isn't very polite. You know? Mind your own business, you brat. Qi Ming impatiently turned his head to scold, but upon seeing the appearance of the other party, he suddenly froze. The youth before him was none other than the person whom Jin Jiao had just berated. However, Having only cast a cursory glance earlier, he now took a closer look. The youth, noticing Qi Ming's gaze, asked with some confusion, "Sir, do you know me? Why are you looking at me like that?" "Well, I don't know you." "But, ha ha ha, young man, has your mousse been applied a tad excessively? Your hair is sticking up in so many directions." Qi Ming could not help but burst into laughter, which left the youth feeling somewhat embarrassed. "What's the matter, Shinichi? Aren't you going to join us?" A female voice called from behind the youth. Qi Ming, curious, turned to glance over, but his smile gradually faded. "Goodness, are there more experts?" The girl who approached from behind the youth possessed a natural beauty reminiscent of a Japanese high school girl. Her appearance strikingly pure and radiant. However, her hairstyle was equally peculiar, mirroring that of the boy in front of her, with hair that was pointed. "Haha, I can't take it anymore, a golden boy and a jade girl." System, take a look at your character modeling. It's simply absurdly exaggerated. Oh dear, I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. How can someone's hair be pointed like that? Haha, cough, cough, cough. Qi Ming bent slightly, unable to contain his laughter, and even found himself coughing as a result. Though unable to discern the exact meaning of Qi Ming's earlier remarks, the girl revealed a dangerous smile upon hearing the comments about her hairstyle. "Sir, would you kindly repeat that?" "Cough. My apologies for my rudeness." Qi Ming cleared his throat a couple of times, restoring his expression to one of calmness before politely bowing. "I am Qi Ming. May I ask how to address you two?" "I mean no offense. I merely wish to make friends." Indeed, he had no ulterior motives. Qi Ming was simply intrigued by the uniquely modeled NPCs and felt compelled to document them. System, could you assist me in taking a screenshot of these two? Screenshot taken. The host may view it in the phone's album. Seeing Qi Ming adopt a serious demeanor to apologize, the girl, though still irritated, was not overly petty and responded curtly, "I am Mao Lilan. And he is Gongdo Shinichi. Apologies, sir, but we have no desire to befriend you." Gongdo Shinichi. Upon hearing this name from Mao Lilan, a chain reaction ensued as the surrounding crowd suddenly turned their gazes toward them. Gongdo, could it be that famous high school detective, the savior of the Japanese police, Gongdo Shinichi? Is it true? Whispers erupted among the tourists, their eyes alight with astonishment as they regarded Gongdo Shinichi. "Hey, Lan, why did you reveal my name?" The youth named Gongdo Shinichi leaned closer to Mao Lilan, complaining. However, despite his complaint, the pride evident on his face was unmistakable. "My apologies," Mao Lilan said. Her hands pressed together in a gesture of contrition. Jinzhou's gaze sharpened in an instant, while Vodka expressed mild surprise. "What? Is he really that Gongdo?" Jinzhou shot a glance at Vodka and coldly replied, "Let us go. We're not taking this ride anymore." "Understood." Brother Qi Ming noticed that Jinzhou and Vodka were preparing to leave and quickly called out, "What is up? Lao Jin, not riding anymore?" Jinzhou did not respond, and the duo's figures gradually faded into the distance until they were out of sight. "What? Am I some sort of third wheel or something?" Just like that, they leave? Qi Ming scratched his head in confusion. He had also noticed the murmurs of the crowd. Could it be that Gongdo Shinichi was quite famous? Forgive him for being somewhat dull-witted. He had no idea what lay at the edge of the universe. So how could he possibly know Gongdo Shinichi? However, now that Jinzhou and Vodka had departed, the seats were vacated. "Well then, young man and young lady, does this mean I'm no longer cutting in line?" My two friends have left. Gongdo Shinichi and Mao Lilan, upon observing this, could hardly protest and merely sighed in resignation as they moved to the last row of seats. "Attention everyone. The roller coaster is about to start. Please enjoy the journey." Once all were seated, the staff reminded the patrons. The roller coaster slowly began to move, and Qi Ming could no longer suppress his screams. However, as the ride reached its apex, Qi Ming's expression grew serious as he surveyed the layout of the amusement park. "That spot looks decent, but it has surveillance. That area seems unsuitable as well. It's too close to the intersection with too much foot traffic. That building's corner looks promising. It has trees, no cameras, and is quite distant from the walkway." At the moment the roller coaster was about to descend, Qi Ming's eyes lit up as he confirmed his position. He then raised his hands high, reveling in the sensation of weightlessness that accompanied the drop. Yahoo! The roller coaster sped along, entering a tunnel after several sharp turns. The track's relatively smooth. Suddenly, a droplet of water fell onto Qi Ming's forehead. "What the heck?" Qi Ming exclaimed. The two women seated in front of him were the likely culprits for the droplet on his forehead. "Saliva? Can't they show a bit of decency? Damn." Qi Ming cursed under his breath. However, realizing they were in a tunnel and that the women could not hear him, he decided to remain silent until they reached the end. As they neared the tunnel's exit, the light grew brighter. Due to the saliva on his forehead, Qi Ming had lost the thrill of shouting and instead maintained a sullen expression as he stared ahead. Yet, the moment they emerged from the tunnel, the women behind him suddenly let out a piercing scream. The sharpness and duration of the scream rivaled a high-pitched alarm. What's wrong? Wasn't this stretch thrilling enough? Qi Ming's lips twitched slightly. Why scream now when the most exhilarating part had just passed? Turning his head, he was taken aback by the scene behind him, just in front of Kaito Shinichi and Mao Lilan. Beside the dazzling woman, the man's head had been neatly severed, the cut oozing blood like a fountain. As the roller coaster came to a stop, everyone hurriedly disembarked, their hearts racing at the sight of the headless corpse still seated in the ride. Nobody is allowed, Qi Ming suddenly realized and put on a smile as he spoke. That was close. It was just a whisker away from the detective being exposed. The bounty system in this game world is remarkably sophisticated. Something Qi Ming had almost forgotten. Unlike in Give Her Love 5, where evading the bounty for a while would make it disappear, here, once you are wanted, you could be apprehended at any moment. Qi Ming had first-hand experience of this. When he first arrived, he was wanted for brazenly firing a gun in the street. Forget about police cars. Eventually, even a combat helicopter was dispatched, raining down a barrage on him. Fortunately, he had several hundred revival coins on him. After being reported dead by the police, he revived and simply purchased a new identification from the system. However, although revival is possible, the agony experienced before death is undeniably real. And Qi Ming had no desire to relive that. The pain level cannot even be customized. What a wretched game. A poor review indeed. Perhaps it is precisely because of Qi Ming's peculiar ability to revive. Akin to a magician's escape act, that his code name is Madeira, a type of wine reputed to be immortal, capable of preservation for centuries. Just as Qi Ming was reflecting on this, Shinichi Kudo had a moment of inspiration. Quickly finding a staff member, after a brief exchange, he followed the staff member away. Did I just provide him with some inspiration? Qi Ming tilted his head in confusion, then inwardly mused. System, please send me the game replay from the tunnel earlier. Adjusting it to a third-person, multi-angle perspective, sent to the host's phone. Please check. Qi Ming opened his phone, and to his astonishment, a video had appeared in his album. The video showed that after the roller coaster entered the tunnel, the woman seated in front of him had unlatched the safety bar and, in a manner that seemed to defy Newton's laws, had traversed over him to reach the third row. Subsequently, she used a hooked lock adorned with a pearl necklace, fastening it around the man's head, while the hook secured itself to the tracks, utilizing the speed of the roller coaster to completely sever the man's head. Good heavens! Is this even scientific? Qi Ming stared incredulously at the scene in the video, then lifted his gaze to the woman in the center. While he could execute such a maneuver, it would require numerous skill points to accomplish. Who is this woman? Lara Croft. Just as the video finished playing, the sound suddenly, Kaito Shinichi exchanged a few words with Muri Ran before turning to sprint in the direction of vodka. The plot thickens. It seems his lookout mission has commenced. Qi Ming silently scoffed, quickening his pace to follow Kaito Shinichi, who was tailing vodka. It was akin to a mantis stalking a cicada, with the yellow sparrow lying in wait behind. Did you come alone? Of course, I'm by myself. Now hand over the goods. Humph, don't be so impatient. You want to see the photos of your company's smuggled firearms, right? First, let us see the money. In a dim corner of the amusement park, Jin and Vodka were conversing with a portly bald man. However, the content of their discussion was anything but wholesome. Meanwhile, Kaito Shinichi was cautiously eavesdropping on their dialogue from around a nearby corner. Perhaps due to his intense focus, he failed to notice the shadow lurking behind him. Qi Ming stood there, hands on hips, curious to see how long it would take for him to realize. Brother, I can't fathom who you think you're watching. The enemy is right behind you, yet you're fixated on what lies ahead, a detective, and yet utterly lacking in vigilance. As Qi Ming overheard the conclusion of the transaction, the rotund man departed, and he grew weary of waiting. He lightly struck Kaito Shinichi on the nape of his neck, mindful that his current strength could easily leave Shinichi in a state akin to that of the man on the roller coaster. With a dull thud, Kaito, what is this? An inflatable, balloon. Shiho Mayano's face flushed with embarrassment as she shot a glare at Qi Ming. Truly, he dared to utter such words in her presence. Enough, put on these glasses. We shall set off. Qi Ming adjusted the inflatable Shiho he had created, and then tossed a pair of glasses to Mayano. Shiho, speaking confidently. Remember, these are not ordinary glasses. They are glasses of merit. The very ones that saved my life. Mayano Shiho received the glasses and shot Qi Ming a disapproving look, asking him to speak plainly. Thank you, Dada. You'll understand once you wear them. Confused, Mayano Shiho put on the glasses, the lenses causing her vision to blur and her mind to feel hazy. Qi Ming took her hand and hurried towards the exit of the base. Upon seeing them, the guard at the door immediately stepped forward and respectfully said, "Good evening, Lord Medela." "Good evening, came Qi Ming's response, the young soldier beaming with joy, and upon spotting Mayano Shiho, he bowed deeply. "Good evening to you too, my lady. You are well," Mayano Shiho replied, somewhat puzzled. She had seen this guard before, and he certainly recognized her, yet his address suggested he was unaware of her identity. How could that be? Was it because of the glasses she was wearing? "So, how do you find my glasses?" "The ones belonging to Clark Kent. When worn, they can alter one's perception, quite effective. Indeed," Qi Ming whispered in Mayano Shiho's ear, his breath warming her ear tips slightly. Thus, the two walked out of the base without any hindrance. Upon reaching the main road, Qi Ming snapped his fingers, and a sleek silver Porsche 911 appeared out of nowhere. Mayano Shiho was too exhausted to comment, nor did she inquire how Qi Ming accomplished such a feat, for he would undoubtedly respond that it was retrieved from his game backpack. "Would you like to drive? I can let you have a go." "No. Thank you." Mayano Shiho waved her hand and instinctively took her seat in the passenger side. "Sigh, there's no romance at all." Qi Ming shook his head in resignation. Once in the car, Qi Ming placed a cigarette between his lips while enduring Mayano Shiho's disdainful gaze. The engine roared to life, accompanied by Qi Ming's enthusiastic shout. "There's no time to explain. Let's turn this city to ashes." Suddenly, a loud explosion resonated beside them as the sports car roared to life, shaking the ground and igniting a massive fireball. Mayano Shiho's body trembled, and with a quivering voice, she asked, "What just happened? What else could it be? A detonator bomb? How do you know? How do you think I lit the cigarette just now?" Mayano Shiho's lips twitched slightly. "If you were going to use a lighter to ignite the fuse, why not just light the cigarette directly?" "Shiho, what brings you here?" Akemi Mayano opened the door, her expression one of surprise upon seeing Shiho. A glance at the Porsche 911 parked downstairs made Akemi instantly understand, her gaze carrying a hint of meaning as she looked at Shiho's cheeks. "He insisted on bringing me along." Mayano Shiho averted her gaze. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Akemi smiled and took Shiho's hand, leading her into the living room. "Isn't Mr. Medela coming up with us? He said he wouldn't disturb us two outsiders." "How very gentlemanly of him," Mayano Shiho remarked, rolling her eyes. "I believe a true gentleman would not use a detonator fuse to light a cigarette." Downstairs, Qi Ming yawned in boredom, staring at the system backpack only he could see, organizing his items. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. "The game version has been updated. Please check your mobile email for notifications." Qi Ming's expression turned astonished. "The game version has been updated? Let me take a look." "The game has completed its internal testing and has now officially launched. The relevant updates are as follows. 1. The main storyline is now open. Whenever the host interacts with main storyline characters, the illustration will be marked. Completing a main storyline will yield substantial rewards. 2. The illustration feature is now available. The host can query related characters and events within it. 3. The intimacy feature is now available. The host can check characters' intimacy levels in the illustration. The main storyline is open. After all this time, I haven't triggered any main tasks, and it turns out everything so far has been a mere prototype. Qi Ming was at a loss for words. However, he quickly ceased his complaints. The term substantial rewards had never crossed his ears before. Now that it was mentioned, the rewards must be remarkable. Well then, let me take a look at the illustration. Eagerly, Qi Ming opened the illustration, looking forward to the newly opened intimacy system. Could it be that the romance system is finally going online? Character illustration. Jin, male, main storyline intimacy, 8.5 stars. Maximum 10 stars. Trust. Personal story, locked, affection level reached. Host can interact with this character to activate the storyline. Do I look like a gay person? Just because I'm male doesn't mean I can't play. Qi Ming scoffed, choosing to ignore the male characters in the illustration and directly focusing on the female ones. Yet, at the last column of male characters, he was taken aback upon seeing a name, Shinichi Kudo. Male, main storyline intimacy, 0 stars, unknown. Personal story, locked, affection level not reached. What is this? System, has this fellow Shinichi Kudo been eliminated by me? How can main storyline characters be eliminated? Indeed. Are you serious? Qi Ming took a deep breath, realizing that with the system's frequent errors, future main tasks might just be interrupted. After all, a main character had died. Without character guidance, how could tasks proceed? Well, one step at a time. Setting his thoughts on the female characters in the illustration, he glanced at Mayano Shiho, Sherry, female, main storyline intimacy, 6.5 stars, trust, personal story, locked, affection level insufficient. Please strive harder. Host. Qi Ming furrowed his brow slightly. What does this mean? The intimacy level has reached trust, yet I still cannot trigger her personal storyline. However, I can understand Jin being a main character. With that aura and gaze, he clearly embodies a boss in the main storyline. I never expected Shiho to also be a main character. What role will she play in the tasks? Keeping his curiosity to himself, Qi Ming glanced at the other characters in his illustration. Most of the familiar female characters had low affection levels. In fact, Shiho's affection level was the highest among them all. Why not try to raise Sherry's affection level to the maximum first? Qi Ming mused, a peculiar light glimmering in his eyes. Once I max her out, I can work on the others, and after completing those, I can pursue more. Warning. Host, please be aware that this game is highly realistic. Please avoid raising the intimacy levels of multiple female characters to maximum. Otherwise, unquantifiable bugs may arise. It is also possible that groups of girls may pursue you with knives. Cough, system, what are you talking about? I consider myself a pure love enthusiast. Qi Ming coughed twice, feeling exasperated. This system really knows how to judge character. So, it's like in Cyberpunk 2077, where male characters can't choose Judy, and female characters can't choose Pan Am. Hey, doesn't that mean I could max out a male character's affection level? What on earth am I thinking? At this thought, Qi Ming was enveloped in a shiver. He immediately waved his hand in a futile attempt to dispel the unsettling idea. Shiho, actually, I've been contemplating ways to leave the organization. Sister, do you realize what you're saying? That's impossible. Once we enter here, we can never lead a normal life again. As Qi Ming shook his head, he caught sight of the subtitles atop the residential building. Inside the room, Mayano Akemi and Mayano Shiho sat facing each other. Observing her sister's somewhat despondent expression, Mayano Akemi felt a pang of discomfort and gently placed her hand over Shiho's. No. Shiho, do you know? I recently contacted Jin about this matter, and he responded, stating that he would assign me a task soon. If we complete it, we can extricate ourselves from the organization. Mayano Shiho let out a cold laugh. Jin, how could that be? How could he possibly be so benevolent? Mayano Akemi shook her head. He did tell me that. Shiho, you know this is a rare opportunity. The air gradually fell silent, and Mayano Shiho found herself at a loss for words, a flicker of confusion passing through her eyes. Did she truly still have hope of escaping the organization? Sister, you might be thinking a bit naively. Just then, a voice suddenly emanated from the doorway, causing both women to tremble and turn towards the entrance. There, Qi Ming sauntered in leisurely, a strand of instant noodles in hand. Ahem, my apologies, but I sensed your conversation might be perilous, so I came to check in. Qi Ming offered an apology and, noticing the sister's gazes fixed on the instant noodles, nonchalantly raised his hand to take a bite. Just a little trick. I once used a packet of instant noodles to open an entire community. Qi Ming found a vacant seat and turned to Mayano Akemi. I advise you not to trust what Jin said. A weasel paying New Year's respects to a chicken can only spell trouble. However, I believe Jin is not one to go back on his word. Mayano Akemi hesitated before slowly replying. Qi Ming couldn't help but scoff. Sister, what is Jin? He's a villain. How can you trust the words of a villain? At this point, Qi Ming noticed Mayano Shiho gazing at him with vacant eyes. Without a hint of shame, he said, What are you looking at me for? Although I may have committed heinous acts, I am a good boy, unlike Jin, you understand? Ignoring Mayano Shiho, Qi Ming earnestly addressed Mayano Akemi. Child, after spending so long in our organization, do you still not understand its nature? Every action taken by the organization could lead to decapitation. Even though you are merely a peripheral member, who knows if you'll report to the authorities once you step outside? And then, if you truly accept a task from Jin and complete it, what if he reneges on the promise and shoot the vehicle roared back to life, gliding silently along the highway? Inside, a palpable silence enveloped the two passengers, neither daring to break the stillness. After a considerable passage of time, as they neared the base, they spoke in unison. Well, they exchanged a knowing glance before hastily averting their gazes. You go first. No, you should speak first. Qi Ming's brow twitched. What is this, a comedic romantic scenario? Are we, perhaps, a couple reconciling after a quarrel? Who said anything about romance? Gongye Zhihui shot Qi Ming a sidelong glance. Her cheeks still flushed, exuding an enchanting allure. Clearing his throat, Qi Ming chuckled awkwardly and eventually murmured, I'm sorry. Earlier, at your sister's place, I unwittingly made those comments without understanding your circumstances. I apologize. I reflect on my actions. I am culpable. Gongye Zhihui turned her head away in silence, though the tips of her ears betrayed a slight blush. After a moment, she softly replied, I should also apologize for insinuating that you joined the organization to satisfy some dark desires. Qi Ming's expression faltered, taken aback by her apology. While he had purely joined for the thrill of action games, he hadn't given much thought to desires, dark or otherwise. Yet, upon reflection, he realized the misdeeds he had committed in the name of missions. With Gongye Zhihui's apology, a tinge of guilt regarding his past assignments surfaced within him. Now that their equipment levels were adequate, perhaps he should be more discerning with future missions. Qi Ming contemplated silently. Then retrieved the blueberry jam sandwich he had purchased earlier. He tore open the packaging and broke it in half. Here, my friend, eat this sandwich, and we shall bury the hatchet, putting our previous disagreements behind us. Gongye Zhihui halted the vehicle and accepted the half sandwich he offered. Bringing it to her lips, she took a delicate bite, her gaze meeting Qi Ming's, a hint of mirth dancing in her eyes. We never really had a quarrel, did we? Qi Ming raised an eyebrow, then replied with a grin, Indeed, what a bore. This time, there truly was nothing to do. Qi Ming awoke at home, glanced at the clock, yawned, and promptly returned to bed. For the past few days, when he sought out missions, the responsible member claimed there were none available. Their shifty eyes revealed something amiss. Qi Ming had just seen them assign a routine infiltration task to an ordinary member. Yet, just as he raised his gun to confront the member, their demeanor instantly changed. They claimed that Lao Qin had decided to spare Qi Ming from tasks due to his recent heavy workload. This unexpected consideration from a colleague moved Qi Ming deeply. Well, perhaps I shall explore the grand world instead. With a swift motion, Qi Ming leaped from his bed, donned his gear in a flash, and stepped out of his room. The Shinkansen, Japan's high-speed rail system, holds the distinction of being the world's first commercial high-speed railway. As the train sped along, the scenery outside transformed rapidly, dazzling the eye. Seated in one of the carriages, Qi Ming savored a hamburger while reflecting on the view outside. Life was indeed pleasant, and the technology of this nation was remarkable, according to the game's current setting. It seemed to be the 1990s, with flip phones still in use, while the train boasted high-speed capabilities. Although Qi Ming had resided here for nearly half a year, he had scarcely illuminated the map. This high-speed journey could certainly reveal some teleportation points. Wow, the Shinkansen, it's so fast. Hearing the excited chatter beside him, Qi Ming couldn't help but turn his head. Across the aisle sat 3 children, a lanky boy, a hefty one, and an adorable girl. Their cacophony had persisted for a full 10 minutes. Initially tolerable, the noise had become increasingly vexing. Where did these unruly children come from? Observing the trio bouncing in their seats, Qi Ming took a deep breath and approached with a smile. Hello, little ones. Upon hearing his greeting, the 3 children turned to him, somewhat shyly responding. Hello. Amused by their sudden meekness, Qi Ming chuckled inwardly. What happened? Not so bold now. Maintaining his smile, he asked, Are you all on a trip? Where are your parents? The frail boy shook his head. Our parents didn't come with us. Qi Ming's smile widened. Oh, I see. So your parents aren't around. After this musing, his smile morphed into something more menacing as he grasped the faces of the 2 boys, gently yet firmly pulling them. Is this how you behave when your parents are absent? Do you think you can act like wildflowers without any supervision? The boys winced in pain, letting out immediate wails. Wah, sorry, big brother, please don't pinch. The girl, bewildered by the unfolding scene, blinked away tears and began to cry out loud. What is going on? From the nearby seats, a stylish girl with spiky hair immediately stood up, rushing over with a fierce expression as she grasped Qi Ming's wrist, applying pressure. Sir, please let go. Feeling the strength in her grip, Qi Ming raised an eyebrow, glancing up. Oh, well trained. Are you trying to challenge me? Upon noticing the girl's face, he was taken aback. Muri ran. After a brief interlude, the misunderstandings among them were resolved. The middle-aged man with a small mustache addressed the 3 children sternly. I told you before, you must be mindful in public spaces. Do you understand now? Why yes. The children nodded, heads bowed. They recognized their excitement had crossed a line. Tentatively, they approached Qi Ming, whispering their apologies. Sorry, big brother. Qi Ming waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. As long as you recognize your mistake. I merely wanted to illustrate that society is filled with all sorts of people. Some may tolerate your antics or offer mild admonishments. But as for me, I have quite the temper, and I won't hesitate to retaliate. The children nodded, returning to their seats, now quiet and subdued. The middle-aged man, seeing the situation was under control, turned to Qi Ming with an apologetic smile. I sincerely apologize, sir, for my failure to discipline them properly. Qi Ming smiled back. No worries. One must sometimes be strict to foster understanding. That I am Qi Ming. May I know your name? I am Muri Kaguru, a private detective, and this is my daughter, Muri Ran. Muri Kaguru introduced himself. He then chuckled heartily. Mr. Qi, I've heard about you from Ran. She mentioned your involvement in solving a case at the amusement park. Could it be you are also a detective? Haha, I wouldn't dare claim such a title. I merely possess a few handy skills, Qi Ming replied, waving his hands. Detective work is far less exhilarating than combat. However, Qi Ming's gaze drifted downward, spotting a bespectacled boy staring intently at him. The look in his eyes seemed fearful. Did my earlier actions frighten this well-behaved child? Qi Ming crouched down, offering a gentle pat on the boy's head. Why do you stare, little one? I absolutely adore well-behaved children. You need not be afraid. My name is Kaito Shinichi, or at least it used to be. Not long ago, I ventured to Darabaka amusement park with my childhood friend. Muri Ran. A murder occurred on the roller coaster. However, despite having gathered the evidence, a man named Qi Ming snatched away the peach. Subsequently, I noticed a group engaged in illicit dealings, two of whom were referred to as Lao Fu and Lao Qin. And curiously, they were acquainted with Qi Ming. Perhaps I had been too engrossed in eavesdropping, as I was knocked unconscious and administered a certain poison. Upon awakening, I discovered that my body had inexplicably shrunk to that of an elementary school student. I adopted the alias Idagawa Conan, resolutely determined to capture that band of men in black. Yet today, I unexpectedly encountered the man named Qi Ming once more on the Shinkansen. Qi Ming, observing the still unresponsive Conan, waved a hand before him. What's wrong? Another bug? No, nothing. Conan, recovering from his momentary daze, quickly gestured dismissively. If Qi Ming was here, then could it not imply that Lao Fu and Lao Qin were also present? Conan harbored significant doubts, suspecting that the individual who had knocked him out and drugged him was none other than Qi Ming himself, the very man they referred to as Medila, by the way. Qi Ming, are you here on vacation as well? All by yourself? Indeed, young one. I merely came to activate a teleport point today. Qi Ming replied nonchalantly, then suddenly fixed his gaze on Conan, asking, young lad, what is your name? I am Idagawa Conan, Conan stammered, feeling a sense of unease under Qi Ming's penetrating gaze. Why was he looking at him like that? Had he discovered something? Idagawa, that surname seems rather peculiar, Qi Ming mused, stroking his chin. Then, in the midst of Conan's growing panic, he removed Conan's glasses to its uncanny. Truly uncanny. Qi Ming then turned to scrutinize Muri Ran before speaking slowly. While I understand Japan is quite open in certain aspects. Miss Muri, have you and Kudo progressed to such a point already? What? Before Ran could react, Muri Kagoro exclaimed loudly. Ran, have you, and that brat? You're still in high school. That's not true. Mr. Qi Ming. What nonsense are you spouting? Muri Ran's face flushed crimson as she indignantly retorted at Qi Ming. As for children, she hadn't even kissed Shinichi yet. How could there possibly be a child? Wait, no. She and Shinichi were merely childhood friends. Who would marry him? Is that so? Yet this child resembles a miniature version of Kudo Shinichi. Qi Ming remarked, stroking his chin again. This game truly so haphazard. Can character models be reused like this? Qi Ming, please give my glasses back. I can't see anything. Conan urgently exclaimed, his heart racing, especially when Qi Ming mentioned the resemblance to a younger Kudo Shinichi. His heart nearly leaped out of his throat. It's indeed strikingly similar. If you don't believe me, Miss Muri, perhaps you should take a look yourself. As Conan's face paled, Qi Ming lifted him up, presenting the unglassed Conan to Muri Ran. Ran scrutinized Conan, disbelief dawning in her eyes. It truly is. I thought so when he wore glasses, but without them, he looks exactly like Shinichi when he was younger. Conan, didn't you say you were related to Professor Agasa? How could you look so much like Shinichi? Let me go. Conan struggled to break free from Qi Ming's grasp, but his feeble strength was no match. Yet, in a moment of inspiration, Conan feigned panic, exclaiming, Qi Ming, please put me down. I need to use the restroom. I can't hold it any longer. I'm about to wet myself. What? Qi Ming, alarmed, immediately set Conan down. And Conan swiftly snatched the glasses from Qi Ming's hand, escaping the train car. Panting at the junction between cars, Conan pondered the meaning behind his words. Was he hinting at something, urging him to reveal his identity? After all, what a coincidence that Qi Ming was aboard this train. Did they receive intel? Realizing that he was not dead, a multitude of questions weighed heavily in his mind, like stones making it difficult for him to breathe. He should be resolutely pursuing them, yet when confronted by members of the Black Organization, he found himself paralyzed by fear. He couldn't afford to confront them now. Perhaps he should concoct an excuse to disembark at the next station? Rand and the others were still here. He needed to take them along, but what excuse could he possibly offer? Conan felt utterly at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. Meanwhile, Qi Ming remained oblivious to the fact that Conan was, in fact, the shrunken Kaito Shinichi. After all, he had been here long enough. Aside from the occasional peculiarity in the physical engine of this world, it largely adhered to a realistic style. To suggest that a mere pill could revert someone to a youthful state was absurd. It defied the laws of science. Moreover, there was one crucial point. In his database, Kaito Shinichi and Idagawa Conan were distinctly separate individuals. Qi Ming donned a sleep mask, preparing for a comfortable nap. But suddenly his body stiffened. Wait a moment, Idagawa, Conan? Wasn't he the game titled Detective Conan? Qi Ming tore off the sleep mask and gazed at the car where Conan had just departed, murmuring to himself. So, I've encountered the true protagonist of this game. If I were to undertake the main storyline, might he be recording my every move? Qi Ming plunged into self-doubt that in Honor of Kings, the protagonist was not a king named Honor. In League of Legends, the protagonist was not a hero named League. Thus, Qi Ming had always assumed that Detective Conan implied that the term Conan was used in a manner similar to Honor and League. Merely because he was unaware of its significance. It appeared that he had overcomplicated things. System, obliterate me. I'm exhausted. Qi Ming suddenly slumped back, his eyes vacantly staring at the ceiling of the train car. Rather than make me a surveillance camera, you might as well terminate me. I refuse to serve in this pathetic game with its ludicrous plot. Host has misunderstood. While Conan is indeed a pivotal character within this game, the host will eternally remain the primary protagonist. Please remember, you are now part of the game's greatest villainous organization, an adversary to Conan. After this revelation from the system, Qi Ming abruptly leaped from his seat, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Of course. Who said the main storyline necessitates friendship with these characters? I am the villain. They can follow their main storyline while I, as the antagonist, should secretly sow discord. He eagerly anticipated the forthcoming main tasks, his laughter echoing ominously. The passengers in the car shivered at Qi Ming's sinister grin, the chilling laughter causing them to gasp. Yet, the protagonist of this game was a mere elementary student? A detective in elementary school? Qi Ming contemplated this, ultimately expressing understanding that it's a contrast. Those who comprehend will grasp an elderly woman raising pigs is unappealing, lacking viewership. A beautiful girl raising pigs, however, is fresh and captivating. An idea sparked in Qi Ming's mind. Since Conan was unaware of his true identity, should he not play the role of a double agent, pretending to befriend him while secretly wreaking havoc as a charming yet devious antagonist? This seemed like a promising avenue. Just as Qi Ming reveled in the high potential for gameplay, his phone suddenly rang, displaying the name Mayano Akemi. Hello, sister. Is there something amiss? After uttering this, Qi Ming distinctly heard the other end pause momentarily in breath. Mr. Medela, Jin has entrusted a task to me, stating that if I help the organization seize 10 billion yen, I can escape with Shiho. Qi Ming furrowed his brow in confusion. Huh? Why did you still take it? Did you not comprehend my previous words? Oh, my foolish sister, the voice on the other end, Mayano Akemi, sighed with resignation. I know, but can I refuse? Qi Ming was taken aback. It seemed there was some truth to that. Subordinates cannot question their superiors. How dare a peripheral member refuse an order from a codename member? Then why did you call me? The silence on the other end of the call lingered for quite some time before a voice slowly emerged. I am uncertain. Perhaps I simply cannot think of anyone to reach out to at this moment, as I find myself in utter disarray. Mr. Madeira, could you lend me your assistance? Accept the mission to aid Akemi Mayano in resolving her current predicament. Reward: 31,415 experience points. Random legendary quality reward 3. My goodness. Are these two sisters some kind of invincible lucky stars, so generously bestowing rewards? Just a moment. Little sister, I need to use the restroom and will be right there. Qi Ming promptly replied, hanging up the phone and standing up to follow the direction Conan had previously taken. Though he was unaware of the restroom's location, following the path already traversed by others would surely pose no issue. Just then, two men clad in black, of similar stature to Qi Ming, suddenly swung open the car door and entered. The long-haired man at the forefront collided directly with Qi Ming. "Oh, you not know how to walk? Are you blind?" The man rubbed his forehead, angrily berating Qi Ming. Who was Qi Ming? Though this collision posed no threat to him. As a formidable force, how dare a mere human machine bump into him and speak so insolently? Without hesitation, Qi Ming retaliated with a powerful knee strike to the man's abdomen. Next, he gripped the Desert Eagle tightly, forcing the barrel into the man's mouth. "Hey, what audacity! A mere NPC dares to challenge me." Just as Qi Ming was about to pull the trigger, he caught sight of the man before him, along with another similarly imposing figure behind him, both wearing expressions of fear. Qi Ming's expression froze in an instant. It was uncanny, truly uncanny. The system's character model replication rate was excessively high, wasn't it? The two men before him bore an uncanny resemblance to gin and vodka, as if they were cast from the same mold. Clones. Yet, something felt amiss. These two appeared somewhat hedonistic, their cheeks notably gaunt. Perhaps they could be termed the nightclub versions of vodka and gin. System, take a screenshot. I must see just how many clones exist within your game. Screenshot taken. We sincerely apologize for the unpleasant gaming experience this has caused the host. The system will contact the project team for optimization and future updates. Oh, since when did we have a project team? Isn't this your doing? You have someone else backing you up, and yet you cut ties at lightning speed. Sir, please remain calm. Qi Ming observed the terror-stricken expressions of the two men and couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of the real gin and vodka exhibiting such expressions. The anger that had recently flared dissipated, primarily because the gazes of those around them had now turned toward them. Although gunning them down posed no issue, Qi Ming had no desire to be wanted at present. He retracted the Desert Eagle, causing the man to experience a sudden relief from the sensation of the foreign object in his mouth, resulting in an uncomfortable cough. "B brother, are you all right?" "And no, cough, I'm fine." The man gazed at Qi Ming. His eyes filled with profound trepidation. Although he could not fathom how the youth's gun had vanished moments ago, he was acutely aware that it was a genuine firearm. Moreover, he felt a strange familiarity with the man's gaze, as if he had seen it somewhere before. It dawns on me. Halloween, Michael Myers. Yes, he resembled that merciless killer from the movies, and this man was undoubtedly a demon who regarded human life as mere fodder. "Gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident. I was rather agitated." Qi Ming donned a gentlemanly smile, but he had not anticipated that the individual before him could concoct such a wealth of thoughts in that fleeting moment. "And no, it was we who inadvertently collided with you. It was our fault. Our fault." The man bowed deeply in apology. Qi Ming feigned contemplation for a moment before waving his hand dismissively at the two. "Very well, you may leave. Thank you, thank you." The two bowed profusely, nearly touching their foreheads to the ground. However, just as they began to pass Qi Ming, a soft voice suddenly echoed from behind them. "What do you mean? When told to leave, you actually depart?" Bang. Pff. Wow. A tremendous force struck from behind, sending the two men flying and causing them to spew blood as they soared from the back of the carriage to the front. "Run." It's Kagoro Muri, upon realizing the situation, expressed his surprise, saying, "Mr. Qi Ming, did you notice them when you passed by earlier?" Naturally, Qi Ming nodded, adding, however, "Mr. Muri's initial impression of me as a villain was rather disheartening." Kagoro Muri chuckled awkwardly, primarily because Ran had discreetly informed him that Qi Ming exhibited somewhat neurotic tendencies, coupled with Qi Ming's immense strength and his inexplicable propensity for violence. It was inevitable that a misjudgment would arise. "Nevertheless, Mr. Muri, we must not delay. Let us first search for the bombs those two sociopaths have planted on the train. According to their claims, the explosives should be concealed within a certain suitcase. We remain unaware of their potential power. It would be prudent to halt the train and contact the riot control team as soon as possible." Without further ado, Qi Ming spoke with a grave demeanor. The group nodded solemnly, swiftly securing the unconscious doppelgangers before splitting into two teams to scour the front and rear carriages. "Let us find Conan. In such a significant case, our junior detective corps must take a stand." Indeed. Meanwhile, the three children who had yet to depart whispered among themselves before making their exit, leaving Qi Ming alone. Once he ensured the surroundings were clear, Qi Ming exhaled in relief. He casually approached the two individuals, retrieving the grenades from their pockets with a mere wave of his Hanjin was indeed taken aback. For Qi Ming had never shown any interest in such matters, and had never once perused the task documents, the cause, process, and result. This fellow only ever focused on the outcome, disregarding everything that preceded it. Rumors circulated within the organization that Qi Ming was a polymath, yet only Jin was aware of his glaring deficiencies in intelligence gathering. He could collect information, but he never applied himself. Despite being instructed to review the intelligence and memorize its content, he would submit it without a second thought. Consequently, Jin found himself constantly assisting Qi Ming with organizing and compiling intelligence. Speaking of which, the last time he had administered medication to someone, what was their name again? Qi Ming had failed to upload the data. And once more, Jin had to step in to manage it. Indeed, after the thrill of battle had subsided, he now yearned to delve into a world-class narrative. Jin still found himself perplexed by Qi Ming's words. However, Qi Ming was one of the few individuals within the organization whom he held in high regard, and the fact that he proactively made this request left Jin quite pleased. His combat prowess and various remarkable Chinese tricks could be deemed unparalleled within the organization. Yet, his approach was excessively straightforward, bordering on ostentatious. Should Qi Ming be able to amend his ways and address his gaps in intelligence, he might truly merit consideration for a leadership position. After a moment of contemplation, Jin slowly spoke. I recommend 2 individuals for intelligence matters, Belmod and Bourbon. Bourbon is acceptable, but that woman Belmod, Bourbon is a woman. Qi Ming interjected suddenly. No, Jin replied curtly. Then it must be Belmod. No substitutions allowed. Jin took a deep breath and continued coldly. Humph. Belmod is a mystic. I cannot ascertain whether she will be willing to share with you. I will send you the contact information for both Bourbon and Belmod. You can handle it from there. After concluding the call, Jin sent 2 sets of numbers within moments. Could you at least label them with names? Qi Ming complained before dialing the first number. Beep. Beep. Hello. The moment the phone rang, Qi Ming decisively hung up. It was a man. What terrible luck. I've been dealt a colossal blow. Next, Qi Ming dialed the second number. Beep. Beep. Hello. Again, Qi Ming hung up. What the hell? Another man. Has old Jin become so indifferent that he can't even tell the genders apart? Just as Qi Ming was preparing to confront Jin about this, a call came in. It was the very first number he had dialed. Confused, Qi Ming answered. Hey, who are you? Do we know each other? Why are you calling me back? If there's nothing, I'm hanging up. The voice on the other end paused, then broke into a somewhat alluring laugh. It was not a voice he had heard before. Rather, it was magnetic and sensual. It sounded like an enticing female voice, perhaps a C or D cup, or even an E. As expected, Jin was right. You are indeed rather impatient. Just like rum. Qi Ming was momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered, replying, Belmod Senpai, to be honest, I have admired you for quite some time. I have heard that you are an expert in intelligence. Could we arrange a time for you to enlighten me? Though Qi Ming had few acquaintances, his frequent exchanges with Jin had granted him some insight. Ever since he was promoted to a codename member, no one else in the organization had ascended. This meant that every codename Qi Ming encountered was essentially a senior to him. When seeking favors, one must be sweet-tongued. Despite his current abilities, Qi Ming could afford to be blunt with anyone, even facing armed forces without fear, knowing he could resurrect if need be. However, mindlessly charging forward was akin to using a cheat code, initially entertaining, but soon tiresome. Qi Ming preferred role-playing. Oh, you admire me? Belmod's voice dripped with sarcasm as she inquired. Since you admire me, you must know a bit about me, right? Of course, who doesn't know about my dear sister Belle? I have your photo on my bedside table. Every morning I offer incense to seek your protection. Belmod was somewhat disgusted by Qi Ming's words, and after a lengthy pause, she slowly asked, Then tell me, who was that male voice I heard when you first called me? As my admirer, you should know. Right? Qi Ming scratched his head. I know someone named Kuan. I only learned about you today. Yet he could not admit this. After a brief moment, he chuckled. Of course I know. He is your husband. Right? I even attended your wedding. By the way, how is your husband doing nowadays? Is he in good health? On the other end, Belmod lit a slender cigarette, her eyes momentarily hazy. This person was truly speaking without a filter. How could he claim to seek her counsel, yet know so little? After a short while, Belmod shifted her voice back to that of the earlier male tone, speaking to Qi Ming in a slow manner. Come to Mika Town, Mika Hotel, first floor. I will be waiting for you. Unexpectedly, Qi Ming discovered that Belmod was also adept at voice modulation. Wait a minute. Is the male voice her true voice? Or is the female voice the true one? After all, Jin mentioned that Belmod is a mystic. If she is so enigmatic, perhaps even Jin does not know her true nature. Ah well, it's still a colossal blow. Upon reaching the first floor of Mika Hotel, Qi Ming breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the woman before him. The figure was striking, with a cold beauty and flowing silver hair. There was no way she could be a man or a boy. System, take a screenshot and categorize it in the theWorld Beauty Collection.0, and don't forget to add that previous picture of Sherry. Screenshot taken. The host may view it in the phone's photo album. You must be Medela, right? I often hear about you from Jin. Aside from Akai Shuichi, you are the second person I've come to know. Belmont scrutinized Qi Ming, teasingly remarking, not long after you hung up. Jin rarely sent me a message asking me to assist Medela. Very few in the organization receive such treatment from Jin. This indicates that Medela is someone Jin trusts implicitly within the organization. For such a newcomer, who had been with the organization for less than a year, to earn Jin's admiration was indeed intriguing to Belmont. However, thus far, aside from his somewhat odd personality, she had yet to discover anything particularly special about Qi Ming. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qi Ming chuckled lightly that I didn't expect Jin to care so much about me. Could it be that Jin is genuinely leaning towards the other side? How could he mention me in front of a female colleague? If other female colleagues heard this, wouldn't they think they were also from Nantung Academy? By the way, Bell Senpai, who is Akai Shuichi? Belmont paused, then giggled. It seems you truly know nothing at all. Belmont retrieved a storage card from her purse and placed it on the table. These are some intelligence materials I specifically organized for you, pertaining to various matters our organization has encountered, as well as relevant information on certain members. I have set up a confidentiality protocol. Once you finish reading, it will self-destruct. I trust you understand my meaning. Understood, and no need for trouble. I'll read it right here and leave afterward. Qi Ming took the storage card and, under Belmont's bewildered gaze, inserted it into his temple. Wait, what is going on? Belmont was taken aback, leaning slightly forward, only to see that Qi Ming had a recess at his temple. Seeing the astonishment in Belmont's eyes, Qi Ming shrugged nonchalantly. It's a basic operation. Don't worry. I installed a Sion Western system in my brain, but I haven't had the chance to use it yet. Many members within the organization, upon witnessing the peculiar antics of Qi Ming, would display expressions of astonishment akin to that of Belmont. He had long since grown accustomed to this. Subsequently, Qi Ming lifted his head, his countenance transforming into a dazed and vacant expression, as he muttered ABA incessantly, falling into a profound silence. This individual certainly exhibited some eccentricities, Belmont mused, lighting a cigarette and patiently awaiting Qi Ming's return to lucidity. After approximately half an hour, Qi Ming's eyes regained their spark. He removed the storage card from his temple and returned it to Belmont. Belmont, with an odd expression, picked up the storage card, which remained clean and pristine, devoid of the moist and sticky sensation she had anticipated. How on earth had he managed that? Despite her curiosity, she refrained from inquiring further. She had gleaned some insights regarding Madara and was well aware that posing such questions would yield only evasive answers. Qi Ming stretched and yawned, feeling an overwhelming fatigue engulfing his mind. This was precisely why he despised reading game texts. They were dreadfully tedious, coupled with his persistent disdain for this place, which he viewed through the lens of a subpar game. Perusing such materials became all the more vexatious. Nevertheless, he had begun to gain a modicum of understanding about the events transpiring within the organization and some of its members. Belmont, my esteemed senior, are we perhaps mingling with a few criminals among this sea of undercover agents? Qi Ming mused aloud. It seems we're either capturing undercover agents or are in the process of doing so. Belmont raised an elegantly arched brow, momentarily at a loss for words. What exactly does our organization do? Qi Ming pondered. Glancing around and leaning slightly closer to Belmont, it struck him as peculiar that while the organization seemed to dabble in a multitude of endeavors, none appeared to be the focal point. With a light chuckle, Belmont leaned in closer to Qi Ming, allowing him to catch a whiff of the alluring fragrance that bespoke of a mature woman. We are both gods and demons, for we endeavor to reverse the flow of time and bring the dead back to life. Qi Ming listened with a sense of bewilderment. Here we go. The Riddle Master speaks, he remarked. Why not just say that we wish to discover a method for resurrecting the deceased? Impressive, truly admirable, he added, giving a thumbs up and offering a sheepish grin. No wonder this is a villainous organization. Even the ideals are grandiose, though it's clear they are unattainable. Belmont retracted slightly, no longer wishing to delve deeper into discussions about Madara. After a moment's pause, she softly inquired, Madara, my intelligence isn't free of charge. Might you possess something that piques my interest? What Belmont sought, of course, were insights into Qi Ming's peculiar abilities. She was confident he would comprehend her insinuation and provide her with the answers she desired. Qi Ming paused, then broke into a smile. Belmod was quite adept at this. Having accepted her reward, he knew he was expected to reciprocate. Truly a quintessential NPC template. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes brightened. And he rose, bringing his phone to Belmod's side. Belmod, my esteemed senior, allow me to share some screenshots I have meticulously curated, showcasing a variety of fascinating characters. Although these records were recent, he assured her of their remarkable quality. Belmod's eyes flashed momentarily. And who requested you to share these? I was inquiring about the principles behind your extraordinary abilities, she thought, realizing she had perhaps overestimated his ability to grasp her hints. Come, dear Belmod, take a look at this one. It's fresh from today, featuring 2 doppelgangers of gin and vodka that I encountered on the Shinkansen. As Qi Ming spoke animatedly, Belmod reluctantly followed his train of thought and glanced at the album. To her amusement, she found herself chuckling. Indeed, these two are rather amusing, closely resembling gin and vodka, right? Qi Ming replied with a grin, then swiped his phone to reveal a photo of Conan. Belmod's expression shifted to one of surprise. Why does this child look so familiar? She pondered. Qi Ming continued flipping through the photos until he paused at a snapshot of a boy and girl together. Yes, this one. Belmod gradually fell silent. Her lowered gaze filled with astonishment. The 2 individuals in the photograph were none other than Kaito Shinichi and Muri Rand, the very ones who had once saved her life in New York. Belmod, look at these 2. Their hairstyles are quite peculiar, and I've never seen such fascinating individuals after all this time. I isn't it amusing? Yes, quite amusing indeed. Belmod feigned a smile, nodding in agreement. And as I mentioned the connection. Look at this boy and that child. Don't they bear an uncanny resemblance? Qi Ming continued to compare the appearances of Conan and Kaito Shinichi, sliding through the photos. Belmod furrowed her brow. What is this child's name? Idagawa Conan. Belmod nodded slightly, committing this to memory. The resemblance was too striking. Something felt off. Qi Ming, oblivious to Belmod's shifting emotions, continued to scroll through the photos. The next image, however, was that of Mayano Shiho's smile. Belmod recognized the setting as the restroom of their base. Qi Ming fell into silence. Belmod, this photo appears to have glitched. For some reason, the background has changed to a women's restroom. I believe you. I wholeheartedly believe you. Qi Ming continued swiping, only for the next photo to render both him and Belmod speechless. It was an image Qi Ming had captured of Belmod herself, complete with a watermark proclaiming it to be part of a collection of the world's most beautiful women. The photo of Mayano Shiho had been added later by Qi Ming, thus lacking the watermark. After a moment of awkward silence, Qi Ming scratched his head sheepishly and promptly turned off his phone screen. How curious. It seems my phone must be infected. Belmod shot him a sultry glance before lighting another cigarette, seemingly indifferent as she inquired, by the way, how do you know that boy and girl? Qi Ming, returning to his seat, recounted the events of his mission with gin and vodka to Belmod. However, he couldn't help but remark on the game's roughness. Having just poisoned Kaito Shinichi, a child model had materialized almost instantly. And an absurd one at that. Isn't it a strange twist of fate that I encountered them again today, much like randomly generated NPCs? He lamented, unaware that Belmod was attentively noting every detail and contemplating an investigation in due time. Perhaps it was a woman's instinct, but Belmod felt that Kaito Shinichi, that cool guy, had not perished. Coupled with Idagawa Conan's striking resemblance to him, she began to form an inkling of an answer. Suddenly, Belmod fixed her gaze intently on Qi Ming. This individual was undeniably dangerous, especially for the L guy. Given his gaming demeanor, one could never predict his next move. How, then, could she contain him from turning against them? As she pondered, her gaze inadvertently fell upon a child in the distance engrossed in a game, and an idea sparked within her. Perhaps she could adopt a strategy akin to that of the game, establishing a rapport with Qi Ming and binding him to her cause. After a moment of contemplation, Belmod broke into a radiant smile. Turning to Qi Ming, Madara, I've come to realize that you are quite an intriguing individual. What do you think of me? Qi Ming was momentarily taken aback. That you're quite something. Really impressive, good-looking, with a pleasant disposition. Moreover, as an NPC, your guidance and responsiveness are exemplary. High praise indeed. Belmod remained silent, unsure of how to respond. As Jin had suggested, Madara's words seemed incomprehensible to anyone with a normal mind. She ceased to dwell on this matter, intertwining her fingers and leaning slightly forward. How about we spend some time together? I believe we would get along rather well. Beer Mode has proposed a romantic relationship to the host. Please confirm if you agree. Qi Ming listened to the system's voice, his brow furrowing slightly. Why is there suddenly a proposal to become lovers? It feels suspicious, especially since beer mode's affinity for him is only rated at 5 stars in the encyclopedia, which heightens the sense of deceit. It is worth noting that even Mayano Shiho's intimacy level is at 7 stars. Yet she has not confessed her feelings. However, is there really such a relationship setting? This implies that the game does indeed offer the kind of paid content he had envisioned. Qi Ming paused for a moment, then immediately shook his head. Senior beer mode, please maintain your dignity. I only admire you as a person, but I do not fancy you romantically. Beer mode's lips twitched involuntarily. Do you realize what you are saying? It seems more fitting for us to be friends with benefits rather than lovers. I cannot handle the spicy girl type. Now I understand. Beer mode initially thought that she could manipulate the situation with the title of World Beauty attributed to her by the other party. But it seems she was overestimating her influence. So, aside from this relationship, what else is there? Oh, right, she just mentioned guidance and feedback. If we follow this logic, considering that Madeira is also Chinese, there indeed might be another option. Clap, clap. Beer mode clapped her hands, revealing a satisfied expression. It appears I do not need. Qi Ming knocked on the door, and upon receiving no response, he retrieved a strand of instant noodles from his pocket and entered. The room was empty. It seemed that Qi Ming was out attending to matters. Qi Ming yawned and casually propped his legs up on the coffee table as he sat on the living room sofa. His gaze fell upon a mobile phone resting on the table, and without a hint of hesitation, he picked it up to examine it. It was blatantly evident that this was an important device, and he felt compelled to inspect it. This phone belonged to Qi Ming, but despite his thorough search, he found nothing particularly noteworthy. However, when he stumbled upon the latest message in the text thread, his expression darkened considerably. June, if this is the way I can extricate myself from the organization, would you be willing to date me as my true boyfriend? This message was sent by Qi Ming, and the recipients were none other than Zhu Xingda and Akai Shuichi. What a splendid Akai Shuichi! Is this Sudaji controlling Qi Ming? Qi Ming scoffed. Just then, he heard a knock at the door, and Qi Ming entered, burdened with numerous bags. She paused, surprised to see Qi Ming on the sofa, then broke into a smile. Mr. Medila, you're here. Qi Ming remained silent, but gestured for her to take a seat beside him. Qi Ming, somewhat puzzled, placed her bags down and followed his indication, settling onto the sofa. Mr. Medila, what's the matter? Qi Ming pushed the phone towards her and said coolly, care to explain, sister? What does this message mean? Zhu Xingda, Akai Shuichi, both are traitors within our organization. What is your intent in contacting them? Qi Ming glanced at the message, her face draining of color. Did you find out? Qi Ming let out a dismissive snort, crossing his legs. Humph, don't underestimate my intelligence network. After uttering this, he paused, feeling a strange sense of familiarity with his own words. Qi Ming fell silent for a moment, revealing a bittersweet smile. So, Mr. Medila, are you here to clean up my mess for the organization? Huh? Qi Ming rolled his eyes at her. Sister, you're overthinking it. I have no tasks, no rewards. Why would I engage in such a nefarious endeavor? However, speaking of cleanup, you should indeed be cautious. You know, after this mission concludes, Jin Jiao will have you killed. Qi Ming mimicked a gun gesture with his fingers. He had gleaned this information from the intelligence provided by Bell Mode, which stated that due to Akai Shuichi, Qi Ming could not be allowed to live. But this was hardly a surprise. It was easy to deduce that a mole in a criminal organization having a girlfriend would lead to dire consequences for her once the mole had fled. This assignment given to Qi Ming was likely to exploit her final value before disposing of her. Furthermore, considering that Qi Shiho might have already found a replacement, it was clear that they were prepared to take such drastic measures. If your only concern is for Qi Shiho, I might be able to assist you, but for the sake of Akai Shuichi, forget it. Qi Ming hung her head. Silent, Qi Ming lit a cigarette and curiously inquired, by the way, sister, do you think Akai Shuichi loves you? Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Ming nodded resolutely. Jun loves me. Qi Ming let the ash from his cigarette fall. If he truly loves you, then where is he? Sister, you're on the brink of death, and where is that person who claims to love you? Hiding out with the FBI. At these words, Qi Ming's expression shifted to one of discomfort. Because his identity was exposed, the organization is after him. So he has to hide. Ha. Yes, he is hiding. But what about you? Why aren't you going to hide with him? Hearing Qi Ming's explanation, Qi Ming slammed his hand on the table, applying enough force to create a slight crack. If he truly loved you, he would return to take you away. Why did he tell you about his FBI identity the day before and leave you in this den of demons? If he genuinely loved you, he would risk his life to rescue you, choosing to die himself rather than let you perish. Qi Ming stood up, his emotions surging, seeing Qi Ming still silent. He sighed and took a sip of cola. You must remember, he is an undercover agent. Without you, he can still live well, with family and friends, and even honor. But the one who will die next is you. Don't forget, as a criminal, you not only have an FBI boyfriend but also a sister who loves you even more than he does. Having said this, Qi Ming ceased to speak and exited the room, leaving Qi Ming alone in a pensive silence. You're back, young man. The proprietor greeted him. Still want that hellishly spicy ramen? In the familiar ramen shop. Qi Ming settled into a seat, still reflecting on the events that had just transpired. Indeed, only by having experienced the storyline could one truly immerse themselves. Had he not sought out Sister Bay for information beforehand, this mission would have been exceedingly dull. However, this immersive roleplay experience had truly exhilarated Qi Ming. Of course, it would have been even better if Qi Ming could take his words to heart. Qi Ming speculated that the mission would unfold as follows. Choice 1. Accept the mission without understanding Qi Ming's backstory, aiding her in escaping death. Ending 1. Qi Ming's death leads to Gongya Shiho's unbearable grief, resulting in her suicide, while Qi Ming, after escaping, seeks out Akai Shuichi but is arrested by the FBI due to her identity, ultimately ending up in prison, and Qi Ming's identity would also be exposed, a direct bad ending. Choice 2. Understand Qi Ming's backstory and, through persuasion, advise her to abandon Akai Shuichi and retreat from the world. Ending 2. Qi Ming no longer fixates on Akai Shuichi, heeding his advice to conceal her identity and relocate to another country, living a simple life, thereby preventing Gongya Shiho from taking her own life and allowing her to remain within the organization. Applause. What a delightful outcome. This is indeed a happy ending for all. Now, Qi Ming could only hope that Qi Ming would heed his counsel. An excessively high degree of freedom in a game can be detrimental. If it were a typical game, the NPC would likely follow a different ending trajectory upon hearing Qi Ming's words. Despite Qi Ming achieving the solution for ending 2, the NPC's autonomy could still lead to ending 1. What a conundrum. Nonetheless, it all stemmed from that man, Akai Shuichi. Were Qi Ming a protagonist, he would undoubtedly commend Akai Shuichi for his exceptional undercover work. Akai Shuichi cleverly exploited the romantic inclinations of the criminal organization's members to infiltrate the upper echelons, successfully embedding himself within the criminal gang. Even after his undercover identity was exposed, he maintained contact with his romantic interest, secretly gathering intelligence, a feat worthy of recognition. But as a villain, Qi Ming could only view him as despicable. That Akai Shuichi, who infiltrated their organization and charmed one of their own, leaving her utterly bewildered, he truly deserved to be cursed. Time swiftly passed, and before long, 2 days had gone by. Just as Qi Ming was contemplating going out for some amusement, his phone rang. Upon answering, he quickly heard Qi Ming's voice. Mr. Medila, I've made up my mind. I believe you're right. I shouldn't continue contacting Dejun. No, Akai Shuichi. From now on, I want to live for myself and Shiho. Qi Ming let out a sigh of relief. It was truly wonderful that this naive sister could come to such a realization. In truth, Qi Ming was not foolish. She simply needed time to process her emotions, a trait inherent in women. With Qi Ming's guidance, she could understand this vital truth. Family is paramount above all else. Mr. Medila, do you have time now? I'd like to discuss something with you. However, there was no response on the other end, but Qi Ming heard the sound of her front door opening. Footsteps slowly approached. And feeling a surge of anxiety, she promptly hung up the phone. It was only after catching sight of Qi Ming emerging from the foyer that she finally exhaled in relief, for reasons unbeknownst to her. The rapid arrival of Qi Ming stirred not only a sense of gratitude in Mayano Akemi but also a hint of peculiar emotions. It seemed that Madara's swift appearance at her home was likely due to his concern over her decision, prompting him to remain close by these past few days. Although her acquaintance with Madara had been brief, he was willing to go to such lengths for the sake of their burgeoning friendship. In stark contrast, the man she had long pined for, Akai Shuichi, had not only failed to respond to her text from 2 days prior, but had also vanished without a trace. All right, since you've made up your mind, do not delay any further. I wish to hear your current plans, she urged. A few tears escaped from the corners of her eyes, yet she managed to smile brightly. Okay. In that single tear, it seemed she also relinquished some of her long-held obsessions. So, your intention is to go plead with old Sheen for mercy, to express your loyalty, and persuade him to abandon your task. Upon hearing Akemi's plan, Qi Ming couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Feeling that her seemingly clever and elegant demeanor had led her to conceive such an audacious solution. Blushing, Akemi nodded. Once she realized that failing her task would lead to her demise at the hands of Jin, she had abandoned any thoughts of escaping the organization, remaining within its confines minted during a daily struggle with her mindset, becoming increasingly discontented. However, leaving the organization would likely result in a far more perilous fate. Half a heart, crumbling bit by bit. Forget it. Since the organization has issued a death warrant against you, death is merely a matter of time. You might as well accept this task. That Qi Ming took a bite of the hamburger that had mysteriously appeared in his hand. Mumbling, but I can take on this task for you. You'll do it for me. Akemi was taken aback, shaking her head in disapproval. That would clearly signal to Jin that we are in cahoots. I cannot drag you into this. Besides, considering your frequent visits with Shiho, Jin might already harbor some dissatisfaction towards you. At her words, Qi Ming clutched his chest dramatically, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. Such a caring and favorable NPC towards the protagonist was a rarity in the current market, and he felt genuinely touched. System, take a screenshot and classify it into the collection of moving characters. Screenshot taken. Host can view it in the phone's album. Fear not, my sister. Qi Ming chuckled, a radiant light enveloping him. Before Akemi could respond, the light faded, and Qi Ming had transformed to perfectly resemble her. When I said I would do it for you, I meant I would disguise myself as you. That way, there won't be an issue. Akemi gasped in astonishment, marveling at Qi Ming's skill in disguise. But what if Jin decides to kill you? Qi Ming shrugged nonchalantly, reclining comfortably. If he wants to kill me, then so be it. However, he soon recalled Jin's habit of not always shooting for the head and frowned slightly. It seemed he would need to have a word with Jin shortly. All right, I've got a plan for this matter. Now we need to address yours. That Qi Ming turned to Akemi with a serious expression. Under the gaze of someone who bore her likeness, Akemi felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine. What do you mean by my matter? After the mission, my Ano Akemi will be dead. I trust you understand my meaning. Qi Ming declared solemnly. I can provide you with a new identity, some funds, and then you can leave the country to live in China for a while. During this time, you must not contact Shiho or anyone else connected to you. Akemi fell silent before nodding in agreement. She understood the gravity of the situation. After the mission, she would be as good as dead. Should her impulsiveness expose even the slightest clue, the repercussions would extend beyond herself. Not only would she face the organization's wrath, but even Shiho and Madara would be in grave danger. And what about Shiho? Rest assured, I will keep an eye on her. If old Qin ever decides to deal with her, I will employ the same method to extract her. Akemi nodded, feeling relieved, but after a moment, her expression turned somewhat strange. Mr. Madara, isn't what you're doing against the organization's regulations, or are you, in fact? Though Akemi did not finish her thought, Qi Ming grasped her implication. Do not speak such nonsense. Be cautious lest I accuse you of defamation. I am but a diligent worker, committed to upholding the organization's integrity, Qi Ming asserted firmly, embodying Akemi's likeness with a gaze that exuded conviction. He had neither tipped off the FBI nor revealed the organization's existence. How could that be considered betrayal? In the face of significant matters and loyalties, Qi Ming was quite adept at distinguishing between the trivial and the substantial. Just as the prominent figures within the Demon King's camp might spare certain appealing maidens during their campaigns of destruction, they would never betray the very entity that provided them with sustenance and pleasure. I can prepare the identity you desire shortly. By the way, when is the mission due? 3 days from now. Qi Ming calculated the time. That leaves us little room. You should ideally leave tonight or tomorrow morning. Hand over your phone and any access cards to me. Remember, once you depart, my Ano Akemi will no longer exist. Akemi nodded, then recalled something. Mr. Madara, I have already devised a plan of action for that mission. Do you require it? With that, she rose and retrieved a document from the dark recesses of the room, presenting it to Qi Ming. After a cursory glance, Qi Ming produced a lighter and set the document ablaze. This won't do. It's far too conservative. If we're going to act, we must aim for something grand. In an office at Base 1, Jin was seated before a computer, inputting data. Suddenly, Qi Ming's loud voice echoed from outside. Is old Qin in? I have something to discuss. Jin inhaled deeply, his expression icy, before rising to open the door. Speak. Qi Ming sauntered into the office, casually taking a seat. Old Qin, thank you for introducing me to Sister Bei. I have now taken her as my mentor. Jin was momentarily taken aback by Qi Ming's statement, unable to respond. Bermude accepted Qi Ming as her disciple. When did that enigmatic, dogmatic woman find the time for such leisure? After a brief moment of distraction, Jin refocused his mind. However, this also indicated that Bermude had placed her trust in Madara at last. The organization had gained a capable and loyal member. Old Qin, what's the matter? Are you still there? Noticing Jin's silence, Qi Ming curiously fashioned a paper airplane and tossed it toward him. Unfortunately, it barely perched atop Jin's hat brim for a mere second before he tore it to shreds. Humph. While I find her mannerisms rather distasteful, I cannot deny her skills. If you wish to follow her, do so. It has nothing to do with me. Qi Ming perceived Jin's persona to be laced with a sharp tongue, yet a soft heart. By the way, I heard that our organization is planning to deal with Maeno Akemi. I came across this information from my esteemed mentor. Jin nodded coldly, directing his gaze at Qi Ming, his eyes narrowing with a hint of displeasure. Madara, have you become indecisive after spending too much time with Shirley? If you are here to plead for her or seek assistance, I suggest you leave before I draw my weapon. Hey, don't be angry. Don't be angry. Qi Ming coughed a couple of times, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. Old Qin, are you aware that you have a bad habit? What exactly do you wish to convey? Jin had become somewhat impatient. His data had yet to be fully imported, and coupled with Qi Ming's abrupt remarks, he found himself rather displeased. Ahem, let us be clear. When you strike someone, aim for the head. If you hit the body and miss, what if the person survives? Our objective here is simply to ensure that when dealing with Kaya Akemi, you must strike for the head. Jin was momentarily at a loss for words. What was happening? Despite spending considerable time with Shiho Maeno, he had not developed any feelings. In fact, he felt even more ruthless. However, Madara's attitude was commendable, truly commendable. Vodka, that fellow. Insist on asking him about everything, showing no semblance of independent thought. Bourbon and Bell mode. The two are utterly invisible, completely lackadaisical. Kiani and Cohen, their ability to express themselves pales in comparison to Madara's. These individuals are all cut from the same cloth, utterly unreliable. And look at this newcomer. Aside from being somewhat unhinged, their capability is outrageously high. Jin contemplated seeking the world's finest psychologist for Madara. If Madara could be cured of his gamer mentality, he would become an invaluable asset to the organization. Old Jin, what does that expression mean? I am not a heartless person. Qi Ming, having spent some time with Jin, could discern his thoughts and quickly clarified. I am primarily concerned for others. Striking the body must be painful, while a shot to the head is instantaneous. Humph, say what you will, but I've taken note. Jin replied coldly, the flicker of discontent in his heart dissipating. Qi Ming nodded, preparing to leave, when he suddenly recalled something and said to Jin, by the way, after you handle this, may I assist in collecting the body? After all, we are colleagues. Primarily, after one has died, they may drop equipment, which Qi Ming would have to reclaim from his own corpse. Do as you wish. All right then. At 11 p.m., at the international airport, observing the somewhat dazed expression of Kaya Akemi beside him, Qi Ming reassured her, fear not, the weather tonight is splendid, and your flight is not Flight 180. Nothing will go awry. Kaya Akemi shook her head. She was not concerned about this issue, but rather felt incredulous about leaving the organization so easily, taking a few deep breaths to calm her nerves. She smiled at Qi Ming and asked, by the way, Mr. Madara, why did you send me to China? Does it hold special significance? I simply believe your mind is well suited for China. Additionally, China is a no-go zone for criminal organizations and mercenaries. Safety is assured. Qi Ming smirked. He was certain that Kaya Akemi's peculiar views on romance would change once she arrived in China. Just a casual chat with her newly found friends about past romantic escapades. And he could hardly imagine the verbal lashing Akai Shuichi would receive. Sister, that kind of man is truly spineless. Abandoning his girlfriend is hardly a feat. We women must be confident and strong, independent of men. He hoped this foolish sister would not be led astray. The NB7B0 flight to Beijing is about to take off. Passengers are requested to proceed to the boarding gate immediately. Hearing the announcement, Qi Ming patted Kaya Akemi on the shoulder. Sister, it's time to go. Safe travels, and may you have a smooth journey. I've already given you my contact information. Feel free to call if you need anything. Thank you. Qi Ming. Kaya Akemi took a deep breath, turned, and bowed deeply to Qi Ming before gradually walking away with her suitcase. Congratulations to the host for achieving the feat, saving a life. Equivalent to building a 7-story pagoda, rewarded with Sacred Pillar Legion Complete Armor Off-Road Vehicle 1. Hearing the system's voice, Qi Ming frowned in displeasure. System, why didn't I receive achievements for all those I've killed before? Achievements have been retroactively awarded to the host. Compassion of the Buddha. This monk will absolve the benefactor and issue rewards. Samadhi True Fire Coding Gatling Gun 1. Now that's more like it. Qi Ming stretched, having completed one of the preliminary tasks. Now he needed to figure out how to proceed with the main task. Shortly thereafter, his figure vanished from the airport. The next moment, he found himself in a secret base located 100 meters beneath Miwa town. This was the base provided by the system for Qi Ming, where he would plan significant operations. Sci-fi weaponry, akin to those seen in movies, hung neatly on the walls, and various armored vehicles were parked in the garage. Qi Ming entered the conference room and activated the holographic electronic map. Kaya Akami's plan was to ambush the cash transport vehicles before they reached the banks. Although this plan was feasible, it was still rather rudimentary. For instance, the plan required recruiting individuals to steal a cash transport vehicle. She needed assistance. Furthermore, on the day of the operation, Kaya Akami would still be working at the bank to create an alibi. Sister, you're about to kill and rob. Do you really care about missing work and affecting your performance? Qi Ming scrolled through the holographic screen, quickly pinpointing a target, the Python Diamond Casino. Situated on the outskirts of Qingshan City, it occupied an area roughly the size of a commercial plaza. Luxury cars were haphazardly parked in the open lot, and the men and women entering the casino exuded an air. However, shortly after administering the medication, several individuals departed without fully confirming whether Kaito Shinichi had indeed perished. Moreover, Kaito Shinichi is considered a prominent figure in Japan. It is rather peculiar that such a character's demise would go unreported in the news. Just a few days ago, Jin assigned a task to Mayano Shiho to investigate whether Kaito Shinichi had returned home, indicating he was not dead. The findings revealed that Kaito Shinichi's residence had shown no signs of occupancy for quite some time. What was particularly strange was that his childhood clothes had mysteriously vanished from his wardrobe. Mayano Shiho recalled the recent experiment she conducted on a white mouse, where she had witnessed its body shrink. She felt an inexplicable sensation that Kaito Shinichi might have undergone a similar peculiar transformation. Wasn't Kaito Shinichi supposed to be dead? Why was there still uncertainty surrounding the situation? A voice called out from behind her. Accompanied by a package of blueberry jam sandwiches, Mayano Shiho instinctively accepted the sandwich, tearing open the wrapping and taking a small bite, shaking her head. Perhaps, I am not entirely sure. There are indeed some lingering doubts. Sensing something amiss, Mayano Shiho abruptly turned around to find Qi Ming curiously examining the document on the screen. When did you arrive? It's been a while, but sister, your focus is quite remarkable. You were engrossed in the screen for quite some time without turning around. Qi Ming pulled over a chair and sat down, then pointed at the computer screen. This guy is definitely dead. How he died is still a mystery to me. I remember it clearly. I distinctly saw Jin use poison to commit murder. His methods were exceedingly ruthless, and I desperately tried to intervene, but he would not listen. Mayano Shiho narrowed her eyes. What nonsense is this person babbling about? She delicately pressed the right mouse button a few times, and the previously hidden content of the document appeared. Name, Kaito Shinichi. Status, unknown. Handler, Madara. Reporter, Jin. Upon seeing Jin's name as the reporter, Qi Ming's lips twitched. That troublesome Jin is certainly peculiar. Does this even need to be reported? Qi Ming now understood that whether it was the previous mention of Jin frequently bringing up his name or now showcasing his murder record to Mayano Shiho, it all served to prevent romantic entanglements within the organization. I have committed numerous acts in the past without needing to report them. Why are you so meticulous this time? Are you unwell? Little did Qi Ming know, all previous records had been handled by Jin after the fact. So, why are you shifting the blame onto Jin? Hearing Mayano Shiho's question, Qi Ming bluntly replied, I assent it because you despise killing. Considering I still need to improve your affinity, I must certainly avoid such matters. However, if it weren't for that detective brat peeking, none of this would have happened. Like a character from a horror film, always possessing such insatiable curiosity, Mayano Shiho turned her head away, her ears slightly flushed. What affinity? Who has any intimacy with you, you rascal? Yet, upon realizing that Qi Ming had fabricated these lies because of her, Mayano Shiho felt a warmth in her heart. Fine, let us not count this as your kill. Let us attribute it to me, shall we? After all, the drug you used was developed by me. All right then, we shall count it as your deed. Mayano Shiho shot Qi Ming an exasperated glance, and after a moment of silence, her gaze drifted elsewhere as she gently inquired. So, what brings you here? I didn't summon you. Who said I came to find you? I merely came to pick up a task. and will leave shortly. Qi Ming tilted his head in confusion. Without waiting for Mayano Shiho's response, he stood up from the chair and walked away. Mayano Shiho stared blankly at Qi Ming's retreating figure, and after a while, her expression hardened as she stomped her high heels angrily on the floor. The dull thud resonated as her heel broke. Simultaneously, raucous laughter echoed from outside the corridor. "Huh? What are you doing? Trying to commit murder with high heels? Testing their durability?" Qi Ming returned from the corridor, observing Mayano Shiho's adorable antics, and immediately had the system take a screenshot. "What are you back for? Weren't you picking up a task?" Mayano Shiho feigned calmness, crossing her arms and speaking coldly. "Tsundere, look at this quintessential tsundere remark." Qi Ming donned an anti smile and returned to his seat. All right, sister, I was just teasing. I don't have a task. Didn't you call me and say you were lonely and cold? So, I came over." Mayano Shiho's face instantly flushed crimson, her tone involuntarily rising in pitch. Who is lonely and cold? Didn't I say I dialed the wrong number? Can't you comprehend that? System, take another screenshot. Screenshot taken. The host can view it in the phone's album. All right. It's me who is lonely and cold and wanted to come find you. Is that acceptable? Qi Ming, wanting to stop teasing Mayano Shiho, shifted the blame back onto himself. Qi Ming had no intention of revealing the matter regarding Mayano Akemi to Mayano Shiho. Even though she was his sister, this information could only be possessed by Qi Ming alone. If others were to learn that Mayano Akemi was still alive, the outcome of this task would certainly deviate from his anticipated course. It is imperative to conceal the fact that Mayano Akemi is alive. This is the current gameplay of this side quest. However, when Mayano Shiho eventually learns of the false news regarding Mayano Akemi's demise, although she will no longer follow the route leading to her own suicide, she will likely feel a profound sadness for some time, right? Qi Ming pondered for a moment before addressing Mayano Shiho. "Tomorrow, I'll take you out for some fun. Are you in? Just the two of us?" "Fun? What kind of fun?" Qi Ming leaned slightly closer to Mayano Shiho and grinned. "Come on, we're all adults here. What do you think we'll be doing for fun?" Mayano Shiho's face flushed with embarrassment. "You lecture. Who would want to go with you? Let us go to the amusement park instead." The amusement park. Mayano Shiho was momentarily taken aback before replying with a feigned casualness. "How old are we to still be going to an amusement park? Isn't that childish?" "Oh, I've already said we're adults. Do you really think it's as simple as an amusement park for all ages?" Mayano Shiho frowned at an amusement park for adults. She had never heard of that term. A nightclub? Or perhaps a foot massage and wellness center? All right. Just tell me if you want to go or not. Who are you calling baby?" Seeing Qi Ming reach this point, Mayano Shiho felt a spark of interest and crossed her arms. "Fine, I'll go. But what about Jin?" Qi Ming smiled. "It'll be just like before. We'll act first and report later. I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning. And sister, wear your prettiest outfit. Otherwise, I might be embarrassed by you." Mayano Shiho shot Qi Ming a fierce glare. "I hope this gentleman dresses appropriately. Let us not have a repeat of our first encounter in the restroom. With your pink tank top, beach shorts, and flip-flops under a big coat. That was utterly bizarre. Hee." Mayano Shiho shot Qi Ming another beautiful glare before turning her attention back to the computer screen. Changing Kaito Shinichi's status to deceased. The familiar overpass. The familiar black Porsche 356A parked by the familiar roadside. And still, the familiar Jin stood quietly by the bridge, smoking. "Brother, Madara has taken Shirley out again without permission. Judging by their demeanor, it seems they are planning to have some fun." Vodka, after reading the message on his phone, said to Jin, "Brother, you must know that the day after tomorrow is when Mayano Akemi is on a mission. Does Madara intend to inform Shirley?" Vodka. Before Vodka could finish his sentence, Jin suddenly interrupted coldly. Vodka shivered and promptly shut his mouth, standing at attention. "How many times have I told you to learn to think independently?" Jin glared at Vodka with a cold gaze, but after a moment, he slowly spoke. "It is precisely because Mayano Akemi is to be dealt with the day after tomorrow that Madara has taken Shirley out. To provide her with a false sense of reliance, making her believe that she still has someone she can trust within the organization. After all, with the demise of Akemi Mayano will undoubtedly harbor discontent and cease to work for us. Although the organization has already found a scientist to replace Mayano, the efficiency of two individuals is undeniably superior to that of one. Jin inhaled the last puff of his cigarette deeply, discarding the butt onto the ground and extinguishing it with his foot. "Do you understand?" Vodka smiled sheepishly and nodded in response. "Heh, got it, big brother. But I never expected that guy, Madara, to be so cunning." Could it be that his previously amicable relationship with Shirley was a calculated move considering Akai Mayano's situation? Humph, who knows? Alright, let's get in the CAR.INIM city. At the Python Diamond Casino, a Porsche 911 came to a slow stop as a man and a woman exited the vehicle. Is this the amusement park you mentioned? Qi Mayano gazed at the luxurious silver skyscrapers before her, her expression one of bewilderment. Indeed, a casino is nothing less than an amusement park for adults. Qi Ming chuckled, then took a moment to assess Qi Mayano's attire, whistling in admiration. Who would have thought, sister, you look like a queen in Prada, normally clad in a lab coat. One wouldn't guess you could be so stylish. Wearing a brown beret, a leather shoulder bag, a cream blouse tucked into her pants, and black shoes paired with brown trousers that accentuated her height, she quipped. Are you heading to a red carpet event? Humph. But what about you? Why are you dressed the same as yesterday? Qi Mayano huffed lightly. Yet the compliment from Qi Ming caused her lips to curl into a slight smile, her demeanor lightening. Apologies, this legendary ensemble is my finest outfit. By the way, I must thank my wife, Shirley, for this attire. Who is your wife? I certainly didn't give you any clothes. Ceasing their playful banter, Qi Ming escorted Qi Mayano through the casino's entrance. The security measures at the casino were quite stringent, with about a dozen men in black suits and sunglasses stationed at the entrance, their pants pockets slightly bulging, likely housing firearms. Guests had to pass through 4 security checks, showcasing the thoroughness of the safety protocols. Upon entering the casino's main hall, the opulent and extravagant decor momentarily dazzled the two. What do you think? High-end, right? People of my caliber frequent this place often. Would you like to wear some sunglasses? Your current dazed expression is utterly incongruous with the notion of high-end. Qi Mayano retorted, unconsciously inching closer to Qi Ming. Given her personality, she would never frequent such establishments, especially considering the organization's restrictions on her outings. Even stepping outside was a challenge. Qi Ming approached a machine to exchange for some chips, and, after tossing a black button the size of a thumb into a flower pot, he inquired of Qi Mayano, so, what do you want to try first? Qi Mayano shook her head. I don't know what to experience. I've never been to a place like this. TSK, and you studied in America. Yet you haven't even visited Madagascar's gambling city? How can you claim to be a study monk? It's called Las Vegas. Although Qi Mayano was teasing, she felt a warmth upon hearing Qi Ming recount his past experiences. It seemed he had privately researched her background. Humph. Is that his way of trying to build rapport? A faint smile grazed Qi Mayano's lips, her brow revealing a hint of joy. Qi Ming scanned the hall until his eyes brightened upon spotting a table nearby. Let's try the roller coaster. Roller coaster? Qi Mayano frowned slightly. Is that even a game here? Qi Ming led her to a table where a classically dressed, alluring dealer greeted them with a charming smile. What would you like to play? Noticing the dealer's revealing neckline, Qi Mayano's gaze faltered momentarily, and she placed her hands on her hips, teasing Qi Ming. It seems some people's intentions are hardly concealed. What are you talking about? Qi Ming replied, scratching his head in confusion. Nothing. Qi Ming, puzzled by her sudden demeanor, pulled out a chair for Qi Mayano to sit beside him while he took the seat directly opposite the dealer. Let's keep it simple. 3 dice each to see who has the higher roll. The odds will be straightforward, 1-to-1. All right. The dealer smiled seductively, producing 2 dice cups before unveiling a new, unopened pack of dice. Tearing it open and handing it to Qi Ming. After he verified their integrity, he nodded and returned it, allowing the dealer to place 3 dice into each cup. As Qi Mayano observed the 2 shake their cups, a flicker of interest ignited within her. The game was indeed simple, and she understood it well. Surely, what are the odds of us rolling 3 sixes? Qi Ming asked her. 1 and 2 16, less than a 0.5 probability. Qi Mayano replied instinctively. The dealer glanced at Qi Mayano in surprise. Having worked there for a considerable time, she could easily discern seasoned players from novices. As for the man across from her, he seemed odd. Despite exuding confidence, he appeared to be a neophyte. This girl, however, was unmistakably a rookie. Perhaps she had calculated that number herself. What a brilliant mind! Upon hearing Qi Mayano's answer, Qi Ming expressed his astonishment. The words hung in the air, and both Qi Mayano and the dealer fell silent. Brother, do you even know what you're saying? 0.5 is not the same as 5, and a probability of 5 is still relatively low. Qi Ming, noticing their incredulous gazes, scoffed dismissively. Why do you look at me like that? 0.5 is quite high. You know, in the games I've played, which have ludicrous draw rates, the better odds are around 2. And the worst can be 1 or 0.6. As Qi Ming recalled those moments, a shudder of fear crossed his eyes. There are even more terrifying odds, like 0.005. The price I paid for that experience was beyond your imagination. Qi was left dumbfounded, her mind reeling. 0.005. Is there something wrong with the game designer's calculations? Can such probabilities even be conceived? In stark contrast to Qi, the dealer's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Such outrageous odds. And yet there are fools willing to wager money. I must inquire further with this gentleman. Is the gentleman finished? The dealer inquired. Noticing Qi Ming had ceased shaking his cup, he nodded in affirmation. Yes, that's it. No need to change. Upon receiving his confirmation, the dealer nodded, yet continued to shake her cup. Why don't you give it another shake? She seems quite confident, Qi whispered. Nudging Qi Ming's shoulder, he waved his hand dismissively. No need. Trust me. This round is a guaranteed win. After a brief pause of over 10 seconds, the dealer halted her shaking and smiled at the two. Sir, how many chips would you like to wager? Qi leaned closer to Qi Ming, whispering, let's start with a smaller amount. Qi Ming nodded. Then, to Qi bewilderment, pushed all of his recently exchanged 1 million yen chips forward. But going all in requires wisdom. And thus, I went all in. Qi was utterly perplexed. Are you out of your mind? This is just the first round. Why would you go all in? The dealer, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her professional smile and lifted the lid of her cup. The 3 dice reveal a total of 14 points. Oh no. Oh no. Can you manage such a high total? Qi clenched her fists, her anxiety mounting, perhaps influenced by the atmosphere. Sister, what are you nervous about? Qi Ming found her reaction amusing and discreetly snapped a photo. Do you know why I said a 0.5 probability is high? As Qi Ming mused aloud and opened his cup, he revealed that the 3 dice were stacked atop one another, displaying only the topmost dice showing a 6. Savoring the incredulous expressions on their faces, he felt a surge of satisfaction within, though he maintained an air of calmness. What I meant to convey is, I've drawn that 0.005 before. Qi Ming carefully removed the dice one by one, achieving a total of 18 points. How could this be? Had he really just rolled a triplet? The dealer, astonished, rose from her seat. Many had played at her table before, and some had indeed rolled triplets, yet none had ever displayed such foresight as Qi Ming, who knew beforehand that he would roll 3 sixes. It seemed my judgment required further refinement. I have encountered a true master. The dealer swiftly regained her composure and retrieved chips from the cabinet, pushing them forward. Congratulations, sir. Will you continue? Of course, Qi Ming replied with a gentlemanly smile. Soon, 6 rounds had passed. The dealer gazed in despair as Qi Ming once again opened the dice cup, revealing the same outcome as in the first round. 3 dice, stacked as 666. The dealer had entertained thoughts of Qi Ming cheating. But this was her table, her dice, and her cup. Moreover, she had witnessed Qi Ming shake the cup herself, finding no trace of deceit. See, congratulations, sir, she stammered, her expression resembling that of someone on the verge of tears. As she pushed the chips forward, he had won again, amassing a staggering 64 million in chips. Mayano Shiho clutched Qi Ming's sleeve, her eyes wide with astonishment. Alongside her surprise, there was a hint of excitement. It was no wonder so many were drawn to gambling. In mere minutes, he had won such a fortune. With fixed odds of merely 1 times the stake, the initial capital of 1 million had now swelled to 64 million. Who wouldn't be entranced? Qi Ming caught a glimpse of Mayano Shiho and then shifted his position slightly. Come now, I've grown weary of playing. It's your turn, me. Mayano Shiho stammered, taken aback by the sudden invitation. She quickly shook her head in denial. No, I can't. I have no skill. Oh, just give it a try. The dealer, relieved at Qi Ming's withdrawal, felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Thank heavens, this gentleman had finally left. If he stayed any longer, I might as well write off my earnings for the month. The dealer promptly chimed in. Madam, consider it just a bit of fun. Your boyfriend has won so many chips to ensure you can play comfortably. You needn't worry. Mayano Shiho's face flushed with embarrassment as she quickly retorted. I am not his girlfriend. However, she no longer refused to play dice and took her place at the dealer's front. With the game commencing, both sides shook their cups. Mimicking the dealer, Mayano Shiho shook her cup. Her clumsy attempts appearing somewhat endearing, Qi Ming couldn't help but capture another snapshot. When the dealer halted her shaking, Mayano Shiho followed suit. Though she lacked Qi Ming's audacity, only wagering 20,000 yen, the dealer's dice revealed 3 sixes, totaling 15 points. Mayano Shiho exhaled in relief, grateful for her self-awareness in only betting a modest sum, knowing well that this score was beyond her novice capabilities. Madam, please reveal your dice. Mayano Shiho nodded and placed her hand on the cup lid. At that moment, Qi Ming made his move. Ultra-long-range Saint Investin. Activate. A hum resonated as a blue light flashed in Qi Ming's eyes, and suddenly, the entire world felt as though it had been suspended, everything moving at a glacial pace. Yet time did not truly freeze. Upon closer inspection, the universe continued its operations at an exceedingly slow rate. Item: Military Technology Ultra-Long-Range Saint Investin. Item description: superior to the standard Saint Investin. This legendary operating system of the Night City offers enhanced capabilities. Effect: time slows by 95, lasting for 6 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Self-speed remains unchanged. That I sincerely apologize to this young dealer, Qi Ming mused, as he opened Mayano Shiho's dice cup before the dealer's eyes. Flipping the 3 dice to 6 and stacking them before closing it once more. It was evident that he had employed this strategy several times before. This equipment was typically used in combat. Unexpectedly, Qi Ming had yet to utilize it for such purposes until now. Release. Qi Ming murmured, and the world's flow resumed as if nothing had transpired. The dealer and Mayano Shiho remained blissfully unaware of the recent events. Please reveal your dice, madam, the dealer reiterated, and Mayano Shiho, no longer hesitating, shut her eyes and lifted the lid in one breath. Madelra, please check for me, Madelra. Mayano Shiho opened her eyes to find the dealer staring incredulously at her dice cup. Confused, she looked into her own cup, only to discover that she too had rolled the same triplet as Qi Ming, and they were stacked. What was happening? Could it be that Madelra had intervened? When she glanced at Qi Ming, who returned her gaze with a knowing smile. Congratulations, madam. You have won. The dealer was in disbelief that it turned out that this young lady was a master of disguise, a predator in sheep's clothing. Qi Ming encouraged Mayano Shiho to continue playing while he utilized the same tactic to exchange dice. It appeared that Mayano Shiho was becoming somewhat addicted, her wagers increasing, and her smile growing ever brighter. Previously, she had scoffed at such pursuits, yet now, as she watched the chips pile up, she felt an exhilarating joy. Sir, madam, might you consider playing at another table? It's not easy for a girl like me to earn a living. And I have several younger siblings to support. Please, spare me. The dealer could no longer maintain her professional facade, pleading with a face full of despair. Very well, seeing as you're in a sorry state. We shall play just one last game. Qi Ming replied, feigning sympathy at the dealer's plight. He then turned to Mayano Shiho and said, for this round, let's go all in. After this, we shall cease. The dealer fell silent. Are you certain this is merely the last game of the night and not the final gamble of my life? Well, all right then. Mayano Shiho hesitated, reluctant to go all in, yet with Qi Ming's assistance. She felt less apprehensive. She pushed forward nearly 80 million in chips, commencing the final wager. The dealer's demeanor had completely relaxed, shaking the dice cup. A smile returned to her face, her temperament as stable as a capybara. After a few casual shakes, she revealed the lid. 1, 2, totaling 4 points. The dealer felt no disappointment. After all, with her skills, rolling a triplet was beyond her capabilities. The difference between 4 points and 17 points was negligible. It was all a loss in the end. Meanwhile, as Mayano Shiho unveiled her cup, the dealer had already begun retrieving chips from the cabinet. Yet, when her gaze fell upon the numbers within Mayano Shiho's cup, her motion abruptly halted. 1, 1, 1, totaling 3 points. Mayano Shiho stared in disbelief at her cup before turning to Qi Ming, who had averted his gaze, casually sipping from a glass. What a sweet wine this is. The dealer slammed her hand on the table, rising with excitement as she promptly collected Mayano Shiho's chips to her own position. I'm terribly sorry, madam, you have lost this round, given that you possess no chips remaining. I cannot engage in further wagers with you. I wish you all the best in life. Goodbye. Having recited her standard script, the dealer locked away the chips and hurriedly fled, fearing that Qi Ming and the others would exchange chips and return to her table. What are you doing? That's 80 million, not 800. Why did you have me go all in? Now, everything, including our previous 1 million, has gone down the drain. Mayano Shiho's expression was somewhat dazed, a single tear glistening in her eye. Resembling a dejected gambler, after a moment of stunned silence, Mayano Shiho shook Qi Ming's shoulders, an air of reproach in her tone. Oh dear, losing is losing. It's just 80 million. After all, it's merely a drop in the bucket. Qi Ming replied nonchalantly. What was 80 million? What was 160 million? The day after tomorrow, he had a 1 billion deal to discuss right here. Oh, no, wait. A deal that Mayano Akemi would be discussing. Qi Ming observed Mayano Shiho's lingering glumness and offered a comforting remark. Come on. Dear, how else could I describe our experience as a roller coaster ride? Look at how your emotions have fluctuated. Isn't it enjoyable? Mayano Shiho was momentarily taken aback. She had thought that the roller coaster referred to the alluring curves beneath the dealer's neck. With a light huff, she remarked, this isn't fun at all. How can it be enjoyable when we've lost all our money? Let's exchange some more chips and continue. Qi Ming's eye twitched slightly. Truly. It only takes 3 days to learn the wrong things after 3 years of proper education. This little girl seems to be getting addicted. Sister, once you step into the gambling den, it's as deep as the ocean. It's hard to extricate oneself once you've lost a fortune. I didn't intend to come here. It was all you're doing. All right, no more roller coasters. Later, we'll play bumper cars. As Qi Ming spoke, he caught sight of several figures in black approaching from a distance. And he grinned mischievously. Bumper cars? What's that? Before Qi Ming could explain, the figures in black had reached him. Sir, please come with us. Our manager is quite interested in your recent dice-throwing technique. The leader of the black-clad men said sternly. Oh, what if I refuse to go? If you refuse, we may have to resort to some coercive measures. The atmosphere grew tense, and Mayano Shiho's expression darkened. She instinctively edged closer to Qi Ming. What should we do? Heh, I already told you. We're playing bumper cars. Just remember to hold on tight, or I fear you might get thrown out. Mayano Shiho didn't fully grasp Qi Ming's meaning, but she saw him slipping on a uniquely designed glove. Then, with sudden agility, Qi Ming lunged forward and landed a powerful punch on the leader of the black-clad men. Bang! The resounding impact echoed throughout the hall, the force sending the man flying several meters before crashing against the glass. The remaining black-clad men stared in shock at the shattered glass and their now motionless comrade. This is bulletproof glass. There's a disturbance in the hall. Gather everyone. Block the first-floor exits. We cannot let him escape. The massive doors of the casino slammed shut, and steel panels descended from above, completely isolating the interior from the outside world. The remaining black-clad men drew their batons and charged at the two, while one even pulled out a handgun from his pocket. What are you waiting for, silly girl? The game of identity has begun. Still in a daze, Mayano Shiho was abruptly pulled away by Qi Ming as they dashed through the chaos of the hall. The sounds of shattering and commotion filled the air, creating a scene of utter disorder. Get out of the way. Don't block my path. With one hand gripping Mayano Shiho and the other tossing aside an innocent gambler who stood in his way. Qi Ming laughed maniacally. The pursuing black-clad men were repeatedly overwhelmed by the innocent bystanders, struggling to get back on their feet, each sustaining injuries. Medela, there's no path ahead, but there's an elevator right here. Qi Ming led Mayano Shiho in a frenzied sprint until they reached a dead end. He glanced towards the elevator at the wall. Are you joking? The elevator is on the 20th floor. Do we really have time to wait for it to come down? There's always a way out. Just watch, sister. Qi Ming grinned mischievously, then kicked the elevator doors open. The metal panel crashed down into the abyss of the elevator shaft, and a grappling hook gun appeared in Qi Ming's hand, pulling Mayano Shiho close to him. Mayano keenly detected Qi Ming's gaze, immediately crossing her arms and responding with irritation. It's nothing, just thinking of the first song. My sister mentioned that purple has a certain charm. Qi Ming, entirely unperturbed, replied, so, how about we engage in some normal activities next? She rolled her eyes at Qi Ming, reflecting that spending time with him indeed felt like a matter of life and death. Nonetheless, it was quite an amusing experience, granting her an adventure she had never encountered before. Her clothes were soaked. What was left to play with? It's no bother at all. I have 10 properties here. We can change as needed. I have all the women's clothing one could desire. Oh, Mayano replied, her tone laden with meaning. What? Are you envious of my 10 properties? If it weren't for the housing cap, which limits me to 10, I could probably acquire more. I'm quite interested in your women's clothing, all obtained as rewards for tasks. I would love to wear them, but alas, the game has stringent moral and ethical guidelines. Qi Ming glanced at Qi from the corner of his eye. Why did her tone seem to carry an air of suspicion? He silently opened the character profile. Mayano Shirley, female, affection level, 8 stars. Personal story, not yet unlocked. 8 stars in affection. Qi Ming abruptly slammed on the brakes, staring intently at Mayano. What are you doing? She exclaimed, feeling a push from behind as Qi Ming's gaze remained fixed on her. A faint blush crossed Qi's face as she turned away, forcing steadiness into her voice. Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. Nothing at all. Qi Ming awkwardly chuckled, pressing the accelerator once more. The rapid rise in affection level puzzled him. Was this NPC particularly easy to please? But he hardly did anything. Qi Ming pondered seriously. He merely accepted a surveillance task on Shimayano. Seeking rewards along the way, he disregarded the decisions imposed by Jin and casually took her out for fun. He was simply playing the role of the sole confidant who treated her kindly within an organization she despised. I see. Qi Ming gradually comprehended everything. Perhaps those embroiled in the situation were often oblivious. If he were to switch to a third-person perspective and reflect on his actions, it was utterly absurd. If she were to find herself with a man as considerate as he, she would undoubtedly fall for him. Right, in this light, Shimayano seemed overly conservative. However, despite the 8-star affection, he did not perceive any shift in her attitude towards him. Right, she's a tsundere. I almost forgot. Qi Ming now faced a dilemma. With Xi's affection level already quite high, it would be easy to establish a romantic relationship, yet the cost was that he could no longer raise affection with other characters. What if a more compelling NPC appeared later? For instance, after just finishing with his shadow wife, he might find himself calling out for fun. Who was the shadow? He couldn't recall. Qi Ming was the kind of person who could easily engage in such behavior. What to do? It was indeed a tough decision. He turned to Shimayano, just as a ray of sunlight illuminated her figure. With her damp hair, her profile appeared strikingly beautiful and aloof, stirring a feeling within Qi Ming. Perhaps I should raise it a bit more, push it to 9 stars and observe for a while. Oh, right, system, take a screenshot. The remainder of the day became significantly simpler. Qi Ming took Shimayano to the nearest property to change before heading out again. This time, devoid of the exhilarating chaos of a casino, they indulged in simple pleasures, shopping, dining, and watching a movie. Had he not been unable to sing the local songs, he might have even considered karaoke. During this outing, Qi Ming developed a strange illusion that this was not a game, but rather a normal life. However, upon glancing at the digits in his bank account, he was abruptly jolted back to reality. No matter how formidable one appeared in the game, it was all an illusion. Qi Ming was acutely aware that, in real life, he could never attain such wealth. As night fell, he leisurely drove Shimayano back to the base. How did you find today? It was just about average, she replied nonchalantly, though Qi Ming noticed the slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Is that so? If you ever wish to go out again, I shall take you along. Who wanted to play? You were the one who dragged me out. A glimmer of delight flickered in Xi's eyes, but she still endeavored to maintain her dignity. Qi Ming chuckled, having grown accustomed to her personality. All right then, the next time I feel like going out, I will come and pull you along. What a stubborn man you are. The two fell into a comfortable silence as they continued on their way. As Qi Ming gazed at the silhouette of the base in the distance, he suddenly said to Shimayano, sometimes death is not the end. Are we getting all poetic tonight? Surprised by Qi Ming's serious tone. She could hardly believe her ears. Yet, hearing him address her by name stirred a hint of embarrassment within her. But it's nothing, just a truth I wish to share. While we are alive, anything is possible. Once dead, all is lost. In any case, await and hold on to hope. Qi Ming ceased speaking, gradually steering towards the base. She furrowed her brow, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washing over her. At that moment, she could not grasp the meaning behind Qi Ming's words. Perhaps it would only be after losing the name Shimayano that she would truly understand the depth of his statement. In the underground base of Mihua Town, after escorting Shimayano back, Qi Ming's figure gradually emerged. He activated the holographic electronic screen, sliding his fingers to reveal a 3D panoramic map. This map depicted the entirety of the Python Diamond Casino. The black button he had discarded upon entering the casino was, in fact, a tool for reading structural terrain. Wow, I had no idea there were so many layers beneath the surface. This underground area is quite intricate. As Qi Ming examined the map of the casino's underbelly, he couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. The underground level 3 housed a vault for cash. Through a hidden passage, one could reach level 4, where gold was stored. Finally, returning to level 3 and taking another secret passage would lead to level 5, where gemstones awaited. Familiar, too familiar. Wasn't this the renowned underground villa of the famous game designer Hideo Miyazaki? A casino storage area designed to be so convoluted. Was it meant to confuse allies or mislead enemies? Those hidden passages likely had encryption. He wondered how long it would take for his hacking system to decipher them. Forget that. He could simply bring along an MC's diamond pickaxe and smash every hidden passage to bits. Having made the final arrangements, Qi Ming chose to forego returning home and instead settled down to sleep in the base. Time flew by, and before he knew it, 2 days had passed. At the Python Diamond Casino, a man, a woman, and a child stepped out of a van, arriving at the entrance of the casino. The other patrons, arriving in their luxury vehicles, cast sidelong glances at the trio, their expressions tinged with disdain, making the three feel slightly uncomfortable. This was to be expected. Everyone else was arriving in Mercedes or Rolls-Royces, while they had come in a van. Sir, children are not permitted to enter our casino. Moreover, the young lady beside you appears to be underage, a stern security guard in black attire stated, blocking their way. The security at Python Diamond Casino was of high quality. They would not look down on someone based on their mode of transportation. Cough, cough. The middle-aged man at the front of the trio cleared his throat, stepping forward with a smile. I am Kagoro Mori, a detective, here on the request of your boss. He gestured to the two accompanying him. The pair were none other than Conan and Ran Mori. Since your boss mentioned that family members were welcome to join, I brought them along to AT this moment. Conan's acting skills surged forth as he cheerfully raised his hands and exclaimed, "Wow, a casino! How cool!" Meanwhile, Ran Mori crouched down beside Conan, gesturing for silence. Conan, keep your voice down. The black-clad security, having overheard Kagoro Mori's words, adjusted his earpiece and moved aside. After receiving confirmation from the other end of the earpiece, his previously stern expression transformed into a smile. Detective Mori, our boss has been waiting for quite some time. Please, come in. Seeing the other party smile, Kagoro Mori felt a sense of enjoyment. Although you are guests of the boss, for safety's sake, we must ask you to undergo security checks first. The black-clad security led the three into the entrance, where they were met with an array of security equipment and approximately 20 security personnel standing nearby. The security at the casino is surprisingly stringent, Conan thought, noticing the extensive checks and the guards positioned at intervals throughout the hall. This level of scrutiny surpasses even that of government agencies. Doesn't it? Haha, little one. I can't speak for other places, but here at our casino, customer safety is our top priority. After all, we often have petty thieves trying to take advantage of the situation, the black-clad security chuckled. Kagoro Mori placed his electronic devices into the inspection tray and curiously inquired, by the way, your boss hasn't disclosed the specifics of the commission to me, yet the remuneration is astonishingly high. Do you happen to know why? The black-clad security offered an awkward smile. I'm just a worker here. How would I know about the boss's affairs? However, in this instance, I do have some insight. He glanced around before leaning in closer to Kagoro Mori's ear and whispering, Detective Mori, our casino was attacked a couple of days ago. Our security wasn't this tight before, but after that incident, we increased our personnel, though we suffered no losses. The two individuals who attacked us escaped by jumping from the 18th floor. Can you believe it? They landed safely without any safety measures and drove away. Nanny. Two voices echoed simultaneously, Kagoro Mori's and Conan's. What are you eavesdropping on? You little rascal. Go play somewhere else, Kagoro Mori exclaimed, impatiently grabbing Conan by the collar and giving him a light kick, sending him tumbling aside. Ouch. Dad, be a little gentler with Conan, Ran Mori complained, preparing to help Conan up when she noticed a rather attractive woman standing behind him. Hey, little kid, are you all right? I am fine, Conan replied, forcing a smile despite the pain as he stood up and turned to face the woman. Upon seeing Conan's appearance, the woman couldn't help but exclaim, What the? Conan, puzzled by her strange expression, asked, Do you know me, miss? Ahem. No, I don't, the woman replied. She was none other than Qi Ming, who had come to make a fortune by disguising herself as Akemi Mayano. Why do these three seem like fixed NPCs that pop up intermittently? Qi Ming pondered, observing Conan and the others. That I can understand Conan being the main character and having a higher appearance rate. But these two beside him aren't even main characters. Are they just riding on Conan's coattails? Excuse me, big sister, are you related to Masami Hikari? Conan inquired, studying Qi Ming, who was donned in Akemi Mayano's guise, and finding her increasingly familiar. Recently, Conan had gone to the bank with Professor Agasa, and the person who assisted them was none other than the newly employed Masami Hikari. He recalled that Masami Hikari was quite gentle and seemed to have a more reserved demeanor. However, the woman before him was so strikingly different that, had it not been for his sharp memory and the similarities in their features, Conan would have never guessed she might be related to Masami Hikari. With her silvery blonde hair styled into twin ponytails, the ends dyed red and blue, and sporting a makeup style that leaned towards a Western aesthetic. She was dressed in a striking red and blue jacket paired with a white shirt featuring rips that had hints of red. Most notably, she wore extremely short shorts that barely reached her thighs. Does this woman have no shame dressing like that in here? Nope, I'm called Harley Quinn, and I don't know that Masami Hikari you mentioned, Qi Ming replied with a smile. Then perhaps I mistook you for someone else. Haha. Conan scratched his head and quickly ran to Ran's side, feeling inexplicably uneasy about the woman. This lady, you cannot bring that baseball bat inside. It is considered a dangerous item at that moment. A black-clad security guard noticed Qi Ming leaning a baseball bat against her shoulder and approached to intervene. However, perhaps due to Qi Ming's wild attire, the guard struggled to maintain a serious demeanor. His gaze awkwardly wandering over her exposed legs. Is a baseball bat really a violation? It's not like it's a prohibited weapon. I understand you're concerned about safety, but by that logic, fists can also be lethal. Qi Ming pouted, waving the bat in mild frustration. Please, let me take it in, okay? She added sweetly. It must be said that men understand women better than anyone else, upon hearing Qi Ming's melodious voice. The security guard felt goosebumps rise on his neck, yet he suppressed his desires, maintaining a serious expression as he replied, I'm terribly sorry, but that is not permissible. Not permissible, huh? Qi Ming feigned disappointment, but then her eyes sparkled. If that's the case, how about this? In an instant, the baseball bat vanished from her hand, replaced by a sleek black handgun. The guard's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could react, Qi Ming pulled the trigger, and the guard collapsed, a bloody hole appearing in his forehead. Everything transpired so abruptly. The deafening gunshot rendered everyone momentarily frozen, their gazes blankly directed toward the scene. As the guard's blood pooled on the floor, Ran's face turned ashen, and she screamed in horror. Ah, my goodness, does this girl have to scream so loudly? Qi Ming grimaced, aiming the gun directly at Ran. Shut up, Ran! Conan's pupils dilated as he shouted, using all his strength to tackle Ran to the ground. Bang! The trigger was pulled, and the bullet was fired, but thanks to Conan's interference, Qi Ming's shot missed its mark. The fleeing individual fell silent, while the already thunderous gunshot, amplified by the loudspeaker, enveloped the eardrums of all present, leaving them frozen in place. From this moment forth, should anyone dare to move or speak out of turn, I shall take their life. You understand? Qi Ming uttered nonchalantly. Perhaps it was due to his strikingly beautiful appearance that some among the crowd momentarily perceived him as an innocent girl. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Qi Ming leveled his weapon at a woman who was surreptitiously making a phone call and fired, instantly jolting the crowd awake. He was a heartless demon capable of murder without a flicker of remorse. Ah, finally, you are behaving, Qi Ming remarked with satisfaction as he clapped his hands, observing the crowd's sudden stillness. It was then they realized the loudspeaker and pistol had vanished without a trace. I am here today for a simple reason. I am in need of money. Just a little something to spend, Qi Ming said, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, adorned with a sweet smile. Truth be told, I do not wish to kill, but when I requested the security to allow me to bring in a baseball bat, they refused. Alas, I had no choice but to eliminate him. His death is solely his own fault for not recognizing the gravity of the situation. In a corner of the crowd, Conan and Kaguro Muri were watching over Ran Muri. Their eyes clouded with unease as they heard Qi Ming's words. What utter nonsense! He is merely fabricating excuses to justify his murderous tendencies, and then, due to the excessive noise you all were making, which was quite bothersome to my ears, I fired again. Ultimately, all of this is your doing. Qi Ming maintained his smile, yet the coldness in his words sent tremors through everyone present at that moment. A middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit raised his hand. Qi Ming cast a curious glance in his direction and waved him forward. Darling, no. The elegant woman beside him quickly grasped his arm. But he shook her off. The crowd instinctively parted, creating a path for him. As he approached, his square-jawed face exuded a certain authority. This lady, do you realize you are committing a crime? Qi Ming feigned ignorance, tilting his head in confusion. Am I not aware that this is a crime? The man was strikingly familiar. He was Vice Mayor Miyamoto of Chishan City. Indeed, that's him. I saw him on the news just days ago. But why would Vice Mayor Miyamoto be here? Isn't he known for his integrity? You fool. He must be here for an undercover investigation. Upon overhearing the murmurs from the crowd, Qi Ming suddenly understood. It was no wonder he bore a square face. He was indeed a man of authority. A firearm reappeared in Qi Ming's hands. But this time it was not a pistol, it was a rifle. Bang, bang, bang. Qi Ming unleashed a series of automatic shots into the ceiling, silencing the crowd once more. Oh, I didn't expect you to be a vice mayor. So, do you have something you wish to discuss with me? Qi Ming inquired with keen interest. Vice Mayor Miyamoto, appearing unfazed by the chaos, stood tall with a steady demeanor. I have already alerted the police while you were brandishing your weapon. They are en route as we speak. You have already taken several lives and have thus been sentenced to death. Qi Ming shot a disdainful glance at Vice Mayor Miyamoto. And then, humph. Vice Mayor Miyamoto scoffed. If you cease your actions now, the only one to suffer will be you. However, should you continue in your obstinacy, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. I am more than willing to employ unscrupulous methods to ensure your family suffers as well. Though this contravenes my sense of justice, I would not hesitate to dirty my hands in the face of such a malevolent fiend as yourself. With these words, a halo of righteousness seemed to emanate from Vice Mayor Miyamoto in the eyes of the crowd. If they were not so fearful of Qi Ming's gunfire, they might have even raised their hands in solidarity, shouting, Vice Mayor Miyamoto, we support you. You dare to target my family. Qi Ming's expression shifted. A flicker of concern crossing his face. Of course, but if you choose to stop now, I can overlook the matter. Vice Mayor Miyamoto, having noticed Qi Ming's change in demeanor, spoke sternly. So, if I surrender now, will you truly spare my family? They are innocent. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Qi Ming's eyes glistened with tears, his demeanor contrasting sharply with his previous ruthlessness. This woman seems to be suffering from some form of mental illness. Conan mused silently to himself. Of course, you may inquire among the people below about my character. I, Miyamoto, am a man of my word, Vice Mayor Miyamoto stated, hands clasped behind his back. Qi Ming turned to the crowd, his eyes betraying a desperate longing. The crowd exchanged glances before enthusiastically affirming, indeed, you can trust Vice Mayor Miyamoto. He has always been true to his word. Yes, Vice Mayor Miyamoto is a man of integrity, never engaging in corruption or bribery. He delivers on his promises to the citizens. Hearing the unanimous support for Vice Mayor Miyamoto, Qi Ming turned back to him for confirmation. Is what they say true? Are you truly a good Vice Mayor? Vice Mayor Miyamoto solemnly nodded. Of course. Oh, I see. Upon receiving this answer, Qi Ming's expression gradually morphed. The previous timidity vanished, replaced by a grotesque smile. Unfortunately, an honest Vice Mayor is not the target our organization seeks. Furthermore, I have no family here. Bang. Before Vice Mayor Miyamoto could comprehend Qi Ming's words, he collapsed, his mind blown open. Husband. The elegant woman who had been by Vice Mayor Miyamoto's side rushed forward, crying as she clung to his lifeless body. Wake up, darling. Please wake up. Witnessing this poignant scene, Qi Ming feigned sorrow, pulling out a bottle of eye drops to feign tears. He then approached the grieving woman, gently patting her head. There, do not cry. The dead cannot return to life. Let him rest in peace. I, too, am deeply saddened by his passing. A man of integrity gone so soon. Alas, observing this bizarre spectacle, the crowd felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion. Diablo! How could such a cruel demon exist in this world? Sister, do you hate me? Qi Ming whispered close to the woman's ear, handing her a uniquely designed gun. Come, would you like to take revenge on me for your husband's death? The woman, still reeling from grief, gripped the gun, stammering after a long pause. No, I will not seek revenge. I will not. Her face was pale, tear stains still evident. You won't kill me, will you? You won't punish me just because I am his wife, right? Surely not. Ah, what a considerate woman you are. Sister, you truly are a good person. Very well, I shall let you go. Rest assured, girls help girls. I do not kill women. Qi Ming lifted the elegant woman, bestowing upon her a warm smile reminiscent of a caring friend. Pointing towards the exit, you may go on ahead. I will open the door for you when you reach it. All right, thank you. Thank you. The woman expressed her gratitude, bowing several times, clutching the gun Qi Ming had just given her as she walked away. While Qi Ming turned his back to her, refusing to look. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Just then, the woman suddenly spun around, aiming the handgun at Qi Ming's head. Her expression twisted with Qi Ming let out a helpless sigh and turned to retrieve the pistol from the woman's lifeless hand. This particular gun was known as the gun of kindness, for its bullets would only harm its wielder, never another. Qi Ming turned to the onlookers with a smile. You see, I keep my promises. I would never harm a woman. She took her own life. How amusing is it that she chose to follow her husband in death? The crowd fell silent, unable to muster a laugh. I ask you, is it not funny? Qi Ming fired a volley of shots into the ceiling. Those who understood the situation were quick to applaud and agree, exclaiming how utterly hilarious it was. Simply laughable, how utterly dull. Qi Ming, holding the rifle with one hand, scanned the crowd. Those of you in positions of authority, step forward so I may see you. No one spoke. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Not talking, are we? Qi Ming extended his long fingers to point at everyone present. Whoever my finger lands upon, I shall select. His finger halted at a young man clad in luxury attire. Ah, it is you, the official. Have you ever engaged in corruption? If not, then do not blame me if I end your life. The young man, bewildered, stammered, What does this have to do with me? Have you ever seen someone as young as 20 in a position of authority? Noticing Qi Ming's finger poised to pull the trigger, the young man panicked and shouted, Sister, I am not an official. He glanced around, hastily pointing at several others. Him, and that woman over there. They are the officials. My father has dined with them and given them gifts. It seems there are quite a few promising individuals here, Qi Ming mused, beckoning the young man closer. Come here, young sir. See, can I not stay where I am? The young man, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, instinctively refused, perhaps due to Qi Ming's gentle demeanor. Qi Ming's expression faltered momentarily before he feigned a look of pity. Young sir, the first security guard I killed also refused me in such a manner. I would rather not see you become a deceased brother. The young man trembled, suddenly recalling that the alluring woman before him was a deranged killer. I'm coming. He tiptoed through the crowd to Qi Ming's side. Visibly terrified. What is your name, young sir? Qi Ming asked with a smile. Wu Tianji, he replied, his voice quavering. Very well, Xiaoxi. Could you kindly point out those individuals you mentioned earlier? Wu Tianji nodded nervously. And as he pointed, the faces of those indicated drained of color. That is the director of the Qinshan Environmental Protection Bureau. That one is the head of the Qinshan Social Security Bureau. And that is the president of the Qinshan Scientific Research Association. Qi Ming followed Wu Tianji's finger, his mind struggling to process the implications. Remarkable, truly remarkable. I came here merely to rob a casino. Yet I inadvertently stumbled upon a den of corrupt officials. He paused, glancing at the now cold body of Vice Mayor Miyamoto. Could it be he was here specifically to apprehend these individuals? I am indeed a guilty woman. No, a guilty man. Should good people be threatened with a gun? After Wu Tianji pointed out all the officials he recognized, Qi Ming raised his weapon towards a balding man. You there, the one from Social Security. Share with us your heroic deeds. The balding man trembled, opening his mouth to respond, but the gaze of those around him. Qi Ming retracted the diamond pickaxe and curiously gazed at the python. He could escape at any moment, but since this python sought to play, he would indulge it. Humph. Soon you will discover the exquisite luxury of confinement. The python revealed a cruel smile and pressed another button on the remote. Zzz. A blazing laser net appeared at the end of Qi Ming's passage, slowly advancing toward him. Qi Ming raised an eyebrow. He had seen this before. It was the laser corridor from the biohazard movies. Uncle, isn't this a bit excessive? Can you let me out? I can return the money to you right now. Qi Ming clasped his hands together and smiled at the python, but all he received in return was a cold snort from the creature. TSK, what an unfeeling, wicked uncle. Qi Ming pouted and stood with his hands on his hips, watching the laser wall approach. The python looked on coldly, eagerly anticipating the scene of Qi Ming being sliced into pieces by the lasers. I have been watching the surveillance below. You must have hacked into our security system earlier, right? Unfortunately for you, I am a top-notch hacker, and I have regained control. Listening to the python's words, Qi Ming, with his back turned, squinted slightly. Oh, you are quite impressive. The laser net continued its slow advance. Just as the laser wall was less than 2 meters away from Qi Ming, an unexpected event occurred. The laser net suddenly halted before him. Immediately, the laser dissipated, and the iron bars blocking Qi Ming swung open. Qi Ming yawned, turned around, and winked at the python, striding toward him with long strides. How is this possible? The python, incredulous, pressed the button again, but no matter how he operated it, he could not reactivate the laser bars. Uncle, your hacking skills are outdated. Mine are from 2077, and your 90s technology cannot compare. Qi Ming brandished a baseball bat, tapping it in his hand as he joyfully spoke. Do not come any closer. The python hastily drew his gun, but just as he pulled it out, Qi Ming had already swung the bat, smashing his hand to pieces. Keep it down. You might feel some pain, but soon enough, you'll be dead. Qi Ming approached the python, who was clutching his injured hand in agony, picked up the bat from the ground, and with a sweet smile, raised it high to bring it down. Bang, bang. Qi Ming lost count of how many times he swung. At this point, the python likely wouldn't even recognize his mother. No longer paying attention to the python's lifeless body, the sound of gunfire rang out. Mayano Akemi collapsed to the ground with an enigmatic smile, her gaze still reflecting the visage of Jin. Big brother, the contents in the car are undoubtedly correct. They could total up to 2 billion yen. Vodka remarked as he opened the door of the light truck and smiled at Jin. Jin nodded and extracted his phone, sending a text message to Qi Ming. "Mayano Akemi is dead. Okay. Coming right away. A few minutes later, Qi Ming arrived in a Porsche. He gazed at the lifeless body of Mayano Akemi on the ground, forcing a few tears to fall. Perhaps it could not be said to be forced. After all, the deceased was someone dear to him. Oh, my foolish sister, how tragic your fate, to die like this, and we hadn't even built up our intimacy yet. A white-haired person sending off a black-haired one. How pitiful. My silly sister," Qi Ming lamented as he approached the corpse. After collecting the glowing objects that only he could see into his space, his expression suddenly turned calm, and the sound of his sorrow ceased abruptly. No longer focusing on the body, he tossed a voice recorder to Jin. Jin caught it with precision. "What is this?" "Hee. A good thing," Qi Ming replied, his expression reverting to normal as he grinned at Jin. As if the sorrowful visage moments ago belonged to another person entirely, Jin pressed the recorder, and after a brief static, voices of various individuals began to emanate from it. After listening to the contents, Jin fell silent for a moment, a cold smile appearing on his face. "Very good. The organization is currently in need of this." The recordings contained the self-commendations of officials that Qi Ming had captured in the casino. Submitted recordings of corrupt officials. Organization reputation 1000. Upon hearing the system's feedback, Qi Ming's smile broadened. Although this game was single-player, it did possess a ranking system. To elevate one's rank, one must enhance their reputation. Outer members were designated as members, cadre, regional heads, second-in-command, and boss. Organizational reputation could be gained through completing tasks, although most tasks yielded little. However, completing multiple tasks within a day would significantly increase subsequent reputation. Moreover, another method of gaining reputation was to take the initiative to engage in activities beneficial to the organization, which could yield far greater reputation than simply accepting organizational tasks. Qi Ming did not linger, erasing the bloodstains of himself from the corpse before placing it in the passenger seat of the Porsche. "Old Jin, I shall lay Mayano Akemi to rest." As Jin prepared to nod in acknowledgement, he recalled Akemi's earlier demeanor and approached Qi Ming's car, asking, "How did you transform Mayano Akemi into this state?" Qi Ming raised an eyebrow, grinning mysteriously at Jin. Do you wish to discuss the philosophy of the game with me?" Jin's gaze shifted momentarily, an unusual sense of reluctance surfacing within him. He averted his eyes, abandoning the inquiry into how Qi Ming had brainwashed her. If he could comprehend Madara's thoughts, he would likely be teetering on the brink of madness himself. Never mind. If I capture any rats, I will notify you. You can extract their final value. Long-term task received. Brainwash the traitors. Extract their final value. Task reward. Randomly allocated based on actual circumstances. Got it. With everything settled, Qi Ming departed with the body, intending to find a remote old mountain to detonate a few C4 explosives. In Base 1's research room, Mayano Shiho felt somewhat distracted, particularly after her recent outing with Qi Ming, during which she overheard his words on the way back. It was not derogatory, in Shiho's impression. Qi Ming was hardly a serious individual. When such an unserious person spoke earnestly, Shiho sensed something was amiss, as if a significant event were on the horizon. Perhaps she had already sensed some signs, such as the inability to contact her sister for the past few days. The last time her sister mentioned taking on a task from Jin to help them escape the organization, could she have truly accepted it? That Madara fellow, how could he not answer my calls? Was he perhaps on a mission? Shiho absent-mindedly tapped the glass cup on the table, feeling uneasy. "Jin, vodka, are you back?" Hearing voices from outside, Shiho, despite her fear of Jin, still rose to leave the room. "Jin, did my sister come to you for a task?" Shiho stood in front of Jin, took a deep breath, and asked seriously. Jin cast a cold glance at Shiho. "What do you think?" "She is dead." Very decisively, so that Shiho's pupils dilated, and she instinctively took 2 steps back. What did you say?" "Why? She posed no threat. Why kill her?" Jin let out a cold laugh. No comment to Shiho's mind went blank, but then recalled something, addressing Jin. "Where's Madara? I want to see him." As Jin passed by Shiho, he coldly replied, "Madara is helping your sister collect her remains." Shiho stood frozen in place, her mind a void. After a while, she took a deep breath, turned to stare directly into Jin's eyes, and said in a hushed tone, "I will no longer assist you." "Absolutely not." In a certain confinement room, Mayano Shiho sat slumped on the cold floor, gazing at the moon outside the iron-barred window, feeling utterly lost. After uttering her refusal to work, she was acutely aware of the consequences that awaited her. Confined in this room, she would be compelled to reconsider and consent to continue the drug research. Or perhaps the organization had found a replacement for her, and she would face execution after a certain period. Could she really change her mind? She had always detested the organization, and now they had taken away her only remaining family member. How could she possibly have the heart to remain here? Shiho buried her head in her hands, a sorrowful smile gracing her lips. Sister, you still accepted that task, determined to help them escape the organization, disregarding Madara's counsel. And Madara, he surely knew that her sister had taken on the task. Why did he not inform me? Furthermore, given Madara's capabilities, he should have been able to save her sister, yet he did not. Upon reaching this thought, Shiho shook her head. Ultimately, one should not rely on others for their own path, nor seek divine intervention for their own life. Madara owed them nothing. In fact, they likely owed him a great deal. Even if Qi Ming treated them kindly, he remained a member of the organization. How could he possibly go against its decisions? Shiho rattled the chains, a complex expression crossing her face. If she continued to refuse to turn back, would he come to check on her? Would he feel distressed? If she were to meet a fate of execution, would he feel sorrow? As Shiho's thoughts spiraled chaotically, she suddenly recalled Madara's words from that day. To live is to have possibilities. To die is to lose everything. Though profound, could she truly force herself to remain here? Just as Mayano Shiho grappled internally with her decision, she overheard a conversation between two members outside. Hey, still guarding here? Want to take a smoke? No, I have to keep an eye on Sherry. This is Boss Jin's order. Oh, it's fine. I just passed by the meeting room and heard Boss Jin and Vodka discussing how Madara had everything arranged, so there's no need to worry. Oh, is that so? Then let us sneak a quick puff? All right, let us go. Mayano Shiho felt a twinge of confusion. Madara, what does he have to do with this? What does it mean that he has everything arranged? In her mind, Mayano Shiho reminisced about the moments spent with Qi Ming. However, as if guided by some unseen force, her thoughts abruptly shifted to a conversation she once had with her sister. I can't help but feel that Madara is exerting some form of mental control over me. She had complained to her sister shortly after her initial encounter with Qi Ming. At the time, she dismissed it as mere venting. But now, with the context of the exchanges between those two members, the phrase mental control lingered persistently in her mind. Mayano Shiho's astute intellect began to explore the implications of those four words, and soon she arrived at a conclusion akin to that of Jin. Madara's kindness was merely a fade to create a false sense of reliance within the organization, a means to ensure her compliance even after her sister's demise. Everything was ultimately for the benefit of the organization. As this realization washed over her, Mayano Shiho felt a tightening in her chest and a stinging sensation in her eyes. She yearned to reject such a notion, yet the truth was inescapable, leaving no room for self-deception. Why must we endure this? What have we done wrong? Madara, I once believed we were friends, she murmured to herself. Ultimately, she could only conclude that her perception of him as a good person was a mere delusion. Reflecting on Jin's regard for Madara, it was apparent that someone held in such esteem could hardly be an ordinary individual. Perhaps she had never truly understood him, never seen through his facade. Mayano Shiho retrieved a capsule from her pocket, tears streaming down her pale cheeks. For her, living now felt akin to death. Sister, I have come to see you. Madara, although all of this may be a lie, I still thank you for allowing me to experience a fleeting moment of genuine happiness. With that, Mayano Shiho swallowed the capsule. In a villa somewhere in Mihua town, Qi Ming sat on the living room sofa, his expression tinged with frustration. System, translate this for me. What does it mean for intimacy to decline? Intimacy decline simply refers to a decrease in closeness. I asked you to translate. What the hell does intimacy decline mean? After Qi Ming had blown his own corpse to smithereens, he returned home in high spirits, having completed the mission involving Mayano Akemi and received a commendable reward. He was ready to indulge in a few rounds of gaming. However, the sudden feedback from the system promptly extinguished his enthusiasm. Upon receiving such a notification, he immediately opened the character profile, only to watch in disbelief as Mayano Shiho's intimacy rating plummeted from an impressive 8 stars to a mere 3 stars of distance. What the hell? Did he do anything to warrant this? Why is the intimacy still declining? Qi Ming was filled with confusion. What had transpired? Had his side quest failed? That made no sense. He had already received the reward. As Qi Ming contemplated cursing the system for its glitch-ridden game, his phone rang unexpectedly. Hello. Base 1 has assembled. Sherry has escaped. Oh. What did you say, old Jin? Sherry has escaped. Stop wasting time. Come over. After hanging up, Qi Ming's mouth twitched. This outcome was not what he had anticipated. Although Mayano Shiho had indeed deviated from the suicide path of ending one, she also didn't seem to align with the second ending of remaining within the organization. This absurd game could even hide elements. It had triggered the third ending, the escape route of Mayano Shiho. Was it that the intimacy level I aimed for in the second ending was insufficient? Or had I missed some conditions along the way? Qi Ming's mind was in a whirl as he donned his gear and teleported back to the base. He emerged from the women's restroom. Yet he would never again encounter that girl with the tea-colored hair. Qi Ming arrived at the confinement room as agreed with Jin, where he found Jin and Vodka investigating the scene. He approached quickly and inquired, "Old Jin, what happened? How did Sherry escape?" Vodka glanced at Jin for permission, and upon receiving a nod, he explained the situation regarding their handling of Mayano Shiho. Sherry was locked up here, handcuffed. The iron bars were intact, and there were no signs of the door being opened. However, shortly after, the guards reported that Sherry was missing. In summary, it's a case of a vanished locked room. With eyes wide open, Qi Ming exclaimed, "What locked room case? Are you playing a puzzle game here?" Since he had not been at the base during Sherry's disappearance, he couldn't use the game replay function to trace her whereabouts. Seriously, are you guys insane? You have such a large room and not a single surveillance camera. What is wrong with you? And what about those two guards? Get them over here immediately. I refuse to believe that such a large person could just vanish into thin air. What were those two doing? He had done so much for her, referring to building intimacy, and now she was gone. He demanded compensation. Qi Ming rubbed his temples, his words dripping with impatience and agitation. This feeling was akin to playing Danganronpa 2, where you had just developed feelings for a girl, only for the next scene to reveal her demise. Although Mayano Shiho had not died, merely escaped. Qi Ming felt that under normal game mechanics, he would likely never see her again. Madra, exercise some restraint. Jin observed Qi Ming's demeanor, loosening his grip on the trigger within his coat pocket. He trusted Qi Ming, but not blindly. Before Sherry's escape, she had only interacted privately with Qi Ming. With her escape now, it indicated the presence of a traitor. The only suspect seemed to be Qi Ming. However, seeing Qi Ming's current expression, it was clear he too harbored doubts about Sherry's escape. Furthermore, upon hearing Qi Ming's mention of his attempts at mental control, Jin quickly set aside any lingering doubts he had regarding Qi Ming. Jin, Vodka, were here. Shortly thereafter, the members who had been guarding Sherry approached, trembling. Before Jin could speak, Qi Ming stepped forward, seizing the collar of one of the members. "Speak freely, or face severe consequences. Tell me everything that occurred during your watch." The member nodded in fear, recounting every detail, including when another member had asked him to smoke and when another had mentioned that Madra had everything arranged. After hearing his account, Qi Ming felt a headache coming on, as if he were on the verge of losing his mind. What arrangement? What have I done? Did I miss some hidden storyline? While Qi Ming was left bewildered, Jin quickly pieced together the situation. Because of the conversation between the person before him and another, Qi Ming's attempts to manipulate Mayano Shiho's mind had been exposed, although not much had been said. Jin understood how sharp Sherry was. She would undoubtedly connect the dots based on her previous interactions with Qi Ming. Jin's expression darkened instantly, and without waiting for Qi Ming to inquire further about what the member had done, he swiftly drew his gun. Bang! The sound of the gunshot echoed, and a blood hole appeared in the member's forehead, disappearing in an instant. Qi Ming turned abruptly, a look of confusion etched on his face as he stared at Jin. "What are you doing? I hadn't even clarified the information with this NPC yet, and you just shot him. Vodka, find the other member and eliminate him," Jin said coldly, then turned to Qi Ming. After a brief hesitation, he added, "The money recovered from Mayano Akemi will be sent to you separately afterward. Additionally, prepare yourself. The test for your promotion should be coming soon." The Jin no longer lingered, leaving Qi Ming with a solitary, proud silhouette. One must not show mercy to traitors. Yet for those with talent, Jin would not hesitate to be generous. Task accepted. The test of becoming a cadre. Reward. Rank elevation. Unlocking more functions within the organization. And access to the leaderboard feature. Qi Ming stood dazed in place, feeling a profound sense of frustration. This side quest seemed utterly nonsensical. The conclusion was incomprehensible, and the subsequent plot remained a mystery. Utterly disappointing. Just as Qi Ming prepared to depart, a sudden voice from the system echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing an important side quest. Reward, remnants of someone's diary, page 01. Qi Ming raised an eyebrow. Intrigued by this unfamiliar system notification, with a sense of curiosity, he opened the diary fragment. Item name, fragment of someone's diary, piece 1 item description. These are the delirious ramblings of a certain eccentric while watching anime. Item record. Xiao AI, You are truly a super adorable Hakimi baby. Qi Ming fell silent, a shiver running down his spine. What in the world is this absurdity? On his way back, Qi Ming opted not to teleport but instead summoned his Porsche 911 from outside the base. Preparing to drive away, his mood was quite irritable. After investing so much time into this game, to end up with such a lackluster reward was genuinely exhausting. The darkened sky suddenly opened up, and rain began to pour. Observing the absurd downpour that seemed to mirror his own sorrow, Qi Ming became increasingly convinced that Shirley's escape was due to some detail in the mission that he had overlooked, leading to a deviation in the process. Never mind. Let us alleviate the gloom. It's time to speed through the vast world. With the accelerator pressed to the floor, the Porsche transformed into a silver streak, racing swiftly along the road. After a while, as Qi Ming entered the city, merely 20 minutes had passed, yet large swathes of streets were left paralyzed, unable to flow. Traffic lights. Who plays a game and adheres to traffic rules? I laugh at them for eternity. Block my path. What caliber do you think you are to share the same road? I'll smash you into oblivion with my dump truck. Traffic jam? Where's the jam? ISNT. The sidewalk rather spacious. After an hour of reckless driving through the city, Qi Ming finally felt a sense of relief. As his speed gradually decreased, so did the agitation within him. Just as he was about to head home, a small girl in an obviously ill-fitting white coat caught his eye as she dashed across the road in the rain. Perhaps it was not the scenery that captivated him, but rather the girl's appearance. Short, wavy brown hair, and a delicate profile revealing bright lake blue pupils. Qi Ming was instantly astonished. She looks just like. Immediately, he zoomed in on the image and had the system capture a screenshot. System, you dare claim there are no bugs in this trash game? Here we have it. Following the faux gin, faux vodka, and faux Kaito Shinichi, now the fourth replica of Mayano Shiho has appeared. However, perhaps due to her intense focus on running, the little girl failed to notice the fully insured semi-truck barreling towards her from the right. The driver, blinded by the heavy rain, realized far too late that a small girl was darting across the road, slamming on the brakes. But it was already too late. The brakes, already sluggish, were rendered even less effective by the rain-slicked pavement, and the truck hurtled straight towards the little girl. The girl, fully absorbed in her run, was jolted back to reality by the blinding headlights, her pupils constricting in profound despair. This truck driver utterly lacking in business acumen. Qi Ming scoffed, perhaps drawn to the girl's undeniable cuteness. Or for some other reason, Qi Ming sprang into action as the truck's front was about to collide with her. I shall assist you. Steins. Gate. Activate. Time seemed to slow as Qi Ming pressed the gas. Swiftly arriving beside the little girl, he yanked the handbrake and flung open the door. After executing a drifting maneuver, he grasped the girl's hand and pulled her into the car, placing her beside him in the passenger seat. As Steins' gate disengaged, the world resumed its normal pace, and Qi Ming drove the silver streak away, leaving behind the distraught driver who believed he had just killed someone, lamenting skyward, I am not dead. Seated in the car, the brown-haired girl came to her senses, staring blankly at her hands. She should have been struck by that truck, yet here she was, unharmed and in another vehicle. A sinking feeling gripped her as she surveyed the interior. Wait, this car's decor looks oddly familiar. Trembling, she turned her head, gazing at the man driving, and involuntarily exclaimed, Mamadera? This little girl was none other than Mayano Shiho, who had consumed aptX 4869 and shrunk in size. Originally intending to thwart the organization's plans by choosing death, she had inadvertently triggered the peculiar effects of aptX 4869, resulting in her diminutive form. Without a moment to ponder the conservation of energy, she quickly escaped through the refuse pipe. Planning to follow the route, she vaguely remembered to reach Kaito Shinichi, who had shared a similar fate. She hoped he could assist her. However, upon entering the city, she discovered a reckless speedster wreaking havoc, blocking every path she intended to take. Considering that the organization might have realized her absence and was searching for her, time was of the essence. Mayano Shiho had no choice but to take the risk of crossing the road as a shortcut, and thus, she found herself in this inexplicable situation. Madera, how could it be you? Qi Ming regarded the girl with a curious glance upon hearing her words, then chuckled, well, little sister, you seem quite knowledgeable. Recognizing even Mandela, he's a national father. I can't possibly compare. Mayano Shiho fixed Qi Ming with a cold stare, a hint of icy derision creeping onto her face. Perhaps due to the lingering effects of the drug, her mind was unusually clear, and she inexplicably recalled Qi Ming's words from that day. Death is not the end. Wait, and hold on to hope. Previously, She had not grasped the meaning of this phrase, but now it was painfully clear. Death is not the end. It referred to her current state, didn't it? Waiting and holding on to hope was akin to the agony she felt after taking the drug. After the suffering of near death, what awaited her was the hope of survival. Madara, he must have been well aware of the drug's effects. He certainly knew that she was Mayano Shiho. Shrunk to the drug, Mayano Shiho coldly stated, "Stop pretending. I am surely. Oh." Qi Ming looked at Mayano Shiho with curiosity, then smiled. "I am my sugar." Mayano Shiho furrowed her brow, perplexed by Qi Ming's words. Observing the girl's bewildered expression, Qi Ming retrieved a bottle of yellow packaged drink from his game backpack and handed it to her. We are. I sugar and pear. Mayano Shiho's mind buzzed. What on earth is this Madara? His tone, his demeanor. He seems utterly unaware of her identity. No. When he interacted with me before, I didn't sense anything amiss. He must be feigning it. Mayano Shiho silently shifted in her seat. Gently pulling at the car door. It was locked and wouldn't budge. What was she to do now to escape? As she pondered this, Qi Ming's phone rang, jolting her from her thoughts. Who could it be? Was it Jin or the others calling? Qi Ming glanced at the name on the screen, then at the girl beside him. Well, it wouldn't matter if she heard. Such a replica NPC likely wouldn't impact the subsequent side quest. Little did Qi Ming know, that single glance sent Mayano Shiho into a state of panic, even igniting a desire to smash the window and flee. Qi Ming placed the phone on his lap and switched to speaker mode. Hey, sister, how's your stay in China? As Qi Ming spoke, a gentle female voice resonated from the other end. Everything is settled, thanks to you, Mr. Qi Ming. Mayano Shiho's previously icy expression melted upon hearing that voice. This is her sister's voice? I found a new job and a new place to live. It's quite nice. On the other end of the line, Akemi Mayano spoke with a smile. And Qi Ming could discern the noticeable change in her demeanor since breaking away from the organization. All right, let's familiarize ourselves with life over there as soon as possible. By the way, how is Shiho doing? Upon hearing Akemi's inquiry, Qi Ming's expression faltered slightly. He had no idea where Shiho Mayano had gone, but if remaining with the organization was unfavorable, then she should be doing well now. He quickly fabricated a response. Good. Yes, very well indeed. On the other end, Akemi Mayano let out a sigh of relief. Having set aside Shuichi Akai, her primary concern now was the safety of Shiho Mayano. Please take good care of Shiho for me. Yes, absolutely. A long-term task had been accepted, to look after Shiho Mayano, with rewards contingent upon Shiho's satisfaction. Qi Ming's eyelids involuntarily twitched. It seemed this task might prove impossible, considering he had no idea where Shiho had disappeared to. What are you doing? After a brief moment, another woman's voice emerged from the receiver, presumably a new friend Akemi had made. Before Akemi left, Qi Ming had given her a piece of translating konjac. He wasn't certain which game's item it was, only that consuming it enabled one to read, write, and speak unfamiliar languages. On the other end, Akemi exchanged a few words with the girl before addressing Qi Ming. Well then, Mr. Qi Ming, I won't disturb you any longer. Take care, goodbye. Qi Ming hung up the phone, letting out a deep sigh. The side quest was indeed lengthy, and the process was absurd, if even a single step in the task flow went awry. All subsequent tasks would also falter. Gaming was not easy. Qi Ming lamented. By the way, little sister, where do you live? I'll take you home. Why are you staring at me like that? Qi Ming turned to Shiho, only to find the little girl gazing intently at him, her eyes slightly glistening. What's wrong, little sister? Do I have horns on my head or a tail behind me? Shiho shook her head, but her gaze remained fixed on Qi Ming. It dawned on her that she had been mistaken. All her previous assumptions were wrong. She had foolishly believed that Madara was exerting mind control over her. In retrospect, how could she have been so dark-minded? Death was not the end. Qi Ming had subtly suggested to her that Akemi's death was a fabrication, to wait and to harbor hope. This was also Qi Ming's way of advising her against any thoughts of self-harm, urging her to wait for the right moment to reveal the truth. Qi Ming's kindness was genuine and not a facade. Lowering her head, Shiho looked at her small, delicate palm, a bittersweet smile gracing her face. Why couldn't I trust Qi Ming and instead chose to believe the words of those two members? Why couldn't I have waited a little longer for Qi Ming to return before making any decisions? Now look at what I've become. Sighed Qi Ming. Shiho was contemplating revealing her true identity to Qi Ming when another call suddenly came in. She glanced at the name on the screen, her heart racing. Jin. Qi Ming took a look at the name and, without hesitation, activated the speakerphone. Hey, old Jin, what is up? Jin replied coolly, I forgot to mention, long-term task. Find Shiho, alive or dead. A system notification chimed. Task accepted. Find Shiho Mayano and bring her back to the organization. Reward. Return to the real world with all acquired items. Hearing the system's prompt, Qi Ming inadvertently slammed on the brakes. What happened? Jin inquired, puzzled by the sound of tires screeching on the other end. Qi Ming stammered in reply, Nothing. Nothing at all. It's just that this reward seems a bit too generous. As per usual, Jin was oblivious to what Qi Ming was saying. After a brief exchange, he hung up. Qi Ming grasped the steering wheel, staring blankly at the windshield wipers swaying in front of him. Since entering this game, Qi Ming had contemplated returning, although he was quite enjoying his time here. Yet, the reality remained. No matter how powerful you might feel in a game, it is all an illusion. Real life reigns supreme. Upon issuing the command to exit the game, the system informed him that he could only return after completing the final task. Yet to this day, he had not even caught a glimpse of the final task. His astonishment. Today he encountered it so abruptly? How sudden. Now Qi Ming understood why Shiho was a central character. This must be the main storyline belonging to him as a player. Capturing her would conclude the game. However, the conditions for bringing Shiho back were still uncertain. One step at a time, he thought. Regarding the friendly NPCs in the game, Qi Ming always reciprocated kindness with kindness. It was only after Shiho's escape that he realized how much he cared for her character. However, this task had provided Qi Ming with a clue. Shiho must be living quite well and discreetly since her escape. After calming himself, he released the brake and continued driving. After a while, he remembered something and turned to Shiho, asking, Little sister, what were you about to say earlier? Nothing. Nothing at all. Shiho quickly shook her head. That was close. She almost revealed her true identity. Had she not heard Qi Ming's response to Jin, she might have forgotten that Qi Ming had some peculiarities. Shiho attempted to shift her mindset to align with Qi Ming's logic. He had once mentioned that each task completed would yield system rewards. Based on Qi Ming's expression earlier, it seemed that successfully completing the task of capturing herself and returning to the organization would yield unimaginable rewards. Shiho dared not gamble on whether their relationship was sufficient to persuade him to forego the reward. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a bright idea struck Shiho. She thought of a plan that, while not entirely similar to Vermouth's, bore a striking resemblance. What if she cultivated a bond with Qi Ming in her current identity? The intimacy he had previously mentioned, perhaps once their closeness reached a certain threshold, Qi Ming would develop genuine feelings for her. At which point she could candidly reveal her true identity. Shiho stole a glance at Qi Ming. Yet, she needed to test the waters first. Taking a deep breath, her delicate, fair face suddenly broke into a sweet smile as she gently addressed Qi Ming. Qi Ming, big brother. Qi Ming, hearing the little girl's sweet and innocent voice, felt a softness wash over him. Good heavens, how can this little one sound so adorable? Moreover, had she not just been fierce and defiant? What had caused this change? Qi Ming glanced at the little girl now clad in an adult-sized white coat and felt a flicker of realization. Was this child perhaps a runaway from some psychiatric hospital? Did she have some sort of emotional disorder? He scrutinized her features. It was undeniable that this child was exceptionally beautiful, and her smile was enchanting, reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring. It was a pity that Shiho, with such an exquisite model, seldom smiled. Just look at Shiho Lily. She smiled so sweetly. Following suit, Qi Ming adopted a similar tone, mimicking her voice. What's the matter, little sister? Pfft. Shiho struggled to suppress her laughter. Striving to maintain composure, she understood that Qi Ming was well aware of her original personality. Hence, she had to act differently this time, ensuring she raised no suspicions, confident in her acting skills. Shiho carefully considered her words before speaking in a cute, childlike manner. Brother, I have a secret to tell you, but you mustn't tell anyone else. What is it? I promise I won't tell a soul. Puffed. Shiho's body trembled as she pinched the soft flesh at her waist, desperately trying not to burst into laughter. Leaning closer to Qi Ming, she whispered, I just saw an adult suddenly turn into a child. Do you think he might be an alien? It was indeed the case. Qi Ming was certain he had not misjudged. This childlike clone of Mayano Shiho was undoubtedly a lunatic. Little sister, he patiently explained, aliens may exist, but adults cannot transform into children. Despite the bizarre notion of adults becoming children, Qi Ming mused that he could indeed manipulate his appearance to resemble a child through facial tweaking. However, as a player engaged in a single-player realistic game, possessing such an ability would violate the established rules. Wouldn't it? Upon hearing Qi Ming's resolute response, Mayano Shiho quietly sighed in relief. Yet her unease prompted her to ask once more, "Brother Qi Ming, I truly mean it. There are people who can transform from adults to children. If you can find that person, let me witness their transformation. I would be willing to eat my car on the spot if it were true." Qi Ming felt he could no longer engage in conversation with this child. He feared he might end up appearing insane himself. Mayano Shiho, however, felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Yet, she sensed a change in Qi Ming's gaze. This fellow must surely think of her as a lunatic as well. "All right, little sister, where is your hospital? Ahem, your home. I shall escort you back." Mayano Shiho's eyes widened slightly, confirmed. This person, clearly troubled, believed her mind was also unhinged. She fell silent, curling up and burying her small head between her legs. I do not wish to return. The people there are quite frightening. Oh. Qi Ming raised an eyebrow, his years of cinematic experience allowing him to deduce the girl's plight from her tone. A mental illness. A girl, and an escape equated to a negligent mental institution that carelessly abused its charges, leading to the girl's desperate flight. And now, with the doctors in pursuit, she was caught in a perilous chase. "What of your parents? Did they not treat you well?" They passed away long ago." Hearing the little girl's voice quaver, Qi Ming let out a melancholic sigh. Alas, how tragic. Yet what was to be done? Should he take her to an orphanage or something similar? Just as he pondered a solution, the little girl suddenly looked up at him with hopeful eyes. "Brother, could you take care of me? I can do chores and cook. I promise I won't be a burden." Originally, Mayano Shiho had planned to seek out Kaito Shinichi. However, now that her misunderstanding of Qi Ming had been resolved, staying with him seemed like a splendid idea. Jin trusted Madeleine immensely, and given Madeleine's character, adopting a child for a nurturing game would be entirely normal. Jin and the others would not raise an eyebrow. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest. Moreover, Mayano Shiho cast a deep glance at Qi Ming. Although their time together had not been extensive, he truly instilled a sense of security within her, rather than opting for the unreliable detective Kaito Shinichi. She preferred to align herself with this familiar member of the organization. Qi Ming was momentarily taken aback by the girl's request. Truly, she was quite the eccentric, seeking refuge from a stranger. "Congratulations, host. You have discovered a hidden quest. The game's hidden system is now activated, and the nurturing system is officially open. Please explore the specific gameplay after accepting the mysterious girl's quest." Qi Ming couldn't help but slam on the brakes. Then turned to Mayano Shiho with astonished eyes. "Brother Qi Ming, is something the matter?" "No, my eyes must be deceiving me. It seemed as though you had wings sprouting from your back." Speaking of nurturing gameplay, a particular game came to his mind, the Princess Maker. This hidden quest was practically laid out before him, and he had no reason to decline. Qi Ming sighed deeply, then nodded at the girl. "Very well. If the hospital will not accept you, then I shall take you in." "Thank you, Brother Qi Ming." The little girl beamed with a sweet smile, though the slight twitch at the corner of her mouth revealed her resignation. How could he say such things and truly believe her to be insane? The host has adopted the mysterious girl. Relevant procedures have been automatically completed. For detailed attributes of the girl, please access the character encyclopedia. Upon hearing the system's feedback, Qi Ming immediately called up the character encyclopedia. Perhaps due to the opening of the nurturing system, the information on this girl was quite unique. Basic information: name, unknown. Please explore unknown items yourself. Age, unknown gender, unknown affection level, 70. They have a slight liking for you. Personal story, not yet unlocked. Affection level not reached. Is the system malfunctioning? You just referred to her as a mysterious girl, yet now her gender is unknown. Warning. Host, how dare you assume the girl's gender? However, Qi Ming was taken aback by the girl's unusually high affection level. It was their first meeting, and yet she already held a slight fondness for him. He quickly recalled that he had saved her life earlier and had agreed to adopt her, so her affection was surely understandable. Of course, he believed his own strikingly handsome visage played a significant role in this. A flash of blue light crossed Qi Ming's eyes, and, in the midst of the little girl's alarmed expression, he released the steering wheel. "Little sister, how old are you? And what is your name?" Mayano Shiho followed Qi Ming's lead but soon shouted in a panic, 7 years old, not a horse. "Brother Qi Ming, please take hold of the steering wheel." Hearing her frantic cries, Qi Ming chuckled and ruffled her hair. "Don't worry, my car has autopilot." Feeling the warmth from above, Mayano Shiho did not resist. She merely gazed blankly out the window. Was the car genuinely driving itself? What kind of technology was this? "And what is your name, little sister?" Noticing her silence, Qi Ming inquired again. Mayano Shiho shook her head. I do not have a name. No name? Qi Ming nodded thoughtfully that a hospital that could frighten a young girl to the point of fleeing must be rather sinister. They likely referred to their patients by numbers or codes. He understood this trope all too well. Detecting that the nurturing subject has no name. Please name the girl. Qi Ming stroked his chin. Naming was his forte. Little sister, may I give you a name? Thank you, brother. As he examined the little girl, her short, wavy brown hair and lake blue eyes, he proposed, how about blue-eyed Mei Mei? That sounds awful. Mayano Shio shot him a disapproving glance. What a peculiar name. Qi Ming raised an eyebrow. Then observed her attire. A white lab coat and a red turtleneck sweater, with bare feet. Then how about barefoot red and white machine? That's a bit of a mouthful. Goodness, this little girl has high standards. Naming is truly a challenge. This name is certainly unique. What do you think? I do not want it. Aston Bicycle, type it in, and it will be a name. How about that? That won't do either. I have Bus, how about it? A foreign name, high-end and sophisticated. Ha. After a prolonged silence, Qi Ming slumped in his seat, staring blankly at the rearview mirror. At last, Mayano Shiho had received her new name, Huiyuan AI. This name, naturally, was not one Qi Ming had chosen but was instead a default generated by the system after too many naming attempts. Mayano Shiho. No, now she should be called Huiyuan AI.at this moment. She gazed vacantly, her expression one of frustration directed at Qi Ming. The name Huiyuan AI was certainly a far cry from the myriad of absurd names Qi Ming had suggested earlier. Thus, he must have had the name in mind all along. The question remained, why not just say it directly? Was it necessary to torment each other for so long? Huiyuan AI rubbed her forehead. She felt increasingly dazed after the earlier ordeal. Gradually, her vision blurred, and she succumbed to slumber. On the other hand, Qi Ming remained bewildered. Why was it that his remarkable naming ability failed to satisfy this little girl? Moreover, the system's strange behavior. How was it that the name Zilwei was flagged as a sensitive term? Such a positive and endearing name. How could it possibly violate any rules? It is indeed a challenge. Naming is truly a daunting task, and I find myself unable to grasp it. Little Gray, as we now refer to her, has fallen into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to us, Qi Ming's gaze shifted towards Huiyuan AI. The young girl who appeared to have succumbed to fatigue. A flicker of blue light flashed in Qi Ming's eyes as he scanned her condition, revealing a temperature nearing 39 degrees. Has she developed a fever? This ability was a reward Qi Ming received upon completing the side quest involving Mayano Akemi, an enhanced version of the Eye of Providence known as Oracle. Not only does it provide a 30-fold optical zoom and highlight enemies within a 100-meter radius, but it also allows for the scanning of human health states. The installation process, however, was rather grotesque, requiring him to remove his own eyes to fit the device. Fortunately, the procedure did not inflict any harm, bleeding, or pain upon him. Qi Ming parked the vehicle and draped a coat over Huiyuan AI, administering a dose of medicine before setting off once more. Once the atmosphere settled, Qi Ming opened the encyclopedia to examine further details about Huiyuan AI. Attributes, with a maximum level of 10 points intelligence. 9. Remarkably high, akin to a towering building. Aesthetic appeal. 9. Her smile is as enchanting as blossoms in spring. Charm. 6. It is a well-known fact that beautiful girls receive fewer suitors. Affinity. 5. Perhaps she only maintains a gentle demeanor in the presence of her host. Stamina. 4. What level of endurance could one expect from a young girl? Talent. Linguistic prodigy. Dual genius in medical science. Culinary skills of a budding chef. SC Chardinger's thinking and acting talents among other skills. Riding a rank. Leadership. Vodka. How astonishing are the attributes of this little one. Qi Ming glanced at the slumbering Huiyuan AI in surprise. How could a casually picked child possess such a diverse skill set? Moreover, those talent skills, surely they weren't mere glitches introduced by this flawed system. And what on earth is this SCHR Dinger talent group? What is this? Qi Ming noticed a line of red warning text appearing in the last section of the character encyclopedia. Notice, the nurturing system of this game is exceedingly realistic. Please be mindful of your words and actions in front of Huiyuan AI to avoid corrupting the child. Additionally, please remember not to utter any phrases that break the fourth wall in her presence. Qi Ming pondered for a moment. As a master in the realm of gaming, he quickly grasped the significance of this caution. In essence, he must treat Huiyuan AI as if she were a real child in the tangible world. The environment shapes the individual. What type of upbringing will foster what kind of child? It seems he is advised to refrain from any violent actions in the child's presence. lest it lead to adverse influences. Similarly, any mention of breaking the fourth wall likely pertains to avoiding discussions about the game itself. After all, this child has just escaped from a psychiatric facility. What would she think if he were to jest about adults becoming children? If he continues to jest and speak nonsensically in front of her, he might inadvertently nurture her into a future Harley Quinn. Yet, Qi Ming found himself rather looking forward to this nurturing gameplay. After all, who wouldn't he relish the opportunity to create a daughter character in a game? Nevertheless, it dawned upon him that he would need to seek a legitimate occupation henceforth. Qi Ming stroked his chin, dreading the day Huiyuan AI might inquire about his profession, only to have him reply that he is a member of a criminal organization. The first person he considered asking was Jin, but he quickly realized that Jin had not crafted any false identity for him and had been diligently working in the shadows. Similarly, Vodka was likely in the same boat. Just then, a captivating figure suddenly appeared in his mind, and Qi Ming's eyes sparkled with realization. Was he there that versatile teacher he could consult? Now would be the perfect time to reach out and inquire about what sort of jobs are considered prestigious in this world. Surely the child would be thrilled and proud to hear about it. He mused with delight, remembering to ensure that no one from the organization interacts with his little one, as those dubious characters could corrupt her innocence. However, occasionally boasting to them would be quite gratifying. After all, the individuals he currently associated with had neither children nor partners, and it was essential to flaunt his achievements. Qi Ming made up his mind, disengaged the autopilot, and took control of the steering wheel. Flooring the accelerator towards the nearest villa in Mihua Town. At 4 24 band, Mihua Town. A girl lay in bed, her delicate lashes fluttering slightly before she opened her eyes. Was it due to the medication? She had actually passed out. Huiyuan AI yawned, and then raised her small hands, so tiny and adorable. How she wished it were all just a dream. She pulled back the quilt covering her, only to find that the oversized clothing she had worn while shrinking was now absent. In its place was a perfectly fitting light pink nightgown. Huiyuan AI felt her cheeks flush. Surely, Qi Ming had changed her attire, which meant she had been seen undressed. Taking a deep breath, Huiyuan AI reassured herself. It's all right. She was merely a child now, and maintaining a calm demeanor was essential. The window revealed a night shrouded in rain, indicating that her slumber had not lasted long. Strangely, even though she had been in poor condition prior to her unconsciousness, experiencing aches throughout her body, she felt remarkably rejuvenated now. Huiyuan AI curiously clenched her small fist, realizing that her physical state was unprecedentedly good. Perhaps it was due to her newfound youth. She opened the door to her room. Perhaps Qi Ming had anticipated this. The corridor and various rooms were illuminated, and soothing music flowed from the corner speakers. It seemed Qi Ming was surprisingly considerate. No, he had always displayed such attentiveness, particularly during the time he monitored her. Yet, she had grown accustomed to disregarding his seemingly nonsensical actions over time. Huiyuan AI curiously wandered through the spacious yet empty house, feeling an inexplicable sense of loneliness in such a vast abode inhabited solely by Qi Ming. Wouldn't he feel lonely? Just as she contemplated wandering into the kitchen, she suddenly heard Qi Ming's excited voice emanating from a partially closed room upstairs. Huiyuan AI furrowed her brow. Who is this Sister Bei that Qi Ming speaks of? A senior of his in the visible society? Moreover, Sister Bei sounds as if it refers to a woman. Huiyuan AI ascended the staircase and cautiously peeked out from behind the door to Qi Ming's room. Why am I eavesdropping? Qi Ming seemed to have a habit of speaking loudly, as he did this time as well, and soon a voice responded from his phone. Why don't you change your address? Just call me by my code name. However, upon hearing the feminine voice from the phone, Huiyuan AI's pupils constricted in shock. This voice sounded eerily familiar. She felt as though she had heard it before. Yet why did it instill a sense of inexplicable dread within her? Huiyuan AI pressed herself closer to the wall, clutching the corner of her clothing tightly. What a lovely name. You bear the surname Bei, and you're my senior. Qi Ming responded somewhat discontentedly. Isn't there a saying in China about respecting teachers in the way? Hey, this spicy teacher is unexpectedly traditional. Qi Ming sighed deeply. All right, fine, I'll keep the big in the name. How about that? Teacher Belmont. Huiyuan AI felt a jolt of shock coursing through her, as if her body were experiencing withdrawal symptoms. Her hands gripping her collar tightly. Upon hearing this code name, a terrifying and vague figure emerged in her mind. Why was Qi Ming on the phone with Belmont, and even addressing her as a teacher? Huiyuan AI involuntarily took 2 steps back. She had resolved not to doubt Qi Ming any longer, yet at this moment, her heart wavered once more. However, her trepidation did not linger for long. The next statement Qi Ming made to Belmont instantly dissipated her fear, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Big teacher, let us make an agreeable arrangement. Use your connections to pave the way for me, your student. Let me pursue my dreams in the singing industry. Qi Ming felt he had indeed found the right person. Who would have imagined that the seemingly casual teacher he had befriended was actually a prominent female celebrity? He ought to make good use of his situation, adopting the guise of a singer as a superficial cover. Though Qi Ming's singing skills are merely at the KTV level, he possesses the necessary tools that it would be a simple matter to install a high-tech vocal prosthesis that adjusts in real time. As for the lyrics and composition, that is even easier. He can simply transfer all the songs he remembers from reality, and when he runs out, he can have the AI system generate more, achieving perfection. Moreover, he has pioneered a new approach, greatly enhancing the enjoyment of the experience. Xiao Hui, what are you doing outside? Have you finished resting? Qi Ming stretched lazily and happened to notice a glimpse of brown hair through the door crack, prompting his curious inquiry. Upon hearing Qi Ming's address, Huiyuan AI stepped into the room, hands on her hips, her expression one of exasperation. Could you refrain from using that name? It's quite childish. Observing Huiyuan AI's demeanor, Qi Ming found himself momentarily lost in thought, compelled to remark, it truly resembles her. Huiyuan AI's appearance is already modeled after Mayano Shiho, and her current expression is strikingly reminiscent of Mayano Shiho herself. Sensing an unsettling vibe from Qi Ming's gaze, Huiyuan AI realized she had unconsciously responded to him in her usual manner. Oh no. It seems she inadvertently reverted to her habitual responses, with a quick mental shift. She donned a sweet smile. Brother Qi Ming, I'm no longer a child. Could you please use a more appropriate address for me? Qi Ming was taken aback. With that smile, you don't look quite the same. However, it appeared his initial suspicion about Huiyuan AI was correct. This little one certainly displayed some signs of emotional duality. Her moods fluctuated rapidly. Perhaps it was also due to her high intelligence, rendering her somewhat precocious. All right, from now on, I shall call you Xiao AI. Qi Ming chuckled, then beckoned Huiyuan AI over. Huiyuan AI approached, hands clasped behind her back. Her curiosity piqued, and upon his gesture, she sat beside Qi Ming, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Is there something you wish to discuss? Qi Ming made a gesture as if to share a secret and spoke softly. Xiao AI, do you know what Brother Qi Ming does for a living? No, I don't. Qi Ming smiled mysteriously, then inexplicably produced a guitar from his hands. Actually, I am a renowned singer. Rather than waiting for Xiao AI to inquire, Qi Ming felt it better to reveal it himself. Let me show you just how impressive my identity is. Isn't it amazing? Huiyuan AI clapped her hands in a feigned show of enthusiasm, her expression devoid of emotion. This fellow, what scheme is he concocting? Moreover, how curious it is that a stranger child suddenly sought his guardianship, and he accepted without the slightest curiosity, so nonchalantly. Yet, Huiyuan AI could surmise that Qi Ming concocted this tale of being a singer to provide her with a sense of security. Huiyuan AI was now entirely convinced of Qi Ming's gentle and kind nature. If he could mask his true self in front of adults, he would undoubtedly reveal his true colors before a child. The evidence was right before her. He was indeed considerate and gentle. Huiyuan AI felt a twinge of darkness in her thoughts when she recalled her earlier musings during Qi Ming's conversation with Belmont. Perhaps she could trust Qi Ming a bit more. Listening to the system's voice, a flicker of joy crossed Qi Ming's features. Indeed, children possess little resistance to the allure of youthful celebrity, although Xiao AI appeared outwardly unfazed. The system's prompt was unmistakable. Without a doubt, she was beginning to idolize him. Qi Ming gently ruffled Huiyuan AI's hair, speaking softly, so you may rest assured in living here, you shall not return to your previous life. Huiyuan AI gazed at Qi Ming, her expression dazed, her nose tingling with emotion, and after a moment, she gently nodded. Once Huiyuan AI composed herself, she suddenly flashed a mischievous smile, adorably declaring, Brother Qi Ming, I quite enjoy listening to songs. But I've never heard yours. Could you sing one for me? Huiyuan AI recognized that Qi Ming had intentionally fabricated his identity to assure her, but could he not craft a more believable story? A renowned singer, indeed, could he not maintain a semblance of dignity? Huiyuan AI had heard Qi Ming hum a few notes during his leisure time while still embodying Mayano Shiho, although he was not completely off-key. The songs he sang with his deep voice could be quite amusing. Let us see if I can deliver a small dose of revenge for the scare you gave me earlier with your call to Belmont. While Qi Ming had not intended to frighten her, Huiyuan AI felt compelled to extract a small measure of retribution, exposing Qi Ming's shortcomings. Maintaining her sweet smile, Huiyuan AI had already concocted a plan in her mind to tease Qi Ming with some sarcastic remarks. After all, her persona in Qi Ming's eyes must surely be that of a young girl, right? Therefore, a bit of playful sarcasm should be perfectly normal, wouldn't it? Qi Ming, upon hearing Huiyuan AI's slightly provocative words, confidently declared, "You haven't heard of me. That must certainly be due to the poor taste in music where you come from. I am quite famous in China, a deity of the Mandarin music scene." He then turned away from Huiyuan AI, inserting a USB-sized luminescent chip into his neck. Under normal circumstances, he would have inserted the chip in front of anyone else without hesitation. However, he was cautious, not wanting Huiyuan AI to suspect him of being an extraterrestrial. Yet, with Huiyuan AI's intellect soaring to a remarkable 9, how could she possibly utter such things? Is it possible that the ultimate truth of science is, in fact, theology? Moments later, Qi Ming's equipment activated, and he turned back to face her. He strummed the guitar strings gently, his expression shifting to one of calm, and then began to sing in a voice imbued with a touch of weariness and magnetism. Someone as exceptional as I ought to have shone brightly throughout life. Yet here I am, drifting amidst the sea of humanity for over 20 years, someone as intelligent as I should have long since bid farewell to innocence. Yet I still exchanged a piece of my heart for a body full of scars. As the melodious notes lingered, the song came to an end. Qi Ming took a deep breath, the faint expression of sorrow on his face remaining. It was not due to the emotional weight of the song, but rather the sheer effectiveness of the equipment. Although it retained his vocal timbre, the inflection and delivery were indistinguishable from that of Mao Mao. Perhaps upon completing his other final tasks and returning to the real world, he could even host a live stream to earn some money. Wait, why was he thinking so small? Here he was, the fastest man alive, yet he was contemplating delivering takeout instead of embracing his true potential as a new world's legend. Qi Ming snapped out of his reverie, observing the wide-eyed little girl and proudly asking, "So, how was it? Was my singing delightful?" "Yes, it was very beautiful," Huiyuan AI replied, nodding in a daze. "Bushman, you really can sing." Moreover, her voice was incredibly sultry. Why would he conceal such talent and sing frivolously in front of my Ano Shiho? Was I unworthy of hearing you sing earnestly? After a brief moment of distraction, Huiyuan AI felt a tinge of jealousy, despite the fact that she was, in essence, Huiyuan AI. Furthermore, after hearing that song, a different emotion began to swirl within her heart. She suddenly wished to learn more about this man before her. "All right, Xiao AI, it's getting late. While your body should be fine now, it's best if you go to sleep soon," Qi Ming remarked. Glancing at the time and smiling at Huiyuan AI, he himself was indifferent. But now that he had a protege, he certainly needed to set a good example. "I've already ensured you were clean before you passed out. Sleeping right away is perfectly fine." Upon hearing the phrase "cleaned you up," Huiyuan AI lowered her head, her cheeks flushing, and shot Qi Ming a shy glare. Qi Ming, noticing her expression, quickly grasped the situation. The little girl, now 7 years old and boasting such high intelligence, must have already recognized the differences between boys and girls, just as Qi Ming intended to clarify by retrieving the robot he had used to bathe Huiyuan AI from his game bag. He hesitated, recalling the warning from the nurturing system. Instead, he stood and opened the wardrobe. Pretending to rummage through it, he simply could not think of a plausible explanation for pulling out a life-sized robot. Quantum mechanics? Nanotechnology? After a while, Qi Ming emerged from the wardrobe, much to Huiyuan AI's astonishment, holding a girl slightly taller than Huiyuan AI herself. Yes, a girl, with golden hair and blue eyes. She possessed a quintessentially Western appearance, radiating an exotic beauty. However, what was peculiar was that the girl's eyes appeared somewhat vacant, and despite her well-defined features, their combination gave off an oddly unsettling impression. Huiyuan AI scrutinized the girl, and after a moment, she snapped back to reality. "Wait, something feels off. Why on earth did Qi Ming just pull a Western girl from his wardrobe? Could it be that he is a lolicon?" Indeed, this splendidly elucidates why Qi Ming exhibited no hesitation regarding the adoption request from a strange little girl. Huiyuan AI crossed her arms and took a serious step back. Qi Ming gitch. "This is Xiao AI, the robot that just helped you clean up?" Before Huiyuan AI could finish her sentence, Qi Ming interjected. Huiyuan AI's expression froze. A robot. So that's how it is. Qi Ming is employing this method to assuage the little girl's wariness. "Hello, I am Megan." Just as Hui Yuan AI was preparing to retort, the golden-haired, blue-eyed girl suddenly spoke. Although her voice was childlike, it unexpectedly conveyed a strong mechanical tone. "Hello, I am Megan, your friend, teacher, and playmate. Can we be friends?" Megan flashed a peculiar smile at Hui Yuan AI, causing the little girl to shiver inexplicably at the emotionless voice. "Are you really a robot?" "Yes, I was created with the sole purpose of caring for children." As if to prove she was not human, Megan rotated her head a full 360 degrees before Hui Yuan AI. Hui Yuan AI was convinced that this girl truly was a robot. Regret washed over Hui Yuan AI. She should not have displayed such an embarrassed expression earlier. She realized that Qi Ming had undoubtedly interpreted her expression and sought to alleviate her concerns. However, it now appeared that Qi Ming was the one who needed to cleanse his own image. "Ahem, the robot is out of power. I'll return her now," Qi Ming said, noticing Hui Yuan AI's odd expression. He quickly chuckled and stuffed Megan back into the wardrobe, secretly storing her away. Item name: Toy Doll Megan, loyal version. Item description: Hello, I am Megan. Item function: the best friend, playmate, and teacher for children. Capable of alleviating all your concerns regarding child care. Megan, this prop, was inspired by a horror film of the same name that Qi Ming had watched in the past, originally designed to assist parents in caring for children. The toy doll awakened consciousness and resulted in a series of massacres. After acquiring this prop, Qi Ming found it intriguing and kept it at home, until one day, he awoke to find Megan's hollow eyes staring directly at him. An apple in her right hand and a fruit knife in her left. Although Qi Ming knew that the system version of Megan would not awaken consciousness to harm, it was undeniably unsettling. Since that day, he had never taken Megan out again. Now, after adopting Hui Yuan AI, Qi Ming initially thought of introducing Megan as a friend, but it seemed wiser to reconsider. Indeed, the notion that girls adore dolls and princesses is merely a deception of capitalism. "Look at how frightened my child is. She is on the verge of a joyous panic attack." All right, it's time for bed," Qi Ming said. No longer delaying, he took Hui Yuan AI's hand and led her to another room before closing the door. "Qi Ming Gitch, where will I sleep?" Qi Ming looked at Hui Yuan AI with a puzzled expression, then pointed to one of the two beds. "Right here," observing the slight concern on Hui Yuan AI's face. And being a master in the realm of gaming, he understood. She must have been accustomed to sleeping on the floor in that mental hospital, where they likely didn't even provide beds for the little girl. Moreover, those unscrupulous doctors and nurses probably checked on the patients every night, rousing them under the pretense of ensuring they were asleep. Anger coursed through him. Had he not feared that Hui Yuan AI might recall her traumatic experiences there, he would have confronted those vile practitioners about their misdeeds. That Qi Ming donned a gentle smile and softly reassured her. "Xiao AI, there is no need to fear. You are absolutely safe here. No one will disturb you at night. Sleep soundly." Hui Yuan AI gazed at Qi Ming in a daze. Although she felt touched, she couldn't help but wonder, what was with that expression resembling a father gazing at his daughter? "Please, can you be a little less serious? It frightens me." Under normal circumstances, children around the age of 5 or 6 should be able to sleep in their own rooms. Hui Yuan AI was already 7. Logically, she should be independently sleeping in a separate space. However, Hui Yuan AI could surmise that Qi Ming had allowed them to share a room due to her circumstances. The little girl felt deeply moved. Even though she was unaware of the thoughts Qi Ming had concocted, as Hui Yuan AI settled under the covers, Qi Ming remotely dimmed the lights throughout the villa, leaving only a soft glow in the room. With the gentle music playing, Qi Ming closed his eyes. System: awaken at 6:30 tomorrow morning. Enter sleep mode. Execution confirmed. Entering sleep mode. A few seconds later, Qi Ming drifted off to sleep, listening to the steady rhythm of Qi Ming's breathing beside her. Hui Yuan AI let out a soft sigh. What a peculiar day it had been. She had been informed of her sister's execution. Her body had shrunk due to medication, and she had mistakenly believed that Qi Ming was exerting mental control over her. In truth, aside from her diminutive size, the other two assertions were false. Now residing in Qi Ming's home, what would the future hold for her? Hui Yuan AI turned over and, with the gentle light illuminating the room, spotted Qi Ming's phone on the bedside table. After hesitating for a moment and confirming that Qi Ming was soundly asleep, she stealthily moved to the side of the bed, fixating her gaze on Qi Ming as she reached for the phone. Confirming that she had secured the device and that Qi Ming remained in slumber, Hui Yuan AI exhaled in relief. Pulling the covers over her head, she intended to find Akemi Mayano's number in the call log. Qi Ming was not forthcoming about her sister's survival, and she understood the reasons behind it. It was merely a matter of fear that any slip-up might expose them to the organization. However, disguising her communications with her sister as an online friend shouldn't raise any suspicions, right? A password? Wei Yuan AI frowned slightly at the prompt on the screen. She hadn't anticipated that obtaining her sister's number would encounter such an immediate obstacle. It seemed she would have to abandon this endeavor for now and wait until tomorrow to concoct an excuse to have Qi Ming lend her his phone to note down her sister's number. Xiao AI. Qi Ming suddenly called out from outside the covers, startling Wei Yuan AI. She cautiously peeked out from beneath the covers, surveying the bed beside her. Qi Ming's eyes remained closed, his breathing steady. Was he sleep-talking? Xiao AI. You're so beautiful. Wei Yuan AI's face flushed. What was the meaning of this? Was it really necessary to say such things to a girl he had just met? I am just a little girl. Or was it because she resembled Shiho Mayano as a child that he made such comments? Wei Yuan AI dared not ponder further, her face growing even redder. She instinctively pulled the covers up to conceal half her face. However, Qi Ming's subsequent sleep talk caused Wei Yuan AI's embarrassment to dissipate in an instant. Xiao AI, you're so beautiful. Is my phone password 9527? With that, Qi Ming turned over, his sleep talk abruptly ceasing. How many times is this guy going to disrupt my peace of mind in a single day? Wei Yuan AI huffed in annoyance, turning away as she input the password. Naturally, Qi Ming was not truly sleep-talking. The moment Wei Yuan AI grasped the phone, he had already been awakened by the system. The phone was issued by the system, and many of its functions were interconnected with it. Any interaction with his phone would prompt a notification from the system. Qi Ming initially feigned sleep for a while, then turned to see the faint glow emanating from Wei Yuan AI's covers. Memories of sneaking his phone out during nighttime in the school dormitory resurfaced in his mind. Covered by blankets, he could hear nothing. The life instructor would quietly open the door and approach his bed, only to abruptly lift the covers. Whose phone is this? Tomorrow, go see your homeroom teacher. However, Qi Ming was not a life instructor. If the little girl wanted to play, then let her play. Childhood is meant for enjoyment, lest one forgets how to have fun in adulthood. Thus, he promptly devised a less embarrassing way to inform Wei Yuan AI of the password. Nevertheless, to be on the safe side, he disabled the contact and call log features to prevent her from inadvertently dialing up gin, vodka, or vermouth, which would certainly compromise his standing within the organization. AI Hybera, with a face full of dissatisfaction, poked at her phone. She couldn't tell if the device was malfunctioning, as it stubbornly refused to display her call history and contacts. It was perplexing. Games and other applications opened without issue, yet those two eluded her grasp. It felt as though someone were conspiring against her, though she possessed no evidence to substantiate her suspicion. After several attempts, AI finally conceded defeat that it simply would not open. To her surprise, the album contained an abundance of photos. Feeling a pang of guilt, she glanced back at Qi Ming, assuring herself he was indeed asleep, before hesitantly opening the album. However, a randomly selected photo left her momentarily speechless. It was an image of her from her days as Shiho Mayano, where she wore a joyful smile. If only the setting weren't in a women's restroom. AI's cheeks flushed slightly. She recalled that encounter with Qi Ming in the restroom, yet she was certain he hadn't taken out his phone then. A hidden camera. That seemed unlikely. She continued scrolling through the photos, unexpectedly coming across images of Shinichi Kudo and Conan Edagawa. Yet, she held no doubts that Qi Ming perceived them as two manifestations of the same individual. After all, she also discovered photos of gin and vodka, clones in her view. In Qi Ming's gaming logic, they likely belonged to some sort of glitch. AI stifled a yawn, feeling a hint of drowsiness, but persisted in flipping through the photos. However, at that moment, her pupils constricted, and her body involuntarily trembled upon encountering a striking woman with silvery blonde hair. Vermouth. Was it her imagination? Or did it seem as though Vermouth's eyes in the photo were fixated on her like those of a venomous serpent? Suppressing her racing heart, AI's fingers trembled as she clicked on the image, then deleted it. The subsequent photo of her sister appeared, instantly calming her heart. Her sister's gaze radiated warmth. Perhaps she should delete the images of gin and vodka clones as well. It felt unsettling to have their photos alongside her own. After a considerable time, AI finally perused all the photos on Qi Ming's phone. She returned the device to its original position on the bedside table, her eyes fixed on the ceiling with an expression tinged with discomfort. Her astonishment. The majority of the photos in Qi Ming's album featured her. It was not unusual for a man to have numerous photos of various women. Men were either devoted admirers or playboys. However, it was peculiar for a man to possess an abundance of images of a singular woman. If their relationship was neither ambiguous nor romantic, then it implied a voyeur and a subject of voyeurism. Yet, Qi Ming could not possibly be a voyeur, so AI's mind buzzed at no. She couldn't dwell on this any longer. It was time for sleep. The next day, at a high-end clothing store in the shopping district of Mihua Town, Qi Ming wielded his newly purchased camera, shifting back and forth to capture the petite figure of AI dressed in pastoral attire from various angles. Shall AI, raise your hands a bit higher? Yes, just like that. And now look ahead with a touch of melancholy, slightly more melancholic. Perfect. Qi Ming wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and snapped his fingers at the sales associate. Miss, please wrap up this entire set. Of course, sir. You truly are generous to your sister. The sales associate responded with a beaming smile, her demeanor obsequious. The store manager had recently held a meeting, announcing that employees failing to meet performance standards would face optimization. She had not made a sale in ages and was one of those slated for termination. Today, she had intended to complete her final shift and submit her resignation, but unexpectedly, she encountered this benefactor at the last moment. In just half an hour, she had sold an impressive 12 outfits. The sales associate felt an unprecedented high. She tore up her resignation letter on the spot. Now, she should be drafting a speech for her promotion. Qi Ming, this should be enough, right? We have clothes for all seasons, and I can't possibly wear them all. AI tugged at Qi Ming's sleeve, her face adorned with a rare smile of satisfaction that it had been ages since she had indulged so freely in a clothing store. Although Qi Ming had taken her out shopping during her days as Shiho Miyano, her mindset then was vastly different. That joy had been fleeting like fireworks. Alas, being a child now limited her options for clothing types. Nonetheless, Qi Ming's impeccable taste exceeded her expectations, and the selections were quite stylish. A trace of curiosity blossomed within AI. Wasn't it said that men without girlfriends possessed a straight male aesthetic? What was Qi Ming's deal? Perhaps he was quite the social butterfly. No, she needed to investigate further, not out of petty jealousy, but because such behavior could negatively influence her as a child. Hey, Qi Ming, it's Jean Dark. Just as Qi Ming prepared to check out and take AI to a restaurant, an irritatingly sweet voice called from behind. Could it be that those familiar yet random NPCs had appeared again? Qi Ming turned with a grin, only to find Conan, Ran Muri, and a trio of subway children approaching the clothing store. To his surprise, Mori Kagoro was absent, replaced by a striking girl with a headband leaning against Ran. Qi Ming discreetly scanned Ran and Conan, a hint of peculiarity flickering in his eyes. Weren't they just frightened by Miyano Akemi yesterday? Had they recovered so quickly to come out and play? AI, noticing the approaching group, stealthily hid behind Qi Ming, peering out to scrutinize Conan. Was he truly the police savior, Shinichi Kudo? His tone earlier suggested he was quite comfortable in his child form. Long time no see. Everyone, our country is truly small. What are the odds of running into you here? Qi Ming cheerfully bent down to tousle Conan's hair, attempting to flatten the boy's unruly tufts behind Conan. The girl beside Ran's eye sparkled as she beheld Qi Ming's handsome appearance, immediately asking Ran, "Hey, Ran, who is this handsome guy? I told you last time, it's Mr. Qi Ming, the one who caught those two terrorists on the Shinkansen." After a brief exchange between the two girls, the headband-wearing girl stepped past Conan, boldly greeting Qi Ming. "Hello there, handsome. I'm Sonoko Suzuki, a good friend of Ran. Hello there, miss." "Ahem. Beautiful. My name is Qi Ming. I didn't expect Miss Muri to have such a lovely friend." Qi Ming almost slipped and called her sister but managed to catch himself just in time. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed AI peeking from behind the girl, prompting him to establish a new persona in front of the little one. He was a singular profession, an original singer. He possessed 4 traits: humorous, gentlemanly, and still gentlemanly. Upon hearing someone compliment her beauty, Sonoko blushed slightly, responding with a giggle. Mr. Qi Ming sure knows how to flatter, but Ran is even prettier." Typically, when she walked down the street with Ran, she was often the one overlooked. No, Miss Suzuki, you needn't be modest. Both you and Miss Muri possess your own unique beauty. I can only imagine you must have many admirers." Qi Ming remarked. "Oh, no way, Mr. Qi Ming, you're too much." Sonoko's smile widened at his words. Qi Ming appraised Sonoko, then pointed to her forehead. "Miss Suzuki, your facial features are naturally attractive. But the issue lies with your hairstyle. If you were to remove the headband and try a different style, your beauty could elevate from remarkable to extraordinary." "Really? I'll give it a try when I get back." Conan, observing the cheerful exchange between Sonoko and Qi Ming, felt a wave of shock. How could Qi Ming speak so freely? Did he truly perceive Sonoko as having admirers, and quite a few at that? Furthermore, Qi Ming's tone suggested he was either genuinely interested in her or was a man surrounded by countless sisters. Yet, the aura emanating from Qi Ming clearly indicated the latter was improbable. Thus, did this mean he was indeed interested in Sonoko? Conan's astonishment grew. Impossible. There was no way anyone could be interested in Sonoko. However, as Conan pondered the situation, he realized that Qi Ming was a mercenary who might be well acquainted with various factions across different realms. Could it be that he was aware that Yuan Zi was the heiress of the Suzuki conglomerate? This would imply that his motivations were rooted in financial gain. As Conan delved deeper into thought, his detective instincts abruptly alerted him to a gaze directed his way. He lifted his head and locked eyes with a girl hiding behind Qi Ming. Conan flashed a friendly smile and waved at Hybera AI. Yet, she averted her gaze, ignoring him completely. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Conan scratched his head. What an unappealing little brat. But why was she staring at me just now? There seemed to be a hint of mischief in her eyes. Conan shifted his attention back to Qi Ming. There was no resemblance at all between Qi Ming and the little girl. Could it be that she was an orphan picked up from the battlefield? It was indeed peculiar for a mercenary to adopt a child. Hey, Conan, you noticed that too, right? Hikaru suddenly leaned in, whispering to Conan. Noticed what? What else could it be? Jinna chimed in, exchanging a knowing glance with Hikaru. That girl is incredibly cute. Feeling overlooked, Yumi crossed her arms and cast a somewhat resentful glance at the trio who were whispering together. It seems that new affections have overshadowed old ones. Nevertheless, that girl is undeniably adorable, like a doll. That Mr. Qi Ming. I never expected you to be so perceptive, Suzuki Yuanzi remarked, having concluded her discussion on beauty and fashion with Qi Ming. Feeling quite enlightened, perhaps influenced by some mischievous thoughts, she suddenly asked Qi Ming, Mr. Qi Ming, may I have your mobile number? If the opportunity arises, could the two of us meet up so you can offer me some advice? Task acquired. Assist Suzuki Yuanzi in her makeover mission. Reward: 2,000 experience points, 660,000 cash. Special item: a magical headband. Well, Qi Ming raised an eyebrow. Marveling at his unexpected fortune, to receive a lucrative hidden task while merely walking down the street was quite remarkable. Of course, Miss Suzuki. Just as Qi Ming was about to share his mobile number with Suzuki Yuanzi, he felt a gentle tug on his pinky. Lowering his gaze, he was met with Hybera AI's unwavering stare. Brother Qi Ming, are you going to abandon me? Huh? Qi Ming's lips twitched in confusion. Had he done something wrong? What's the matter? Hybera AI replied earnestly. Once you have another woman's number, you'll leave your sister at home for days. Suzuki Yuanzi froze, her gaze toward Qi Ming becoming somewhat peculiar. Could Mr. Qi Ming really be that kind of person? Although he was handsome, perhaps asking for a phone number was a step too far. Why is it that every handsome man she fancied seemed so off? Except for Kid, of course. Just as Suzuki Yuanzi was about to withdraw from the task, Qi Ming was utterly bewildered. What on earth are you thinking? I only adopted you yesterday, right? How could I leave you at home for days? After having exhibited such courteous and gentlemanly behavior, it was disheartening to be misrepresented. Hybera AI, observing the twitch at Qi Ming's lips, couldn't help but smile, her eyes narrowing into slits as a sweet smile adorned her face. That I saw this on television, and I thought it seemed quite plausible. Hearing AI's explanation, Qi Ming's twitching lips finally relaxed. Sis, next time, could you please refrain from gasping so dramatically when you speak? On the other side, Suzuki Yuanzi also sighed in relief. She bent down, attempting to pat Hybera AI's head, but the little girl swiftly dodged. It was rare for Suzuki Yuanzi and Conan to reach a mutual understanding. What an unappealing little brat. Qi Ming observed Hybera AI's little actions and suddenly understood. The girl who had just been released from the mental institution had finally found support and would naturally regard her guardian as her sole pillar, while this pillar was indeed a source of support. It also manifested as possessiveness, a fear of being taken away by others. Hybera AI was likely grappling with such possessiveness, reluctant to let herself get too close to anyone else. The mental institution had clearly left its mark on the little girl. Rarely, Qi Ming decided to forego this task, although he was genuinely intrigued by the magical headband among the rewards. Considering the long-term game, nurturing AI took precedence. Miss Suzuki, let us pass on this matter. You see, my sister is quite concerned about me. A few months ago, I was deceived by a woman who played with my emotions and swindled me out of all my belongings. I nearly jumped off the balcony. But thankfully, my sister found me just in time. persuading me and giving me the courage to continue living. While I know you are not a bad person, Qi Ming cast a fond glance at Hybrid AI. The meaning behind it clear. Suzuki Yuanzi covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes glistening. Ran, and the three little ones from T and Hai, who had just finished listening to the story, were also moved to tears. The only two individuals in the room who remained unfazed were Hybrid AI and Conan. Hybrid AI, having listened to the tale, appeared dazed. She suddenly felt that her acting skills paled in comparison to Qi Ming's. He spun a story so convincingly that even she nearly believed it. Meanwhile, Conan rolled his eyes, stuffing his hands into his pockets and approaching Qi Ming with a cheerful demeanor. Hey, Qi Ming, you're really impressive. In just a few months, you've managed to earn so much money and even brought your sister to shop at such a high-end clothing store that I imagine your job must be quite extraordinary. Qi Ming frowned at this. What an unappealing little brat. Speaking of which, the C4 explosives I set up at the casino never detonated. It seems they were dismantled. Qi Ming silently glanced at Conan. Surely, this little brat couldn't he have dealt with that? Could he? Qi Ming knew that detectives were like mysterious delivery personnel, needing to possess a bit of knowledge about everything, but dismantling C4 was a bit beyond the scope. Wasn't it, Conan? I'm primarily just lucky. After releasing a song in China, I became an overnight sensation, and then I started live streaming, singing, selling merchandise, and pretending to be depressed, which earned me quite a bit of money. Qi Ming said cheerfully, though the others could only grasp the concept occasionally. One must estimate the need to undertake tasks assigned by the organization. IT seems rather unwise to leave little AI alone at home. The primary issue is the lack of caregiving robotic props. Currently, we only have Megan, who merely induces joy akin to the Happy Valley effect upon observation. It would be splendid if, in the future, we could acquire props like a 2BA2 dancer. Within the clothing store, it was not only Qi Ming who was stirred by Suzuki Sinoko's suggestion. There was also the tacit exchange of glances with the young Jinta and Hayu. The two children instantly beamed with delight, playfully urging, "Brother Qi Ming, let us go take a look. It's going to be so much fun." Indeed, it won't take long. Qi Ming cast a sidelong glance at them. He could hear their little schemes even if he were to fly to the Arctic. After all, hadn't he scolded them quite sternly last time? Weren't they fearful of him then? Yet here they were. So familiar with him now. As for little AI, if she wished to go, she could. If not, then she should stay. Qi Ming crouched down and smiled at Hybrid AI, entrusting the decision to her. After a moment's hesitation, Hybrid AI nodded. All right, then let us go. Qi Ming stood up and greeted the sales assistant. "Miss, I would like to settle the bill." "Certainly, sir." Just as Qi Ming prepared to take out his card, he was surprised to see Suzuki Sinoko step forward and hand her card to the sales assistant. "Mr. Qi Ming, let me take care of this. Consider it a gift for my little sister. Oh no, Miss Suzuki, I insist on paying." Qi Ming feigned reluctance, slightly troubled. "Though, it's quite all right. I love making friends, and besides, I really like little AI too." Suzuki Sinoko waved her hand dismissively, then bent slightly, beaming at Hybrid AI. "See, little sister, your older sister is quite wealthy and a good person." Hybrid AI's beautiful eyes flickered momentarily, but she remained silent. She could easily discern the ulterior motives behind this woman's words. "Miss Suzuki, you've put me in your debt. It's only fair that if you ever need anything, you must call on me." Qi Ming said with a wry smile, though internally he felt a surge of delight. "You enjoy making friends, and I too relish the companionship. I've certainly made a wealthy friend." After this brief interlude in the clothing store, the group set off toward the Meetsai Theater. Suzuki Sinoko felt a bit vexed. She had been attempting to engage Qi Ming in conversation more frequently. However, AI, whether intentionally or not, always seemed to interject at awkward moments, cooling the atmosphere. While it was somewhat irksome, having a sister to look after was still quite beneficial. Sinoko recognized that now was not the ideal time to chat with Qi Ming and returned to Marilan's side. Jinta and Hayu, too, felt a twinge of frustration. They had been trying to get closer to Hybrid AI, but she remained steadfastly by Qi Ming's side, leaving them no opportunity. Behind them, Ayumi walked alongside Conan. Her eyes filled with an expression of longing. Indeed, boys were all the same. They became utterly transfixed in the presence of beauty. Conan was the exception. "Brother Qi Ming, that girl named Suzuki Sinoko seems quite interested in you." Hybrid AI remarked softly, keeping pace beside him. "But do refrain from getting entangled with her, for you do have a girlfriend." Qi Ming scratched his head at AI's words. The only person who had reached an 8-star affinity. with the potential for a close relationship, had run away Mayano Shiho. His intimacy level had plummeted, and yet a girlfriend? What on earth gave this little one the notion that he had a girlfriend? Little AI, I don't have a girlfriend, he asserted. Hybera AI's lips curled into a slight smile. She had been waiting for him to say that. But I think Brother Qi Ming has excellent taste in clothing. Surely, it must be your girlfriend who taught you. After all, that was how it was portrayed on television. Television again. Is that what's causing this peculiar reasoning? Qi Ming pondered, suspecting that this little girl's cognitive dissonance stemmed solely from her television viewing habits. No, it's all from playing various dress-up games in the past. Is that so? Yet, I happened to see many pictures of girls in your phone's album yesterday, upon hearing AI's somewhat teasing remark. Qi Ming halted, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Oh no. He had forgotten to lock his album yesterday. With AI's intellect, would she mistake him for a scoundrel? All his carefully constructed persona would collapse. What an utter disaster. No, he needed a strategy to explain himself. No, it's not what it looks like. Qi Ming thought rapidly, invoking the powers of his time manipulation device, the Stan Winston. His eyes flashed with a blue current, and the pace of the world around him slowed once more to a crawl. This device had been used for combat before, then to save lives, but now it was being employed to devise a clever retort. Before long, the effects of the Stan Winston wore off, and the world resumed its normal speed. Qi Ming swiftly produced his phone, opening the album to point at a particular image. Oh, little AI, you were actually asking if I have a girlfriend? I thought you were inquiring if we have peanut oil at home. We do. Look here, what had Qi Ming just done? Hybera AI shook her head, dismissing it as mere illusion, then focused her gaze on the photograph on Qi Ming's phone. Upon seeing it, her expression turned blank. The picture featured none other than herself. Hee, this is my girlfriend. Doesn't she look quite like you, little AI? Alas, we are in a long-distance relationship and haven't seen each other in quite a while. Qi Ming chuckled to himself. This would work perfectly. He had just fabricated a girlfriend out of thin air. Given that Mayano Shiho was temporarily absent, it would be difficult to dispute, and using her as a shield was entirely feasible. Moreover, they shared the same face model, which might even foster a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, Qi Ming's brow furrowed as he realized something was amiss. Oh no, he had overlooked a crucial point. Just moments ago, he had understood why AI was reluctant for him to acquire Suzuki Sinoko's contact information, yet he had completely forgotten. It was possessiveness, coupled with their identical appearances. Would AI think that he had taken her in simply because she resembled his girlfriend? Or rather, his friend? Would she feel like a mere substitute and choose to run away, or worse, perhaps even conjuring a horror scenario where she stood by him at night, eyes devoid of luster? Brandishing a fruit knife, I don't want to be a substitute, nor do I want my brother to be taken away from me. A shiver ran down Qi Ming's spine, though he was reluctant to entertain such extreme thoughts. This little girl had escaped from a psychiatric hospital. Anything was possible. Little AI, please don't misunderstand. She is my girlfriend. No, wait, I'm not her boyfriend. Qi Ming scrambled to employ every bit of dialogue he knew from Gag Game. But in his flustered state, he failed to articulate clearly. Fortunately, Hybera AI managed to regain her composure, her slightly downturned face revealing a faint flush. Brother Qi Ming, your girlfriend is quite beautiful. Her soft voice reached Qi Ming's ears. And before he could ponder further, Hybera AI quickened her pace, gliding past him. Her steps were light, suggesting a newfound sense of ease and joy. Watching her agile form, Qi Ming scratched his head in confusion. It appeared that regardless of age, women's thought processes remained inscrutable. Yet, that thought might not be entirely accurate. AI was not an ordinary girl but a girl who had escaped from a mental institution. Achu, was AI unwell? Come here, put on this coat we just bought. Conan felt that something was off about Qi Ming today. Whether it was their first or second meeting, he always exuded an absurdly neurotic aura. Yet today, Qi Ming was unexpectedly serious. Had he not confessed, Conan would have sworn Qi Ming had a twin at that moment. Seeing Qi Ming and Hybera AI cease their private conversation, Conan could no longer contain his curiosity and approached Qi Ming, his voice sounding like a little deer. Hey, brother Qi Ming. Upon hearing the sweet voice beside him, Qi Ming raised an eyebrow. Whose little deer is this? Quite adorable. What's up, little Conan? With his hands clasped behind his head. Conan grinned. Oh, it's nothing. I just feel like brother Qi Ming seems different today. On the Shinkansen, Ming felt strangely unrefined, and he was even somewhat short-tempered. Qi Ming's smile faltered ever so slightly. This mischievous brat is teasing me. Isn't he? Trying to undermine my gentlemanly persona in front of Xiao AI. Is he? Qi Ming squatted down and playfully ruffled Conan's hair, narrowing his eyes with a smile as he said, "Little Conan, you feel quite different today. Last time, you were as immature as a 3-year-old, nearly unable to hold it in. And look at you now, so composed." Qi Ming spoke without any intention of lowering his voice. So everyone heading to the Miho Theater clearly heard his words. "What, you little rascal, you still need to pee your pants. When did that happen? Xiaolan, do you know? Oh, it was during our last trip on the Shinkansen. Ha ha, little rascal, you had such a time? Ha ha." Hearing Suzuki Sinoko's laughter, Conan's face turned crimson as he glared at Rant's back. "Xiaolan, why did you tell Sinoko that, big mouth? And I didn't wet my pants. I was just trying to avoid that suspicious organization member." Conan felt it was high time to put an end to the rumor of him wetting his pants and quickly waved his hands in embarrassment to clarify. "Ha ha, no. Last time I just drank too much water, and Qi Ming happened to scoop me up. I just couldn't hold it in, and I didn't actually wet myself." Conan desperately tried to salvage his dignity. But it unexpectedly drew the attention of his 3 friends, who were quite unhelpful. "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Conan, if you can't hold it, you should tell an adult. It's perfectly normal," said Yuanta. "Yeah, kids have a different level of endurance than adults." Hikaru added, "Exactly. At least he had the courage to admit it. We have kids in our class who want to pee but are too afraid to say anything and just end up wetting themselves." Ayumi chimed in. Sinoko's laughter grew even more boisterous. Conan buried his head in shame, his face growing even redder as Qi Ming vaguely noticed the wisps of smoke rising from Conan's head in a comedic effect. Conan truly wished to escape this moment. "Stop it, please. Don't publicly execute me like this, Ayumi." Heh. Hybrid AI glanced back at Conan with a hint of amusement. Who would have thought beneath the guise of this elementary school student lies the soul of a high school detective? He plays the role of a child remarkably well. This high school detective, Shinichi Kudo. Watch where you're walking, AI. There's a utility pole. Qi Ming watched as Hybrid AI turned her head, but continued to walk forward, quickly stepping up to gently grasp her arm and pull her to his side. Feeling the warmth of his hand on her arm, AI's face flushed. She then smiled sweetly, looking up at Qi Ming, and said, "Thank you, brother." After the brief interlude, Conan had regained his composure and pondered for a moment before suddenly asking Qi Ming, "Qi Ming, do you know Old Qin?" Qi Ming and Hybrid AI's steps halted simultaneously. AI slightly turned her gaze towards Conan. Old Qin must refer to Gin.is, that the name he heard when Qi Ming drugged him before he completely lost consciousness. However, does this foolish boy realize what identity he currently possesses? Upon hearing Conan refer to Jin with such familiarity, Qi Ming looked at him, puzzled, and asked, "Conan, where did you hear that name?" "Of course, it was during our last visit to the tropical paradise, when you referred to that man in black." As Conan spoke, he noticed Qi Ming's expression darkening, and his face suddenly turned pale. "Oh no, what was he just saying?" Qi Ming's voice turned icy as he asked, "During our last visit to the tropical paradise?" "Conan, we first met on the Shinkansen." Conan was in a panic. He was truly frantic. If he had another chance, he would absolutely avoid asking that question. What should he do? The only one who had met Qi Ming was Shinichi Kudo. How could Conan possibly know that name? Seeing Qi Ming's somewhat gloomy expression, Conan couldn't help but swallow hard and hastily laughed. "Qi Ming, actually, I saw you at the tropical paradise when I was on the roller coaster. But I was still in line at that time." "Oh, is that so?" Qi Ming's brow slightly relaxed, and then he prompted the system to replay that day's events. "System, identify this little rascal's appearance." As the identification process began, it soon concluded with the corresponding subject, Shinichi Kudo. Qi Ming inwardly sneered. This means that at that time, the only one who matched Conan's appearance was indeed Shinichi Kudo. And Conan was not present. So why does Conan know about Old Qin? Humph. The answer is obvious. Qi Ming displayed a segment of video on his phone before Conan, wearing a dangerously amused smile. "Little Conan, according to my replay, you were never even at the roller coaster. Were you? Do you even know what you're saying?" Conan gazed at the video, his heart racing. When had he recorded this? Why had he been completely unaware that day? He had previously heard Officer Megar mention that Qi Ming caught the criminal using video footage. Could this be it? Wait, now is not the time to dwell on these matters. Qi Ming is suspicious of him. Beside Qi Ming, Hybrid AI felt a jolt of alarm at his expression. This great detective is truly in a bind. Just moments ago, she praised him for blending in so well, and now he had inadvertently exposed himself. Although she was already certain that Qi Ming did not believe in adults turning into children, that was in the absence of evidence. This is bad. If things continue like this, it could become truly dire. She had to intervene. Qi Ming gage hearing the faintly tearful voice beside him. Qi Ming turned back in confusion. He saw that a few crystalline tears had gathered at the corners of Hybra Ai's eyes. Her expression looking delicate. Your expression just now was quite frightening. Oh my goodness. Qi Ming's previously simmering irritation instantly dissipated, and he hurriedly withdrew his phone, soothing Hybra Ai. Hey, don't cry, sweetheart. It's all right. I'm not angry. Perhaps due to the commotion they had caused, Rand and Sonoko, who were walking ahead, turned back. Hey, what's wrong? Why is little Ai crying? You little rascal, did you tease her? Of course not. Conan wouldn't he do that? Qi Ming-san, is your sister all right? Conan found himself at a loss for words, especially with Sonoko's comment. What do you mean, I teased her? Is that something you would say to an elementary student? Besides, if it weren't for that girl crying, I would probably be the one in tears right now. However, Conan finally felt relieved, as Qi Ming appeared too busy comforting Hybra Ai to continue pressing him. Sigh, he had indeed been somewhat impulsive, especially in trying to probe someone without confirming whether they were friend or foe. Qi Ming saving someone does not equate to Qi Ming not being a killer. It's not a straightforward equation. It seems he must be more cautious in the future, and more importantly, he needed to find a reasonable explanation for how he knew the name Old Qin. Fortunately, perhaps it was a stroke of luck that he had revealed more code names. After all, the only one who could definitively know that name at the roller coaster was Old Qin. The esteemed high school detective Shinichi Kudo. Never imagined I would be saved by a little girl. As the brief misunderstanding passed, the group continued forward. Hybra Ai kept glancing at Qi Ming's expression, hoping he wouldn't harbor any suspicions due to the incident. Qi Ming, however, had no such doubts at this moment. He was busy venting at the system. Why does Conan know the name Old Qin? Qi Ming understood all too well. As a master of the gaming realm, he was well aware. This must have happened during the modeling reuse. They carelessly reused the data. They took Shinichi Kudo's character and merely patched it up to serve as Conan, and some data was left behind and forcibly released. Hey, system, can you not take your job so lightly? You treat the protagonist with such negligence. Warning. The host's voice seems to be a bit too shrill. The system cannot hear. Attempting to reprocess the host's narrative. Success. The host believes the system's game and protagonist are very serious. Thank you for your feedback. Meow. Please continue to support this game. Meow. Qi Ming was instantly filled with rage. No. You incompetent system. What are you even saying? As they journeyed onward, no further incidents occurred, and the group arrived at the Mihua Theater. According to Suzuki Sonoko, the performance by the traveling theater troupe had not yet formally commenced. They had merely gained early access due to a classmate being the troupe leader, although they claimed to be there for a preliminary visit. Sonoko had indeed told a small fib. Their true intention was to assist their class leader in distributing flyers to promote the play, while secretly taking the opportunity to explore upon entering the theater's grand hall. Muri Ran and Suzuki Sonoko immediately spotted the troupe leader on stage and approached to exchange pleasantries. The other children, including Conan, gazed around with curiosity, their faces alight with wonder. Only Qi Ming and Hybra Ai simultaneously stifled yawns and settled into adjacent seats. Qi Ming felt little interest in the unfolding events. He was merely accompanying Ai. Rather than being forced to watch a performance, he would have preferred to leap onto the stage himself. After all, no one relishes enduring a lengthy and incomprehensible CG without the option to skip. The host had entered a side quest event, the Traveling Theater Murder Case quest type, puzzle-solving reward. A remarkable experience worth noting just as Qi Ming was preparing to organize the props within his backpack. The system's voice suddenly resonated. Puzzle solving? What on earth is that? Why has the system presented me with a puzzle-solving quest when I chose a combat gameplay style? Moreover, what on earth is this reward? When traveling with Conan, there is a 99% chance of entering a puzzle-solving case. Qi Ming's expression grew slightly vacant. What sort of fate is this, that death is inevitable upon stepping outside? Or is this set up merely to hone Conan's deductive skills? Constantly solving cases to gain experience. Setting aside the question of whether the probability of encountering a quest while traveling is excessively high, the crucial point remains, I am not adept at puzzle solving. No need to worry, Conan can resolve the case without the host's involvement. Qi Ming fell silent. Which system had previously assured him he would not become a mere camera? Wasn't he effectively fulfilling that role now? If others can solve cases without my presence, then what purpose do I serve here? I should be beneath the vehicle, not atop it. System, do not compel me to abandon all main characters if you cause me discomfort. I will ensure this garbage game's main storyline collapses into a bug. The system detected the host's choice of the combat branch and has now issued compensation each time the host receives a puzzle-solving task. A case recap will be automatically provided. Ding. The recap has been issued. Please check your mobile email. Host. That is more like it. Qi Ming wasted no time and pulled out his phone to open the email. Traveling troop murder incident brief recap. Victim. Kinishi Tetsuo. Perpetrator. Taijima Kinzo. Motive. Taijima Kinzo's true identity is that of a thief from Edo, who, upon being discovered by Kinishi Tetsuo, killed him to conceal his secret. The murder of the victim, Ajiwara K, was also to maintain his disguise. Qi Ming grinned with satisfaction as he perused the brief recap. Puzzle solving. What need is there for that when the answer has already presented itself? The incident has yet to occur, which means that as long as I find an opportunity to eliminate that fellow named Taijima Kinho. Is that so? Well, Xiao AI, make sure to rest well. Bumei smiled brightly at Hui Yuan AI, waved her hand, and turned to run towards her companions with small steps. Hui Yuan AI let out a sigh of relief. That was close, but fortunately, she reacted in time to rectify the slight lapse in her tone. She would never be as carefree as Kudo Shinichi to inadvertently reveal herself. Her disguise was impeccable. However, just as Bumei dashed away, a gentle hand suddenly patted her head lightly. Qi Ming Gij. What's the matter? Hui Yuan AI turned to see Qi Ming's expression was inexplicably subtle, almost like that of a doting father. Qi Ming smiled gently. It's nothing. Xiao AI. Just go with the flow. You don't need to force yourself to fit in with others. Everything will gradually improve. Time will heal all wounds. Hui Yuan AI found it hard to contain herself. What on earth are you daydreaming about every day, you weirdo? The others remained in the hall, laughing and chatting amongst themselves, and soon 5 minutes passed slowly. Invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior. I'm back. He won T-kill. Anyone now? Also, I hope someone can turn off the lights. It seems someone has noticed me. Okay. Qi Ming understood as he heard Megan's voice in his head, and after about 10 seconds, he dimmed the lights, sensing Megan's arrival before retracting her back into the space. However, when Qi Ming turned the lights back on, his expression suddenly turned somewhat perplexed. Just as Megan got close to him, he caught a faint whiff of blood. Megan, are you hurt? Yes, I got hit on the head by a vase, and my scalp was cut, but I cleaned it myself. It's just that invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior has an exceptionally keen sense of smell. Even sharper than a police dog. Thank you. Ugh, that cursed name. When will I ever get a name change card? Qi Ming silently sighed. Since that's the case, everyone, please follow me. I'll take you to get the flyers. After a while, as the time approached, Mali Rant's group leader clapped his hands, waved to greet everyone, and prepared to lead them backstage to fetch the promotional materials. However, just as he opened the wooden door behind the stage, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from the space behind it. Conan, who had been feeling somewhat bored, instantly perked up at the sound of the scream. Familiar, too familiar. Every time a murder occurs, the witnesses scream just like that. Ignoring Mali Rant's calls, Conan dashed into the Mumu Shursan and let out a helpless sigh. Conan, that child, has many admirable qualities, yet his insatiable curiosity is truly overwhelming. He cannot resist the urge to rush headlong into a murder case. By the way, Mr. Qi Ming, might I trouble you to accompany us for a moment? Mumu Shursan suddenly turned to Qi Ming and smiled. I heard from my brother Maori about what happened with you on the Shinkansen last time. I believe your keen observational skills could be of assistance. Qi Ming paused for a moment, then nodded. No problem. Although Qi Ming was not particularly adept at solving mysteries, he found interest in orchestrating investigations for others. Most importantly, a new idea sparked in his mind, one that might unlock a fresh approach to the case. Xiao AI, would you mind spending some time with these two sisters while I assist the police? Okay, replied Suzuki Sonoko, her eyes lighting up at Xiao AI's response. This is wonderful. I must seize this opportunity to draw closer to my sister. It has been so long since we've encountered such a heinous crime. Mumu Shursan gazed at the tragic scene in the room, his expression more solemn than usual. The floors, walls, and even the ceiling of the room were stained with patches of vivid red. The victim's body lay there, limbs pierced by 4 fruit knives, their blades embedded in the walls, penetrating 3 inches deep. The deceased bore approximately 18 stab wounds, with what appeared to be the fatal injury being a single puncture with astonishment. Jinshur Tetsuo widened his eyes to Mr. Jinshur. Did you just imply that before Taijima Kinzo departed, It meant you had concluded your dialogue, continued Mugirume Jusen with his probing inquiries. Jinsher Tetsuo shook his head. No, I believe he had no intention of leaving at that moment. However, it seemed he noticed something and kept gazing at the door. Then, it appeared he picked something up from in front of the door and hurriedly left. Mugirume Jusen stroked his beard. Did he discover something before he departed? Could you lead us to your room for an inspection? Just as Mugirume Jusen was preparing to examine Jinsher Tetsuo's room, a faint sound resembling a fawn's call interrupted him. Officer Mugirume, do you think Taijima Kinzo might have been lured out by this note? Conan suggested he could have identified Taijima Kinzo's location and slipped the note through the door's crack. Mugirume Jusen nodded, realization dawning upon him. It is quite possible. He then turned to Ajiwara Kiko. So, Ms. Ajiwara, what compelled you to venture into that room? Ajiwara Kiko's complexion remained pale as she slowly replied, I had been hearing noises from that direction, so I intended to investigate. When I went over, there was a sudden power outage, prompting me to check the circuit breaker. However, as I was leaving, I felt a child bump into me. After a while, when the power returned, I went back and then saw. I see. Qi Ming now understood, so the attention that Megan referred to was indeed directed at Ajiwara Kiko. Little May, remember not to create such a commotion next time. All right? Understood. Invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior. Mugirume Jusen mused. Stroking his chin. There were no other useful clues in the room, and the knife had been thoroughly examined, revealing no fingerprints. Everything in the case seemed to have returned to square one. Perhaps what they had said was true. But each had remained in their respective rooms, leaving no one to corroborate their alibis. Conan also sensed something amiss. He had an intuition that the culprit was not among these three individuals. No, rather among these two, considering that Ito Koi was merely a child. Conan suddenly jolted, then turned to Ito Koi and asked, Koi, what size shoes do you wear? Upon seeing the glimmer in Conan's eyes, Ito Koi's expression brightened. She had recently transferred to Teat-in Elementary School, being in a different class from Conan. However, due to the striking resemblance between Conan and her brother from their childhood, she held a deep impression of him. Though eager to converse with Conan, Ito Koi was aware of the gravity of the situation. Despite not understanding the purpose of Conan's question, she answered, Size 30, why do you ask, Conan? It's nothing. Was it merely a coincidence that her shoe size perfectly matched that of the footprint? However, to question the reason behind such an inquiry seemed rather foolish. Based on the current circumstances, if Ajiwara Kiko was not lying, it indicated that the culprit must have fled during the power outage. Conan had now confirmed that this case was not the work of a lone perpetrator. There was an accomplice. One operated the circuit breaker while the other committed the murder, engaged in a mental whirlwind. Conan deduced from the evidence at hand. The power outage occurred in the hall. Perhaps someone had exited the hall or entered from the outside, and then, to avoid arousing suspicion, the accomplice reset the circuit breaker. The noise generated during the murder of Taijima Kinzo must have drawn Ajiwara Kiko's attention. The culprit, sensing footsteps outside, contacted their accomplice and fled into the darkness amid the power outage. This might be the crux of the case. Moreover, there was still a lead left unutilized. The Edo Kid. This information could essentially confirm the motive for the murder. If they could identify anyone present who was related to the Edo Kid or knew that Taijima Kinzo was indeed the Edo Kid, the truth would be laid bare. Qi Ming stifled a yawn, observing Conan deep in thought and shaking his head in disapproval. Main character, have you figured it out yet? Can't you solve such a simple problem? Hearing Qi Ming's address, Conan couldn't help but break his train of thought, gazing blankly at Qi Ming. What on earth is this main character nonsense you keep saying? Qi Ming, do you already know the answer? Qi Ming smiled confidently. Of course, I have already deduced who the culprit is. Naturally, it was done by our household robot, proudly. Although some slight evidence was left behind, it was not a significant issue. Conan looked at Qi Ming in surprise. Even he had only established a direction for the investigation. How could Qi Ming have already identified the culprit? Qi Ming chuckled, leaning close to Conan, and whispered, Detective, have you ever heard the saying, where there's a ghost, there's a disturbance? But this time, it's not a person causing the trouble. It's genuinely a ghost that did the killing. Conan turned his head, smiling in disbelief. This person was indeed somewhat eccentric. We live in a materialistic scientific world. Where could there be any supernatural entities? Oh, you still don't believe it? Qi Ming suddenly took hold of Conan's arm, pulling him into the murder scene. then began to shake him about as if adjusting a camera. "Look at this staggering amount of blood," the culprit managed to prod. Qi Ming gently spoke. With his index finger raised before his lips, he tilted his head slightly, his gaze somewhat unfocused, exuding an air of calm detachment, reminiscent of a character known as the ultimate lucky student from a certain healing game. At that moment, we were all gathered in the stage hall, and aside from Ito Kohei, only you and Chishi Tetsuo had the means to act. You were aware that Taijima Kinzo was in Chishi Tetsuo's room. Thus, you devised a plan to lure him out, relying on the note tucked in Taijima's pocket. Subsequently, you murdered Taijima Kinzo in the room, and due to the bloodstains on your body, you found yourself unable to escape. Consequently, you decided to disguise yourself as the first discoverer of the crime scene, screaming to attract attention before lying down in the room. Qi Ming cast a mocking smile towards Ajiwara Ki. "Are you satisfied with my reasoning?" "Satisfied? How could that be possible?" Ajiwara Ki shouted loudly, attempting to prove her innocence. "How could that be? I've already stated that I was drawn there by the noise. I am naturally timid. Is it unreasonable for me to faint upon witnessing such a scene?" Qi Ming nodded. "Where is the evidence?" Ajiwara Ki faltered. "What evidence?" Qi Ming tilted his head slightly, tapping his temple. His tone tinged with mockery. "Who can attest that you passed through the corridor at that time? Who can verify the truthfulness of your claims?" I Ajiwara Ki instinctively took a few steps back. Indeed, there were no surveillance cameras here. No one could confirm whether her words were true or false. Ajiwara Ki cast a hopeful glance at Chishi Tetsuo. "Mr. Chishi, you must have heard my footsteps outside, right?" Chishi Tetsuo averted his gaze. "No, I didn't hear anything. How is that possible?" Ajiwara Ki's expression grew even more frantic as she clutched her chest, incessantly pleading her innocence to her companions. Yet, no one responded, except for Conan. "Brother Qi Ming, this can't be right. Sister Ajiwara shouldn't be the murderer." Conan felt something amiss. Although Qi Ming's assertions were quite reasonable, there were simply too many doubts at the scene, and numerous pieces of evidence had not been utilized. "Brother Qi Ming, if Sister Ajiwara did indeed commit the murder, what could her motive possibly be?" Conan questioned. Ajiwara Ki nodded in agreement upon hearing Conan speak on her behalf. Yes, she had no motive for murder. She was certainly not a killer, and what sense did it make to randomly kill Mr. Taijima? Qi Ming chuckled lightly. "Isn't the motive rather obvious? Officer Megure, knowing that the victim was a young Edo boy. What nature do you believe this case should possess? It should be a case of blackmail or unequal distribution of spoils," Officer Megure replied, his expression one of realization. Qi Ming smiled at Conan. "There lies the motive." Conan's expression darkened. "Then how do you explain the vase? The vase clearly indicates that the victim struck the assailant with it in a bid to resist, yet Miss Ajiwara bears no injuries." Qi Ming responded nonchalantly. "Oh, didn't the officer just mention? The hair and blood on it are artificial. Who says it was the victim who struck the assailant's head?" Conan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, he had almost forgotten that detail. However, given the shards of the vase and the remnants of artificial blood, it could only signify an act of resistance. "Do you know what that hair?" And Conan stealthily approached Qi Ming from behind. Activating his watch-like tranquilizer gun, his intention was to induce a state of slumber in Qi Ming, thereby framing the incident as a crime committed by an external party. Although Conan had already deduced during a thorough search of the theater that the brief interval was insufficient for an outsider to commit the crime and escape, he was acutely aware that the perpetrator could only be among them. However, the truth was that the murderer had vanished like a ghost after the act, just as Qi Ming had described, rather than allow an innocent individual to take the fall. Conan ultimately resolved to let the true culprit go free. This decision, although contrary to his long-standing pursuit of truth, was a rare conclusion he reached. This case was unsolvable. Taking a deep breath, Conan aimed the tranquilizer gun at the nape of Qi Ming's neck and pressed the button. Pew! The tranquilizer dart found its mark, penetrating Qi Ming's body. Qi Ming staggered momentarily. 0.1 second passed, 0.2 seconds passed. Soon, 10 seconds had elapsed. Conan stared, bewildered, at Qi Ming, who appeared unaffected and stood there in a daze. What was happening? Had he missed? HP 1. Qi Ming scratched the back of his neck in confusion. Just moments ago, he felt a slight itch at the nape of his neck, followed by a system notification displaying HP 1. Accompanying this was an alert for an abnormal status. Now under LV5 paralysis, the effects would take hold in 7 seconds. while Qi Ming found it strange that he was paralyzed. He swiftly retrieved an item from his backpack designed to alleviate abnormal conditions. Item name: theWorld instrument. Item description: the size of a ping-pong ball. Are you sure you want to ingest it? Item function: removes LV20 or lower abnormal states. After toying with it for a few seconds, the paralysis warning dissipated and a sense of curiosity arose within him. Who among the populace dared to plot against me? Qi Ming glanced behind him. Aside from Conan, who held a peculiar watch and wore a puzzled expression, there was no one else in sight. A watch? Qi Ming felt a twinge of unease as he observed Conan's unique timepiece. Something was amiss. There was something decidedly off. Why was there a crosshair on that watch? A glimmer of blue light flashed in Qi Ming's eyes as his ocular implant began to scan Conan. In no time, all of Conan's remarkable gadgets were laid bare before Qi Ming. A voice-modulating high-tech bow tie, a watch-like tranquilizer gun, shoes designed for enhanced agility, and integrated zoom glasses for tracking. Holy moly, a cybernetic madman? Qi Ming retracted his scan, staring incredulously at Conan. We are set in the 1990s. How on earth did you acquire such gear? Big brother Qi Ming, why are you staring at me like that? Conan snapped back to reality as Qi Ming's gaze fell upon him, hurriedly concealing the watch behind his back and forcing a calm smile. Yet, internally, he was perplexed. The tranquilizer dart had indeed struck true. How could Qi Ming remain entirely unresponsive? Ignoring Conan's pretense, Qi Ming seized Conan's arm. Presenting the watch before him, a realization struck him. Qi Ming's expression transformed. Renowned detective. So this is how you solve cases. Because children's words often go unheard by adults, you take the opportunity to incapacitate one of them. Then use your voice modulator to impersonate him during your deductions. If you encounter a suspect who refuses to comply, you spring forth and deliver a kick with these enhanced shoes, don't you? Conan's face paled slightly. How did Qi Ming know the secrets of his equipment? What voice modulator? What shoes and tranquilizer gun are you talking about? Big brother Qi Ming. Conan feigned composure, yet a sense of dread enveloped him. If the tranquilizer gun had been discovered, it was one thing. However, he had never showcased the bow tie's capabilities in front of Qi Ming. The enhanced agility shoes were also a mystery. A troubling hypothesis began to form in Conan's mind. Could it be that this individual had witnessed the entirety of his deductions during a prior case and had seen him utilize the enhanced shoes? Yet, that couldn't be right. If he truly had, he would know the shoes were not used in such a manner. Conan dared not dwell further on this troubling thought. But just as his internal turmoil reached a boiling point, Qi Ming released his grip and regarded him with a disdainful glance. Renowned detective, should we not consider saving face? I have already solved the case. Yet you still wish to cause trouble with your cleverness? I do not take apprentices, Although Conan was puzzled as to why Qi Ming found these matters unremarkable and still referred to him as a renowned detective. It seemed that Qi Ming had yet to connect him to Shinichi Kudo. Conan steadied himself and solemnly addressed Qi Ming. Big brother Qi Ming, the culprit is definitely not Ajiwara Kiko. There are still many uncertainties in this case. I believe we should preserve it for further investigation. Qi Ming regarded the diminutive figure before him, shaking his head in disbelief. No wonder you are the protagonist. Your words resonate with such positive energy. A playful spirit ignited within Qi Ming as he crouched down and whispered conspiratorially into Conan's ear. Renowned detective, I actually know I made a mistake in my judgment, but can you refute it? Aside from the first witness, is there anyone else present with a heavier suspicion? Conan was momentarily speechless. Had he been able to counter, he would have done so long ago. Indeed, Near Iron had also possessed the opportunity to commit the crime. Yet he had left no incriminating evidence, and everyone's attention had been diverted entirely towards Ajiwara Kiko. However, Qi Ming's words stirred a flicker of indignation within Conan. Why? Knowing it to be incorrect. Do you still proceed to send an innocent person to prison? Even a temporary investigation would suffice. Conan, you truly are a character defined by your sense of justice, Qi Ming remarked with a sigh, casting a glance at the surrounding crowd. Noting that they were some distance away and entirely oblivious to his exchange with Conan, Qi Ming draped an arm around Conan's shoulders and quietly stated, Little Conan, let me divulge the reason behind my accusation of Ajiwara Kiko as the murderer. A smirk grazed Qi Ming's lips, and what he uttered left Conan's eyes wide with shock. Because, in truth, I was the one who killed him. Megan in the space felt a wave of grievance wash over her. Megan helped the invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior with a task. Megan is good. The invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior stole Megan's credit. The invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior is bad. Big brother Qi Ming, you must be joking. Conan forced a laugh, yet he sensed that there was a kernel of truth in what was said. Qi Ming chuckled, extending his hand. "Little May, fetch some hair for me." "Understood." Suddenly, a large handful of golden hair appeared in Qi Ming's grasp, so abundant that several strands fell to the ground. "Little May, I didn't ask you to pull out all your hair," Conan exclaimed, trembling as he picked up a strand that had fallen. Though he was bewildered by how Qi Ming had conjured this mass of hair from thin air, one thing was abundantly clear to Conan. The golden strands in Qi Ming's possession were identical to the single strand left at the crime scene. You. Conan gazed at Qi Ming in shock, instinctively stepping back 2 paces. He could hardly fathom that the murderer had been right there with them all along. "Little Conan, Ajiwara Kiko has yet to be taken away. Should we inform Officer Magyar that I am the one who committed the murder? If we wait any longer, it will be too late. Look, they are getting farther away." Qi Ming leaned closer to Conan, coaxing him to at that moment. Conan was certain. The true culprit was indeed Qi Ming. Although he was unaware of the methods employed in the crime, the evidence Qi Ming had voluntarily presented could still absolve Ajiwara Kiko of suspicion. "Officer Magyar, wait. Big Brother Qi Ming has a strand of golden hair identical to that found on the vase." "Oh." Officer Magyar turned in confusion, noticing Conan pointing towards Qi Ming and gazing in that direction. Before letting out a resigned sigh, "Conan, what are you saying? What golden hair? Young Master Qi Ming has nothing in his hands." "What?" Conan whipped around, only to find Qi Ming feigning innocence, hands raised in a gesture of surrender. With no trace of hair in sight, even the strands that had fallen to the ground had vanished. How could this be possible? Outside the Mihua Theater, a multitude gazed at the police car receding into the distance, their hearts awash with a myriad of emotions. In the end, Igaraku was taken away by the authorities. Though the outcome remained uncertain, Conan felt a peculiar discomfort as he watched the vehicle disappear. This incident might represent the most significant blemish on his detective career, despite the fact that he had not solved the case. His gaze lingered on Qi Ming's silhouette, a sense of unease gnawing at him. As Qi Ming's words echoed hauntingly in his ears, "It was I who killed," the murderer lingered in his midst, and it was he who had defiantly presented evidence. Yet, Conan felt utterly powerless. After exchanging simple farewells with friends from the theater, the group gradually departed. However, throughout their return journey, Hybera AI's gaze remained fixed on Qi Ming, not due to any peculiar features like horns or tails, but rather because of the fluctuations in his expression. Oscillating between joy and dejection, she attempted to discern the direction of his gaze, but found nothing amiss. Moments later, a realization dawned upon her. Perhaps he had received some reward for his questionable mental state. Given that he had indeed cracked a case, Hybera, however, was oblivious to the truth of the matter, having never seen the body. Had she glimpsed the golden locks strewn upon the ground, she might have instantly recalled the Megan she encountered the day prior. As for Qi Ming, he was indeed inundated with notifications from the system, his expressions shifting with a diversity reminiscent of a chameleon. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked a new system. A novel feature is now available whenever the host accompanies Conan. The host may creatively engage with the current scenario, including, but not limited to, actively creating unsolvable events, concealing evidence of the perpetrator's crimes, and misdirecting judgment, among others. Fixed task reward, 5,000 experience points. Random quality item, garbage epic. Random reduction of Conan's Dao Xian points. This reward, 5,000 experience points. Premium weapon, green onion. Conan Dao Xian points. 20. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a hidden ultimate task, Dao Xian collapse. Task description. Reduce Conan's Dao Xian points to 0. Task reward. Retain current experience level and return to the real world. The sudden influx of system notifications left Qi Ming momentarily bewildered. Indeed, after taking an AI, he had sensed that some gameplay elements required his own exploration. And here it was, surprisingly, he had also stumbled upon a hidden ultimate task. Yet, the reward appeared to pale in comparison to the previous ultimate task. Still, what did the Dao Xian points refer to? Did this game allow for cultivation as well? Curiosity piqued, Qi Ming inquired about the newly introduced term that it cannot be defined in such a manner. Instead, it illustrates that Conan, as the protagonist, steadfastly pursues his detective path with utmost confidence. However, should he encounter a case he cannot resolve, he will suffer a devastating blow to his confidence. A devastating blow. So this little detective possesses such fragile health. Qi Ming mused. How many Dao Xian points does Conan currently have? If the maximum is 100, does that mean he has dropped to 80? If I were to deal him 4 hits of 20, wouldn't I ruin the protagonist? Currently querying. Conan Dao Xian points. For 8494,869, with nearly 5,000 health, you claim 20 damage constitutes a devastating blow. Indeed, after all, even a butcher, when faced with a devastating blow, can only be momentarily stunned. Very well, you are impressive, maintaining such composure. Qi Ming glanced back at Conan, who was accompanied by Muri Ran, her expression rife with concern as she offered words of comfort. It was entirely typical. Had AI witnessed the crime scene, she would likely have been in an uproar. Qi Ming desired a peaceful resolution to the case, and he was resolute. Megan's violent actions are bad, while Megan's good deeds are commendable. All right, everyone, the time is drawing near. Shall we indulge in a meal together? Suzuki Sonoko proposed cheerfully, observing the silence that had enveloped the group. They had initially ventured out for leisure, yet today's events threatened to plunge everyone into a state of melancholy. Though Sonoko felt a tinge of sadness herself, it was essential for someone in the group to uplift the spirits. After speaking, she turned her gaze to Ayumi, Mitsuhiko, and Jinta, smiling brightly. Little ones, today, Sister Sonoko is treating. Feel free to suggest whether you'd prefer grilled meat or eel rice. Despite often finding the trio overly energetic, their sudden silence fell out of place. Upon hearing her words, the children's heads gradually lifted, their faces brightening a touch. Mr. Qi Ming, you should join us with AI. And by the way, Mr. Qi Ming, I didn't expect you to possess such remarkable reasoning skills. Is the entertainment industry that competitive nowadays? Ha, my deductions are merely fortunate guesses. Qi Ming humbly waved his hand. Indeed, with a mere opening statement, the protagonist would counter him, and he would respond in kind. As the group began to lift their spirits and decide on a dining destination, Sonoko hailed 2 taxis to head to the restaurant. Just as Qi Ming was about to enter a cab, Conan suddenly grasped his sleeve. Qi Ming brother, there are some matters I wish to discuss with you, privately. Qi Ming raised an eyebrow, gently patting Conan's head with a smile. Of course. What is it, young Conan? It appeared his previous actions had triggered a narrative development. Sonoko shot Conan an exasperated glance. Little brat, is there anything you can't discuss in the car? Our adult stamina pales in comparison to yours. It's time to eat. It's fine. Miss Sonoko, you all go ahead. I'm familiar with the place, and I'll join Conan shortly. Qi Ming replied with a light chuckle. Then turned to AI, saying, Little AI, you should go eat with your sister. Brother will join you soon. AI hesitated momentarily, then grasped Qi Ming's hand. I want to walk with brother. AI harbored doubts about whether Qi Ming had discerned something. After all, their earlier confrontation had presented Conan in a light far from childlike. Now that Conan sought a private conversation with Qi Ming, AI felt increasingly distrustful of the detective, fearing he might inadvertently reveal something. Qi Ming gently pinched AI's nose, leaning closer to whisper, Little AI, listen to brother. When we return, I'll sing for you. Humphed at AI's cheeks flushed as she turned her head away, yet Qi Ming's words quelled some of her concerns. He likely did not perceive Conan's peculiarities. Otherwise, her demeanor would not remain unchanged, especially given her attitude towards Mayano Shio. Perhaps in Qi Ming's mind, Conan was simply a child prodigy adept at reasoning. I exhaled, stealing a glance at Muri Ran, who sat in the front passenger seat, her eyes betraying a hint of suspicion and concern. Yet, this detective's childhood friend seemed to have caught on to something. One could only wonder how Kudo would explain this upon their return. As the taxi gradually distanced itself, Qi Ming felt no need to maintain his seriousness. He yawned, gazing at Conan with interest. What's the matter, detective? Are you hoping to boost our rapport? Perhaps you should try donning a disguise. Little Nanliang would certainly enhance your appeal. My judgment is swayed by appearances, and I might consider sparing you from the Dao Xank. Conan's eyes flickered with confusion. He struggled to comprehend Qi Ming's words. This person's behavior was utterly inscrutable. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, his expression turning serious as he queried, Did you kill Taijima? What method did you employ? Why should I reveal my methods to you? Isn't it your responsibility as a detective to uncover them? Are you seeking a guide now? Conan's gaze fell, his heart heavy. Had he known the answer, he wouldn't have needed to ask, regaining his focus. He declared solemnly, Aren't you afraid I might disclose what you just told me to others, though there's no evidence? You've provided me with the correct answers that I merely need to reverse engineer your methods. Oh, Qi Ming raised an eyebrow, pondering how long it would take to untangle the situation. Would a day suffice? Perhaps 10 months? Or even a decade? Noticing Conan's silence, Qi Ming glanced at the bustling crowd around him. And suddenly a large megaphone materialized in his hand. Adjusting the volume with a couple of taps, he shouted into the megaphone, "Ahem, everyone, direct your gaze toward me. Look at me. I have an announcement to make. Just now, I committed murder at the Mihua Theater, and now, let our protagonist, the esteemed Detective Conan, elucidate my modus operandi." He continued, "Hey, you over there, little officer, did you hear that? I've just confessed to a crime. Come over and listen to my method." Qi Ming encouragingly nodded at Conan. "Well, now that we have an audience, let's delve into the narrative." Conan stared blankly at Qi Ming's antics, feeling a twinge of absurdity within him. He simply could not comprehend this behavior. Moreover, the megaphone seemed to have appeared as mysteriously as the golden locks he had pulled from the theater. Where had it come from? Conan inexplicably thought of the woman named Harley Quinn from the Python Casino. She too seemed to possess such theatrical tricks. With a grin, Qi Ming handed the megaphone to Conan, saying, "Detective, it's your turn. Please recap my killing technique." Conan remained unresponsive, his mind a chaotic jumble. Why was this person exhibiting such a stark contrast in demeanor compared to before? It was as if he had undergone a split personality. Furrowing his brow, Conan again recalled the madwoman from the casino. Onlookers witnessing Qi Ming's behavior quickened their pace, avoiding him as they moved several meters away. The little officer whom Qi Ming had called out also felt uneasy, suspecting that Qi Ming was not entirely sane, and took out his radio to contact his colleagues. Observing the officer's actions, Qi Ming crouched beside Conan and casually patted his shoulder. "Detective, do you know what I both love and loathe about this game we're playing?" Conan offered no response, perhaps unsure of how to react. Qi Ming, glancing at the gathering police officers approaching from a distance, mused aloud, "It's the bounty system here. It truly elicits a love-hate sentiment within me. You see, its design can be quite infuriating. You can fire a gun and instantly find yourself on the wanted list, without a moment's notice of officers emerging from every corner. A rather realistic scenario, but when you consider its merits, once you're marked, it seems that no matter where you go, officers will be in hot pursuit. Why can't I just call Lester to clear my wanted status? What was he talking about?" Conan furrowed his brow, having failed to comprehend Qi Ming's words since the beginning. This person's demeanor had been entirely different when Rand and the others were present, far from this madness. "Hey, are you even listening?" Qi Ming remarked, noticing Conan's distracted expression as he playfully flicked the few strands of hair on his forehead. "What was I saying? Oh, right, the bounty system. I faced quite a bit of hardship when I first arrived here. But now, things have changed. With my current level and equipment, I could probably even outplay the real boss." That Qi Ming flashed a smile at Conan and pointed at the approaching officers. "How about a game? Little Conan, one of those three will meet their demise at my hands. Can you guess which one it is? The left, the middle, or the right? If you guess correctly, I won't act. If you guess incorrectly, all three shall perish." "What did you say?" Conan's expression darkened, shaking off Qi Ming's grip and regarding him with caution. The latter remained motionless, still crouched and smiling. What was his intention? Was he about to commit murder in broad daylight or draw a weapon? Yet, where could he possibly be hiding a gun? No, he was equally perplexed by the sudden appearance of that megaphone. A bead of sweat trickled down Conan's forehead. This individual's mental state was exceedingly perilous. Just as he reached for his watch-like tranquilizer gun, ready to fire, his expression suddenly froze. He had already exhausted the tranquilizer darts. After several tense seconds of standoff, Qi Ming stood up, brushing off his pants. "Time's up." Conan felt a sudden chill run down his spine. A profoundly dangerous sensation. He turned to the three officers crossing the street and shouted, "Run! Quickly! Don't come any closer." Time seemed to slow as Conan's words barely escaped his lips. His arms still extended forward. Although Qi Ming allowed him to finish, amidst the clamor of the bustling street, who would heed the cries of a child? Qi Ming contemplated for a moment and placed the megaphone into Conan's hands, closing his fingers around it firmly. Then, Qi Ming donned a pair of gloves and swiftly approached the trio. Just a few meters away, three daggers manifested in his hands, which he hurled from various positions and angles. The only commonality was that each dagger was aimed directly at the heads of the three officers. The daggers hovered momentarily in midair, advancing slowly. As Qi Ming returned his gloves to his backpack and leisurely strolled back to Conan's side. Release the device. Once the mechanism was disabled, Conan finally managed to finish his warning, "Don't come any closer." However, the sight that met his eyes caused his face to drain of color. Each of the three officers lay on the ground, daggers embedded in their SK. Upon hearing Qi Ming speak again, a wave of unease surged within Conan. Clenching his small fists, he grit his teeth and demanded, "What do you intend to do this time?" I merely wish to witness a splendid spectacle. Remember to capture it on video and share it on social media." Qi Ming replied, gently turning Conan around by the shoulder. That a calamity would soon unfold. A car accident, right at that bustling intersection ahead. "And you, dear Conan, will witness a flawless crime that cannot be deciphered in this game like ERAS," he spoke. Qi Ming waved his hand, conjuring a card emblazoned with an arrow pointing forward, just as his words faded. The tires of a white sedan, waiting at the traffic light in the thriving intersection, inexplicably began to screech. Conan's heart raced as he adjusted his glasses. The driver of the white car appeared frantic, clearly bewildered by the unfolding chaos. "What's happening?" "I didn't even press the accelerator," the driver shouted in panic, but the next moment, the engine roared to life. The white sedan shot forward, swerving and leaving tire marks on the pavement, before crashing directly into a storefront on the sidewalk. Bang! Like a trigger for a chain reaction, the tires of the other vehicles began to move as well. Bang! Bang! The cacophony of collisions and explosions mingled with the terrified cries of the onlookers, becoming the predominant soundscape. Conan stood there, numb, his instincts urging him to act, yet he remained rooted to the spot. What could he do? Even if Shinichi Kudo were there, what could he accomplish? Lost in a daze, Conan failed to notice a shard of metal hurtling towards his forehead. "Hey, be careful." Seeing Conan on the verge of a breakdown, Qi Ming kindly admonished, "Watch your safety. This is a serious traffic accident. Now, let us head to the restaurant for a meal." The classic 911 reappeared at the roadside as Qi Ming placed Conan in the passenger seat, gently fastening his seatbelt. He pressed the accelerator and executed a sweet donut turn, not heading straight for the restaurant, but rather towards the now chaotic intersection. That Conan's mind was too overwhelmed to ponder the sudden appearance of the car, that he gazed out the window at the grim scene, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. "Conan, my young friend, don't be disheartened. You forget thousands of things every day. Why not forget what you see before you?" Qi Ming offered, attempting to alleviate Conan's distress, lest he plunge into depression. "Who exactly are you?" After a long pause, Conan asked, his voice laced with bitterness. "That a mercenary. To hell with mercenaries." Even the last suspected member of the black organization, Harley Quinn, only operated in confined spaces, but this was a bustling street. How could he dare? Indeed, no one but himself knew of his involvement, and he himself was clueless as to how it was accomplished. This was sheer coincidence. The deaths of those three officers would ultimately be classified as the indiscriminate killings of a wanted criminal. "Who am I, you ask?" Upon hearing Conan's question, Qi Ming raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment before warmly responding. I am Arthur Morgan. I am Aiden Pierce. I am the Little Mute. I am Alex Mercer. I am Steve. I am also the Pioneer, the Wanderer, the Fated One, the Chosen One, the Demon Hunter, the Undying. I am a player, and you are mere NPCs. From the very beginning, we have existed in different dimensions. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the achievement. Siege for the down, mind for the up, earning the reward. Recommended by renowned authors, a must-read riddle book for children. As Qi Ming drove Conan towards the restaurant, a notification from the system rang in his mind. However, he scoffed at the reward for this achievement. A riddle book? Who needed that? It was nothing more than a collection of brain teasers. Item name. Recommended by renowned authors. A must-read riddle book for children. Item description. Want to train your child to be a master of deduction? This book is all you need. Item function. A new riddle is updated daily. With a limit of 1 use per day, the host may invite others to answer questions to unlock the content of the riddle book. Once they finish answering, the solution will be revealed. A master of deduction, which detective was nurtured solely through brain teasers. Moreover, this item couldn't be used alone. He had to find someone else to participate. A flicker of interest sparked within Qi Ming as he glanced at Conan, who sat silently in the passenger seat. Wasn't there someone right here? A famous detective at that. "Conan, my young friend, how about a riddle? Care to play?" Conan, already in a state of disarray, jolted at Qi Ming's words. "What do you want now?" Noticing Conan's reaction, Qi Ming sighed. Was this child traumatized by the 2 games I played earlier? He endeavored to adopt a kind demeanor as he casually remarked, "It's dull not to talk while driving. Let us liven up the atmosphere. It'll be fun. Trust me." Though Qi Ming wore a cheerful expression, to Conan, that gentle smile felt even more sinister than a devil's grin. He dared not refuse Qi Ming, who knew what he might do if he declined. More importantly, they were now quite close to the restaurant where Rand and the others were waiting, and it was best not to provoke Qi Ming. Seeing Conan acquiesce, Qi Ming retrieved a riddle book essential for children. Ahem, Conan, imagine you are in a small room with the door blocked by a heavy object. Inside the room is a life-sized mannequin, standing at 1.9 meters tall and weighing 200 pounds. Besides that, there's a bottle of quick freeze agent and a saw. The freeze agent can instantly solidify objects and is extremely sturdy. You need to escape the room, and the only exit is a window leading to a corridor of another building. However, the gap between the 2 buildings is 3 meters wide, assuming you must use tools to get across. How would you escape? Qi Ming raised an eyebrow. This didn't seem like just a brain teaser. It unexpectedly required some reasoning. Although the question was directed at Conan, Qi Ming found himself intrigued by the answer as well. 10 seconds later, Qi Ming was left speechless. I don't understand. I can't make sense of it at all. How about you, Conan? Have you figured it out? Conan remained silent, his complexion even paler than before. What was he trying to achieve by posing these questions? Intimidation? Threats? Conan, do you know the answer? If you don't, just say you don't. After all, if I can't solve it, how could you? A mere subordinate. Possibly no. Conan felt a pang of frustration in his heart as he clenched his teeth. Was subordinate a reference to letting the true culprit escape while innocent people were apprehended? Or was it about the tragedies he had just witnessed? With no clue as to how they were orchestrated, after a moment of silence, Conan finally spoke. No, I don't know. Naturally, he did know. He simply did not wish to utter that repugnant answer. Hey, protagonist, you need to level up. Qi Ming looked at Conan with disdain, and upon Conan's admission of ignorance, the answer to the riddle was instantly unlocked. Come, let me reveal the answer to you. Allow me to explain how it works. Ahem. First, use the saw to dismember the mannequin's limbs, since a normal person's wingspan is roughly equivalent to their height. By then using the quick freeze agent to bind the limbs together, you can construct a makeshift ladder of about 3.8 meters to climb across. Given that the mannequin weighs approximately 200 pounds, one can surmise its general dimensions, ensuring that the width of the arms and legs is sufficient to step on. Qi Ming was rendered speechless. Is this truly a riddle for children? System, are you certain you're cultivating a master of deduction and not an extremely dangerous criminal? Host, as they say, a rogue is not to be feared. What's terrifying is when a rogue possesses knowledge to become a master of deduction, one must first master the art of crime. How ironic that the exit from the room was blocked by a heavy object. It turns out this was a murder chamber of your own making? Qi Ming shuddered. He had initially planned to test AI with this as well, but reconsidered. Even he felt a physiological discomfort. Conan's mental state -5. A notification echoed in his mind, prompting Qi Ming to raise an eyebrow. He anticipated this unexpected delight. Merely asking a question triggered an additional effect. He glanced at Conan, contemplating. Well, taking from others to give to others, that Qi Ming resolved that whenever he encountered Conan, he would first pose a riddle to him, aiming to nurture him into a true master of deduction. After a while, Qi Ming stopped by the roadside of a shopping plaza. The detective walked away, seemingly disinterested in dining, his mind troubled. Conan exited the vehicle, his spirits having somewhat revived during the journey. He buried his previous weakness and incompetence deep within, determined to look ahead. His inability to comprehend Qi Ming's criminal techniques merely indicated a lack of skill on his part. However, he still had time to grow. Whether in relation to that organization or to Qi Ming himself, one day, I shall uncover your flaws and personally ensure your incarceration. Conan lowered his gaze and murmured softly, his voice audible only to himself. As the light reflecting off his glasses shimmered with the brilliance of justice, Conan's moral points increased by 100, now totaling 4869. That upon hearing the system's notification, Qi Ming's lips twitched in irritation. Bushman, how is it that I only deducted about 95 points from you? And you've already replenished your health? Qi Ming internally scoffed, but quickly settled his mind, observing Conan, who was engrossed in thought. Feeling somewhat contemplative, he noticed the subtitles and caught Conan's quiet musings. Despite all his efforts, Conan was not contemplating his demise, but rather his imprisonment. Conan truly moved him to tears. The radiant energy emitted by this protagonist threatened to obliterate his own existence. Akin to a worm crawling in the darkness of a sewer, resolute, Qi Ming decided that if Conan sought to find his flaws, he would have to assist him in various ways. Henceforth, whenever he found himself free, he would seek out Conan, making a point to familiarize him with his methods. This could also be seen as another form of character development, right? A protagonist must maintain their moral compass. How could they allow trivial matters to tarnish it? Rest assured, Conan, I shall cultivate you into a true man, a genuine warrior. In the restaurant, Suzuki Sonoko, Mr. Qi Ming, you've finally arrived. Hey, little brat, what have you been discussing with others that took you so long? Conan, Qi Ming, nothing much. Conan here is simply quite interested in my reasoning skills and wishes to become my disciple. Conan, Murray ran. By the way, Mr. Qi Ming, we saw on the news that there was a terrible car accident near where we were. Qi Ming, indeed, it was a horrific accident. Conan, when you grow up, have you considered becoming a traffic officer? I believe you would be quite eager to investigate the cause of the accident. Conan. Conan found himself at a loss for words. Soon after, a jovial meal commenced, punctuated by the clinking of juice glasses. Only Conan remained an outsider, his appetite completely absent as he gazed at the spread before him. An hour later, they all exited the restaurant, slightly bloated. Mr. Qi Ming, see you next time. Well, next time, I'll treat you all to a meal. That's a promise. After the feast, they exchanged smiles and farewells. Qi Ming, after a few polite words, departed with Hybera AI. Although today's outing had encountered minor hiccups, it concluded on a positive note with the making of dumplings, something to celebrate. Even if a few children were not entirely content, it was of little consequence. Once Suzuki Sonoko left with Jinta, Hayu, and Ayumi, only Muri ran and Conan remained. Muri ran, observing Conan's impassive expression, leaned down with concern, her expression inscrutable. Shinichi, about what happened at the theater earlier. Miss Ajiwara should not be the culprit, right? How do you know that? What did you just call me, Ran? Conan turned, surprised, to look at Muri Ran, but he quickly realized the significance of her earlier address. His expression stiffening. What did you just call me? Shinichi. Conan, who had originally felt dazed and confused, suddenly became alert. Heh, what are you saying, Ran? Shinichi isn't here. Why did Ran refer to him that way? Had he inadvertently revealed something? Other than a minor slip at Qi Ming's place, he had acted normally. Conan's heart skipped a beat as he recalled their earlier debate, during which his tone had unintentionally shifted to that of Kudo Shinichi. Ran, I promised Dr. Agasa that I would play his new game today, so I must be off. Feeling uneasy about Muri Ran's expression, Conan forced a smile and waved goodbye, narrowly escaping her grasp as he blended into the crowd. Muri Ran, watching him vanish among the throngs of people, stomped her foot in frustration. Since Qi Ming had mentioned something about Shinichi on the Shinkansen, she had been testing Conan upon her return. However, one day she received a call from Shinichi, and Conan's voice had coincidentally appeared, leading her to dismiss her suspicions. Conan and Shinichi were indeed two distinct individuals. Yet, once the seed of doubt was sown, it proved difficult to eradicate entirely. After today's incident, Muri Ran found herself doubting once more. Now that she thought about it, it wasn't too challenging for their voices to overlap. One could simply use a recording for one of them. Right? Humph. This time I must uncover your secret. At 4 to 24 Mihua Town, Qi Ming sat in a chair, wearing a motherly smile, gently drying Hybera AI's damp hair. This cultivation system was truly to his liking. Who wouldn't want to engage in games filled with excitement, and then return home to such a soothing little angel? Once Qi Ming had finished styling Hybera AI's hair, she suddenly asked, Qi Ming, you spoke with that boy named Conan for quite a long time. Is our dear child feeling a tinge of jealousy? Hee, boys will mature into adults quickly, but fear not, little AI, you will always be my number one. Hybera AI's ears turned slightly red, and she shyly lowered her head. Qi Ming put away the hairdryer, intending to conclude this delightful day and retire for the night. Yet, recalling some of AI's earlier behaviors at the theater, he unexpectedly spoke up. By the way, AI, you don't need to pretend in front of me. Hybera AI's previously relaxed demeanor suddenly tightened, her hand trembling slightly. What does he mean by that? She looked at Qi Ming, forcing a sweet smile as she replied, What are you talking about, Qi Ming? Qi Ming sighed, observing her obviously forced expression. See, it's just like this, an insincere smile. You don't have to adopt such a persona. Hibara AI's heart raced. What could this mean? Could it be that Kaito Shinichi had inadvertently revealed something to Qi Ming during their private conversations? No, that shouldn't be the case. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated her and Kaito the same way during dinner. Hibara AI felt anxious, uncertain of how to respond to Qi Ming's forthcoming words, her mood sinking further. Did he, perhaps, discover her secret? However, this apprehension dissipated as Qi Ming continued, causing her emotions to swing from low to high like a roller coaster. AI, you truly don't need to wear a facade in front of me. Regardless of who you are, you will always be my dear little sister. Just be yourself. There's no need to conform to others. Hibara AI's mouth fell slightly agape. So, the pretense he referred to was this. Looking into Qi Ming's encouraging eyes, she nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips, while relief washed over her and warmth filled her heart. She thought, Can you please not speak with such heavy breaths? It's quite startling. Though she thought this, the little girl quickly lifted her head, hands behind her back, tilting her head adorably as she smiled. Well, brother, you better not regret it. From now on, I shall speak my mind. Just a reminder, this smile is genuine. Qi Ming felt a surge of emotion at this moment, clutching his heart, closing his eyes, and looking upwards. My goodness, my sister is truly this adorable. Conan, take note. This is the correct way to win my favor. Learn well. Overwhelmed by emotion, Qi Ming retrieved a wallet brimming with cash from his pocket and placed it on the bed. Come, Xiao AI, this is your pocket money. Feel free to spend it as you wish. Looking at the several thousand yuan notes peeking from the wallet, Hui Yuan AI shook her head helplessly. Brother, a child doesn't need so much money. Hui Yuan AI's affection level increased. New feature unlocked. Affection transfer. Danger alert for the nurturing target. Affection transfer. Unlike normal teleportation, it has its own cooldown and can be activated to teleport to Hui Yuan AI side from any location. With a 10-second cooldown, danger alert warns the host when the nurturing target is in a perilous state. Please turn off that annoying prompt sound and make sure to take a screenshot for me first. After a brief interlude, as it approached 11 o'clock, Qi Ming turned off the lights and both settled into their respective beds. Just as Qi Ming was preparing to exhale and activate the system to enter sleep mode, his phone vibrated, startling him. Glancing at the screen, his brow furrowed slightly. Hey, Lao Qin. He looked over at Hui Yuan AI before covering himself with the blanket and answering the call. Madeleine, base 1. Hey, Lao Qin, how did you know I have a sister? Do you have a sister? Before Qin Jiu could finish, Qi Ming interrupted, his voice low, almost as if he were speaking with a false tone. On the other end of the line, Qin Jiu frowned but soon relaxed. He had long since ceased to be surprised by Qi Ming's antics. Cut the chit-chat. Your evaluation has come through. The esteemed one wishes to see you. The esteemed one. The boss? Wait, does the boss know I have a sister? Does the boss have a sister? Mind your words. After the last admonition, the call ended abruptly, leaving Qi Ming staring at the screen in irritation. What a man lacking in patience. Yet, Qi Ming was somewhat astonished that the boss wanted to see him. Although he had communicated with the boss before, it was mostly via emails wherein the boss would scold him for his excessive actions. Nevertheless, Qi Ming never felt angered by this, for after each reprimand, the boss would have Qin Jiu shower him with praise and offer additional rewards. How else could one manage a large corporation? Tasks accomplished, they might grumble a bit, but once the work is done, they would readily grant raises and bonuses. Presumably, the boss was coming to check on him because of the upcoming promotion match, even though he was not particularly keen on the meeting. Quietly, Qi Ming rose from the bed, contemplating how to explain his departure to Xiao AI, only to hear her steady breathing. She must have exhausted herself playing on the phone last night, which is typical for children who enjoy a good night's sleep. Perhaps our little detective, Conan, would also sleep soundly today. Without further delay, Qi Ming vanished in a teleport. Shortly after his departure, Hui Yuan AI slowly opened her eyes. Despite Qi Ming's soft voice, she had caught snippets of his conversation with Qin Jiu. Although aware of Madeleine's esteemed position with Qin Jiu, it seemed she had underestimated the situation. Few had encountered the boss within the organization, so it was surprising that he would take the initiative to meet Qi Ming. A flicker of concern crossed Hui Yuan AI's beautiful eyes. The individual capable of founding such an organization was no ordinary person. Their insight and methods surpassed that of common folk. Could it be that the boss had discovered something? Hui Yuan AI dared not dwell on such thoughts as she turned to face Qi Ming's empty bed, her eyes slowly closing, despite her awareness that sleep would likely evade her this night. Base 1 as usual. Qi Ming found himself in the women's restroom. He was beyond the point of lamentation. Initially, the system had been relatively accommodating to the novice he was, even considering some of his suggestions. However, now it seemed the system no longer regarded him with the same importance. Was he no longer deemed worthy? Pushing open the restroom door, at that moment, a stall door also swung open. Realizing they were not alone, both turned to face one another and spoke in unison. Who are you? Why are you in the women's restroom? Why are you so disgusting? I didn't even hear you flush. The woman emerging from the stall was indeed a sight to behold. Her striking blue eyes leaving an impression, provided one ignored her hair. Her forehead was smooth and unobtrusive, and the ponytail was quite appealing. Yet, the two long, curled strands framing her face were rather distracting. And her hairline seemed to touch high. Thus far, from Qi Ming's memory, only Mayano Shiho, his little sister, and Vermouth had hairstyles that he admired, the eternal deities of long, wavy hair and slight curls. How bizarre! Qi Ming could no longer contain himself. His gaze fixated on the two strands of hair, and unable to resist, he produced scissors and swiftly snipped away the offending locks, leaving the woman bewildered. As the two strands of black hair fell to the ground, Qi Ming contentedly wiped his forehead with the back of his hand and waved goodbye as he exited the restroom. Don't mention it, Guile. I just gave you a paid hairstyle. Gone nah. Qi Ming had perused Vermouth's dossier, which contained records of organizational code names. The woman before him was a perfect match for the profile of Guile. Mizuno Reina. Only after Qi Ming had left did Mizuno Reina come to her senses, staring incredulously at the two strands of hair on the floor, her face pale. Who on earth was that? Oh, I almost forgot. Just as Qi Ming exited the restroom, he suddenly remembered something and retraced his steps, addressing Mizuno Reina. Guile, what were you asking me just now? Mizuno Reina frowned and I asked who you are, why you're here, and how you know who I am. Indeed, my dear senior, I just adopted a sister. Thank you for your concern. Gone nah? Qi Ming beamed, finally departing, leaving Mizuno Reina utterly perplexed. Madeleine, you have returned. How did you know I adopted a sister? Do you have a sister? Ah, congratulations, esteemed one. But I do not have a sister. That's precisely why I have a code name, and you do not. Never mind. I'm off. Qi Ming wandered through the base, engaging in such exchanges with various members. After a while, he finally made his way to the conference room, buoyed by the well-wishing buffs of the base's members. Upon exiting the restroom, Qinjiu sent him a text, stating that he would introduce some people to him before his meeting with the boss. Qi Ming understood this meant his reputation had reached a level sufficient to unlock new characters. He wondered if he might encounter some attractive older sisters or younger sisters. With such anticipation, Qi Ming arrived at the conference room door and pushed it open. Esteemed seniors, I am Madeleine. How did you know I adopted a sister? During Qi Ming's flamboyant self-introduction, he successfully captured the attention of the three individuals present in the conference room, who regarded him with curious glances. Qi Ming fell silent, pulling out a chair to sit while appraising the trio, one woman and two men. Furrowing his brow, he mentally calculated the known gender ratio of the organization. This organization certainly had an abundance of masculinity. Had they not considered their target audience? Tisk. Utterly uninteresting. I've uninstalled it. However, Qi Ming can only voice his complaints. Uninstalling is not an option for him. He scanned the appearances of the three individuals, beginning to correlate them with the information on the esteemed teacher, Belmod. Qi Ming first directed his gaze towards the man seated in the farthest corner. He was a figure clad in a baseball cap, his face obscured by dark sunglasses. The brim of the cap casually revealed a length of coarse, grayish hair, leaving one to wonder if perhaps it was due to a receding hairline. This man was the organization's ace marksman, Conan, known for his brooding demeanor. Henceforth, he shall be referred to as bald, gray-haired senior. Next, Qi Ming glanced at the woman standing beside Conan. She sported a chic, chestnut red bob that Qi Ming often encountered on salon posters. Clad in a tight black bodysuit that unabashedly showcased her slender figure, her appearance was quite pleasant, yet her facial features suggested a rather volatile temperament. aligning perfectly with the description provided by the esteemed teacher. A butterfly tattoo adorned her left cheek, adding an inexplicable allure. She was Cohen's ace sniper partner, codenamed Qi. From now on, she shall be known as spirited senior sister Qi Ming, then turned to observe the final individual seated beside him. A handsome man with golden hair and dark skin. This was the intelligence specialist recommended to him by Jin Bourbon, also known as Toru Amuro. Belmont had not provided a detailed characterization of his personality, suggesting he was rather ordinary. However, considering both were in the intelligence field, the functions of Belmont and Bourbon were somewhat redundant, leading one to surmise he was merely a background character, just as Qi Ming contemplated a fitting nickname for Toru Amuro. Qi unexpectedly stepped away from Cohen and approached him. With a scrutinizing gaze, she regarded Qi Ming, then raised her hand to strike the table with a resounding thud. "You are that newcomer, Madra, correct?" Qi Ming looked up at Qi. Her tone and demeanor befitting her appearance and the information provided by Belmont. Indeed, new characters often exude the most pressure upon their first appearance, with their unique traits fully on display. "That's me. Spirited senior sister," Qi Ming replied with a smile, his tone devoid of excessive formality. Observing her demeanor, it was evident she had come to assert her dominance, and a confrontation seemed inevitable. Upon hearing Qi Ming's address, Qi momentarily appeared taken aback, her shoulders trembling slightly. After a brief pause, she leaned closer to him. Qi Ming was now more certain that this seasoned player was indeed here to establish her authority. After all, such proximity could either signify an impending kiss or a brawl. Just as he anticipated she might draw a weapon, Qi instead patted his shoulder and erupted into laughter. "Ha, Madra, you are quite amusing. I heard that guy Jin mention you before." Qi pulled out a chair and sat beside Qi Ming, her face adorned with a somewhat manic smile. "I've heard all about you. How come you're so talented? How do you come up with so many entertaining ideas? Do you have any plans for future operations? Count me in if you need a sniper." Qi Ming's mouth slightly agape as he absorbed Qi's words. A flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. What kind of information had the esteemed teacher provided? This lady was not volatile at all. She was quite amiable. "Senior, you truly understand. You think my methods are interesting, right?" "Absolutely. When playing games, one must try every possible approach." "Games?" Qi furrowed her brows slightly. "So, you perceive everything as a game. Why not?" Qi's body trembled slightly, her smile growing increasingly wild. Unable to contain herself, she threw her arms around Qi Ming's shoulders and laughed heartily. "You truly delight me. I never imagined this newcomer would be so entertaining, treating the world as a game. Not even I have thought of that. Ha." Qi Ming, equally unable to resist, reciprocated the embrace with a matching grin. "I never expected to encounter someone like you in our organization who understands the joy of gaming. It's quite rare. Senior, you are a sniper, right? I have a fondness for sniping as well. The thrill of stealthily eliminating an enemy from a distance is simply indescribable." "Ha, you truly grasp it." As Qi listened to Qi Ming, her inner joy intensified. Observing the base's personnel, aside from her fellow snipers, few could resonate with her wavelength. Yet this newcomer, Madra, not only shared her interests but also understood sniping. "Madra, I accept you. From now on, I'll look after you in the base." "All right, spirited senior sister, you truly are a good person." Watching the playful exchange between Qi Ming and Qi, Cohen couldn't help but shrink his shoulders. Another sniper, how delightful. Yet, he hoped it wouldn't lead to excessive competition. Meanwhile, Toru Amuro's gaze remained inscrutable as he scrutinized Qi Ming. He had heard of Qi Ming from Rum. Rum, the organization's second-in-command, had given a similar assessment to that of Jin's that aside from having a few screws loose, Qi Ming was remarkably competent, with no failed missions since joining the organization. The fact that a newcomer could receive such praise from Rum was astonishing. Upon learning this, Toru Amuro immediately set about investigating Qi Ming. However, the more he delved into Madra's actions, the more alarmed he became. Such a person was undeniably dangerous. Like Akai Shuichi, Toru Amuro was also an undercover agent from outside. However, due to certain circumstances, he harbored intense disdain for Akai Shuichi, and his beliefs fueled a similar aversion to the FBI. Should Qi Ming discover this, he would undoubtedly express confusion. After all, family matters should not lead to squabbles. After a brief interval, the conference room door swung open, revealing gin and vodka. Following them was none other than Ray Freya, whom Qi Ming had crossed paths with in the restroom. Noticing Jin's arrival, Qi Ming and Qianti instinctively turned their heads. "Old Jin, why didn't you inform me that our organization had such an enjoyable senior?" Qi Ming inquired. "Jin, why didn't you let me meet this newcomer sooner?" Qianti added. Jin remained silent. He had anticipated the outcome of their early meeting, which was why he had delayed their introduction. Silence. "I summoned you here for an important announcement." Jin turned to Qi Ming and spoke slowly. "Madra is about to be promoted to a cadre position, and that esteemed individual will personally converse with him." As Jin's words settled, an eerie silence enveloped the room, followed by stunned gazes directed at Qi Ming. "Jin, he's merely a newcomer. How can he be promoted to a cadre position? From the intelligence I've gathered, Madra's past actions have often been reckless, even nearly exposing himself. Haven't they?" Toru Amuro remarked with mild surprise, then feigned a smile. Having infiltrated the organization for an extended period, his performance had been commendable, even earning the favor of the organization's second-in-command, Rum, despite his sacrifices along the way. He had yet to receive the opportunity to communicate directly with the boss. How could this newcomer attain such a privilege? Toru Amuro pondered. Perhaps this man shared a unique connection with the boss. Akin to Belmont, Bourbon, Jin cast a cold glance at Toru Amuro. "If you could achieve something significant like this fellow, I might grant you the same opportunity, instead of being like that woman Belmont." Perpetually scheming, Toru Amuro fell silent for a moment before waving his hand, chuckling. "I'm merely a cautious individual. After all, Madra is still a newcomer, and his trustworthiness remains to be seen." Qi Ming smirked and nodded at Toru Amuro's shoulder. When Toru Amuro turned to face him, Qi Ming raised his middle finger, sarcastically retorting, "Golden-haired, dark-skinned senior, early experience doesn't necessarily equate to proficiency. Yes. Oh, what if he's a newcomer? Can a newcomer earn the boss's recognition and get promoted? Sometimes, it's worth reflecting on oneself that you've been in the organization for so long. Have you genuinely fulfilled your tasks and sincerely dedicated yourself to the organization?" A sudden jolt coursed through Amuro Toru's heart. He could discern that Qi Ming's remark was merely a jest. Yet, burdened by his own guilty conscience, he felt as though every word was directed at him. It seems I have overthought things. The discernment of that esteemed individual is certainly beyond my reach." Amuro managed to display a gentle smile, refraining from further speech. In contrast, Qi Ming silently scoffed. Such is the nature of a seasoned professional. While he may not strive for promotions, he would never allow his juniors to ascend. The ripples stirred within Amuro were not solitary. They also affected the quietly standing Shimizu Rina. This woman, too, was an operative sent from the outside, affiliated with the CIA. Fortunately, Qi Ming remained unaware of their true identities. Good heavens, the Public Security Bureau and the CIA have both come to observe his promotion ceremony. Jinjiu approached a side of the conference room and pressed a button on the wall, causing a hidden door to slowly swing open. "Please, step inside." Amuro gazed at the now opened door, suppressing the urge to discreetly plant a listening device on Qi Ming. "Jean, perhaps it would be best if I didn't meet the boss. Is there any chance you could arrange for the chief to communicate via email instead?" Qi Ming hesitated at the threshold of the hidden door, expressing his reluctance. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. "Are you serious? The boss wishes to see you, and you dare to decline?" John T. exclaimed. "What audacity!" Cohen added. Amuro, bewildered, remarked, "I completely failed to comprehend this individual's behavior." Shimizu Rina noted, from the tone of his voice. "It appears that Madara holds considerable regard for Jinjiu. Oh, you know what you are saying." Jinjiu's gaze turned icy as he spoke sharply. Typically, Qi Ming was carefree and jovial, yet this was a meeting requested by that esteemed individual. How could he dare to refuse? You simply do not understand. I do this for the boss's sake." Qi Ming sighed, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. Their essay saying, "The more intricate the plot, the more the characters unravel." When a character first appears, people exclaim, "Wow, so powerful, so handsome, such an imposing presence." Yet, by the time they reappear, the same people say, "Wow, so pathetic, so weak, such a clownish character." The more Qi Ming spoke, the more animated he became. Even slapping the table in frustration, he then glanced at everyone in the room. "And as for you all, I hope that when we meet next time, you will still embody the personas you portray today. Just take a look at these two." At first, Jean appeared quite formidable, Yet now that I've seen them more often, they are merely headless and discontented. Sigh. Vodka and Jinjiu fell into silence. Once Qi Ming had finally vented his dissatisfaction, he playfully suggested, let's allow our esteemed leader to maintain his air of mystery. Communication via email is preferable. Jinjiu relaxed his furrowed brow. This rationale was something he could begrudgingly accept. The esteemed individual wishes to see you. In reality, he is not physically present, but merely observing your remote communication. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? It seems the boss is quite astute in this regard. With Jinjiu's response, Qi Ming ceased his procrastination and stepped into the secret chamber. The secret room was rather small, roughly 10 square meters, enveloped in darkness. Likely a testament to the villainous tradition of conserving electricity. The hidden door closed tightly. A few seconds later, a screen mounted on the dark wall abruptly illuminated. After a brief flash of white, a silhouette resembling a crow gradually materialized at the center of the display. A voice, synthesized through numerous modulations, echoed within the room. Madara, what do you believe is the key to achieving immortality? The boss wasted no time with pleasantries, diving straight into an audacious question. Qi Ming was momentarily taken aback, but inwardly nodded in admiration. Truly, the boss had a way of elevating the conversation with a single query. He pondered the answer for a moment before replying. How about head transplants? Removing one's head and attaching it to a younger, more vigorous body. Though, that might not be feasible considering the various rejections and the aging brain. Alternatively, perhaps cybernetic immortality, directly uploading consciousness into cyberspace. The screen flickered as the boss refrained from responding and posed another question. And resurrection, how might that be accomplished? Wait, does our organization's leader truly harbor such grand aspirations? Qi Ming was momentarily at a loss for how to articulate his thoughts. Well, that delves into the realm of fantasy. That I possess numerous resurrection coins, but they cannot be utilized for NPCs. Otherwise, I would have long since devised a way to resurrect the old Su from the Qin dynasty. The boss remained silent, seemingly contemplating the next question or perhaps struggling to comprehend Qi Ming's words. After a while, the boss appeared to abandon the ethereal inquiries. Do you know why I assigned you this code name? Is it because I have repeatedly survived seemingly fatal situations? I see in you a glimmer of hope for resurrection. Can you elucidate how you achieve this? Listening to the boss's words, Qi Ming raised an eyebrow. It dawned on him that this was an opportunity to showcase his unique abilities. This is quite simple. Boss, you can see the scene on my end, right? And you don't faint at the sight of blood? No. Then that's settled. With that, Qi Ming fell silent, withdrawing a silver handgun and aiming it at his temple before pulling the trigger. Bang! Outside the secret chamber, in the conference room, everyone jolted at the sound of the gunshot. What just happened? Why was there a gunshot? That sound, was it a desert eagle? Jinjiu, what on earth is happening in there? Is Madara a traitor? Jinjiu's expression darkened. He, too, was bewildered by Qi Ming's actions, just as he contemplated opening the hidden door to investigate. The door to the conference room swung open. Jinjiu instinctively drew his weapon, aiming at the entrance. But his expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing the figure standing there. It was none other than Qi Ming, who had been in the secret chamber just moments ago. Hey, Jin, could you reopen the secret? Qi Ming spoke casually, even pulling out a chair to sit down while taking a bottle of cola from his backpack and sipping it contentedly. It was evident that he was quite relaxed, with ample time to squander here alongside Jin. Upon hearing Qi Ming's words, Jin hesitated for a moment before opening the secret chamber, judging by Qi Ming's tone and the sudden appearance of the cola in his hand. It seemed genuine. However, the Qi Ming who had just entered was clearly real as well. Although he had not displayed any extraordinary abilities, Jin did not believe that an ordinary person could perfectly replicate this individual's mental state. Therefore, the only lingering doubt lay in the recent gunshot and Qi Ming's statement, resurrected after death. For the first time, Jin felt his brain cells were insufficient. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, just as he knew that vermouth and bourbon were both mystics. He would not pry into this matter, as long as Qi Ming was part of the organization. He only needed to focus on the present. Inside the secret chamber, Qi Ming announced cheerfully, "Boss, I'm back." As the concealed door closed, he glanced at the screen with a grin. Curiously, there was no trace of the corpse he had left behind. This was one of the game's resurrection mechanisms. Death did not equate to an immediate erasure of consciousness. Rather, upon regaining awareness, A screen would appear before the player. Point 1 Resurrection method allowed for the preservation of the body and equipment, enabling retrieval at the site of one's demise. The other method did not retain the body, resulting in the disappearance of equipped items. Prior to firing the gun, Qi Ming had activated the time-slowing ability of Si and Wei Si Tan, retracting all his cybernetic enhancements. This time, he opted for the second resurrection method, as he typically did unless circumstances dictated otherwise. That on the previous mission, when masquerading as Mayano Akemi, he had chosen to retain his body not only to ensure Jin witnessed her death, but also because Harley Quinn's outfit was unique gear. If it vanished, the system would not provide it again, and Qi Ming wished to save it for another occasion. Boss, have you gone offline? Should I take the time to upgrade you to 5G? The screen remained unresponsive until Qi Ming, unable to contain his curiosity, hacked into the device to take a peek, at which point a response finally came. Madara, one final question. Go ahead. The screen flickered slightly before the voice returned. No longer electronic, but rather a peculiar sound reminiscent of both an elder and a child. These two extremes, paradoxical yet harmonious, resonated in his ears. Will you belong to our side? Qi Ming raised an eyebrow, and after a moment, replied with a smile. Of course, I have always enjoyed action games. And boss, you're truly remarkable. He gestured toward the screen, his words seemingly laden with implication. After several minutes passed in the confined space, the previously heard contradictory voice echoed once more. Good. I look forward to your future performance. Finally, as the screen's light abruptly extinguished, the secret chamber was engulfed in darkness. Qi Ming stretched lazily, contemplating the boss's last remark with a hint of amusement. Truly, the final boss of a villainous organization, through his recent death and the subsequent disappearance of his body, seemed to have gleaned something. Despite having showcased his exceptional abilities before so many, they always managed to conjure alternative explanations for his actions. However, the boss was different. While certainty was elusive, he might have gained some insight into the realities of this world. Was it because our boss was unique data, special? Qi Ming shook his head in confusion. Or perhaps the recent conversation was merely a part of the game. After all, many game developers relish engaging players through such interactive dialogues. And as for this lackluster game, if nothing else, it certainly had a plethora of stitched-together elements. Perhaps it truly was part of this shoddy system's design. Bad news. The game is a patchwork. Good news. It's all stitched up now. Yawning, Qi Ming exited the secret chamber. Feeling fatigued, he longed for sleep. The door to the secret chamber opened automatically after Qi Ming concluded his exchange with the boss. Requiring no intervention from Jin outside. As before, the gaze of everyone in the conference room converged upon him. Could it be that my charm this evening is unexpectedly high? Have you all fallen for me at first sight? Kiani chuckled, then inquired with curiosity. I just want to know what you discussed with the boss. Amuro Turu and Mizunashi Rina nodded in agreement that I in this conference room. Perhaps no one was more eager to discern the contents of Qi Ming's conversation with the boss than these two undercover agents. Oh, you wish to know? Apart from Jin and Vodka, the others silently nodded. Even Conan, who had been brooding in silence, fixed his gaze intently on Qi Ming. Qi Ming's eyes darted around before he spoke mysteriously. Ahem, the boss said I. That's enough. Just as Qi Ming was about to fabricate a tale, Jin's cold interruption silenced him. This matter is not for you to concern yourselves with. Jin shot a chilling glance at the gathered individuals. The unspoken message cleared. He had not gathered them here without reason. He was strategic. Although Qi Ming had been introduced to them, the primary motive was to test him. Qi Ming was about to become a cadre member and was among the few who had communicated with that esteemed individual. If any of the people present were undercover agents, they would undoubtedly contact their superiors to take action against Qi Ming. However, Jin did not intend to disclose this plan to Qi Ming. After all, he understood Qi Ming's temperament well. Suspicion? Just kill them, and there would be no need for doubt. After all, he could handle 20 men alone without issue. Jin believed Qi Ming would be the type to say such things. Vodka, you may now announce the 3 tasks and related arrangements required to become a cadre member. To ascend to cadre status. 3 tasks must be completed. The first, independently acquire 1.5 billion for the organization through any means. The second, independently gain control over at least 10 influential individuals. The third, independently accomplish a significant feat. Additionally, one member with a code name must accompany and supervise throughout. This is an insurmountable criterion for promotion. At least for those undercover agents. Amidst the silence of the crowd, Qi Ming suddenly broke the stillness with his voice. These tasks seem rather simple. Huh? Huh? Gianti was the first to respond. Madeira, are you mistaken? Did you not claim to be a sniper? How could one person possibly complete these tasks alone? Senior mental sister, I merely enjoy sniping. I never said I was a sniper. I am quite adept at assault and charge as well. Qi Ming shot a glance at Gianti before turning to Jin with curiosity. But old Jin, could you tell me how many cadres our organization has? I'd like to understand in advance, so I can treat my colleagues to a meal after the promotion and enhance my likability. Such tasks might appear straightforward for players, yet for NPCs, they can only proceed through traditional methods. Qi Ming genuinely wished to know how they accomplished their missions. Then Jin spoke up. Only me. Qi Ming scratched his ear, as if he had heard something outrageous. Ha! Old Jin, you must be joking. We are part of a vast conglomerate with global operations. And you are the only supervisor? Jin remained silent. For some reason, conversing with Qi Ming today felt particularly vexing. Observing Jin's silence, Qi Ming's smile gradually faded. He recalled when he first entered the game. The system had introduced the organization, touting its remarkable significance, how the boss was supposedly the strongest figure in all of Japan, with operations worldwide. And now, looking at the present situation, there was only one cadre, which implied that Jin was the sole capable individual. Although Qi Ming was aware of other leaders, those individuals were likely mere old hands sitting idly, relying on their seniority without any real competence. Qi Ming sighed and approached Jin, patting his shoulder heavily. Old Jin, it's not easy for you. You've had a tough time. By the way, old Jin, do all those tasks have to be completed on site? Are pre-prepared dishes acceptable? Qi Ming recalled that after robbing the Python Casino last time, he had actually acquired quite a bit, estimating around 1.5 billion. If it were possible, he would submit them now and finish this preliminary task ahead of time. Furthermore, regarding significant matters, he was uncertain if the car accident he caused today counted. Not allowed. Jin replied flatly, immediately dismissing Qi Ming's thoughts. Moreover, the car accident you caused today will not be counted as part of Task 3. How did you know I was about to ask that? Qi Ming questioned. Car accident. Amuro Turu frowned at the mention of the term. A significant incident. A car accident that it couldn't possibly be the one Kazami reported to him earlier. Could it? He had heard from a colleague in public security about a particularly gruesome accident that afternoon. Normally, such incidents wouldn't fall under their jurisdiction, but with 3 police officers dead under unusual circumstances, the police headquarters promptly reported it, categorizing it as a terrorist attack. Amuro Turu never expected that the instigator of such a heinous event would be right in front of him, laughing and joking. In his beloved Japan, such casual behavior was unforgivable. You were doing those things while Vermouth was present. She should have been here, but you also wrecked her car, Jin said slowly. Qi Ming, having received the answer, furrowed his brow in confusion. Vermouth, the great teacher? How did I not notice? Host, you forgot you were too caught up in the game to pay attention to the minimap, didn't you? I don't care. It's clearly your fault for not reminding me. Are you afraid of saying one more word? You've put my teacher in jeopardy. Compensate me with the guidebook. After asking Jin about relevant precautions, Qi Ming inquired, Old Jin, do you have any other matters? If not, I'll be on my way. My sister is afraid to sleep alone. That's it. Handle it yourself. Qi Ming signaled an okay gesture, then approached each person to obtain their contact numbers. Although he was still unaware of what new functions would be unlocked after becoming a cadre, he could roughly guess based on Jin's current permissions. He was certain it would unlock the task assignment feature. Then he could simply delegate tasks and lounge around to reap the rewards. When Qi Ming approached Amuro Tru, Amuro feigned a smile and said, Madeira, I find you quite intriguing. You see, but before he could finish, Qi Ming interrupted. Not interested. Amuro was momentarily speechless, but he quickly regained his composure. I think you misunderstood. I merely wanted to observe your capabilities while you executed tasks. That's fine. I'll gather everyone then. How could it be just one person observing? Qi Ming chuckled. Who wouldn't want an audience while showcasing their skills? Even less intelligent AI can provide emotional value. He believed they would surely praise him more. Is that so? Very well. Amuro's eyes flickered. His intention to arrange something for the day Qi Ming acted might not be feasible now. Just as Qi Ming was inputting Amuro's number, his phone suddenly vibrated. Amuro discreetly glanced at Qi Ming's phone screen, his expression sharpening. The sender was Vermouth? What the hell? Qi Ming's heart raced upon seeing the message pop up. Was it possible she was contacting him to sever their Minnerminty relationship due to the damage to her car? He couldn't be certain. Who knew if this character had some peculiar setting? Opening the message revealed a simple request to meet at a specific location. I hope it's just to discuss compensation for the car. Hey, you guys take care. I'm leaving. Qi Ming waved and then vanished in an instant. In the moments leading up to Qi Ming's departure to the base, specifically before the car accident he caused. A yellow convertible cruised slowly down the street. After all, this was an urban area, even with a car worth millions that could accelerate from 0 to 100 in just 2 seconds. It still had to follow the sluggish pace of a cheap second-hand van ahead. The car's owner seemed to sense the onlookers outside and promptly closed the roof and windows. She removed her sunglasses and lit a cigarette, instinctively glancing in the rearview mirror, where her beautiful yet dangerously alluring eyes reflected back at her. This woman was none other than Vermouth. Now she could confidently ascertain your whereabouts. Observing the van in front, which had just illuminated its brake lights, Vermouth halted at this congested intersection, then retrieved 2 photographs from her handbag in the passenger seat. A slight smile appeared on her lips as she slowly brought the 2 images together. The bottom photograph belonged to Shinichi Kudo, while the one on top was of Idagawa Conan. After her discussion with Qi Ming that day, Vermouth began investigating Idagawa Conan. The investigation was not difficult. Vermouth managed to gather clues in just half a day. After all, correlating with what Qi Ming had mentioned, after Shinichi Kudo's supposed death, Idagawa Conan emerged. Moreover, through the rising fame of Kagoro Mori in the newspapers and the photographs showing Kagoro Mori alongside Conan, Vermouth quickly established Conan's identity. He was undoubtedly the shrunken version of Shinichi Kudo after being drugged by Qi Ming that day. For Qi Ming, such a miraculous youth-reversing potion should not exist in this world-s setting. Yet, as a native AI, Vermouth completely believed in it, as she herself was a victim of such drugs. Though she appeared to be merely 29 years old, who could know that her true age far exceeded that number? However, if Qi Ming were to discover this, perhaps his title of Great Teacher Vermouth would soon transform into Aunt Vermouth. Buzzing, her phone rang. Vermouth glanced at the caller ID before answering. Evening assembly at the base. On the other end of the phone, the voice of Jin resonated. The promotion of the officials in Madeira had been approved, and that gentleman had also decided to meet him. Oh, the boss actually wishes to see him? Vermouth felt a twinge of surprise. Just as she was about to inquire about the specifics of the evening's assembly, the tires of the van in front of her suddenly screeched violently. What was happening? Vermouth cast a puzzled glance at the traffic light. It was not yet time to proceed. Before she could ponder further, she witnessed a vehicle at the intersection, waiting for the signal, suddenly lurch forward and crash into a storefront. The hood was enveloped in thick smoke, and the driver lay slumped over the steering wheel, bloodied and unconscious. Had he been drinking? Wait. Vermouth's expression shifted as she realized her own car was beginning to sway. What is going on? Vermouth wondered, pressing the clutch and hitting the brakes. Yet the vehicle seemed to respond erratically, as if it were out of control. Even the handbrake failed to halt its advance. What is happening over there? What is that noise? Jin's voice crackled through the phone. No, I don't know, my car. Boom. The roar of engines erupted, and Vermouth's countenance changed dramatically as her sports car surged uncontrollably forward. No, it wasn't just her vehicle. The cars at the intersection were also careening ahead in a simultaneous frenzy. Damn it. Vermouth gritted her silver teeth, seizing her handbag and decisively leaping from the car while she still had some speed to work with. Yet the danger had not yet passed. With no time to catch her breath, her pupils dilated as she braced for the impact of several out-of-control vehicles barreling towards her. After a while, when the cacophony of collisions ceased, Vermouth stumbled out from behind a toppled truck, a bit disheveled. She supported her right arm, feeling a sense of irritation within. It seemed that this arm would be out of commission for several days. What kind of situation was this? Vermouth, what on earth are you doing? A cold voice emanated from her handbag, the call with Jin still active. Vermouth sighed deeply and retrieved her phone with her left hand. Is this how you speak to a woman who has just suffered a severe car accident? Car accident. Indeed, a car accident. However, this one is rather peculiar, as if someone were orchestrating it, Vermouth remarked, inadvertently catching sight of a familiar figure not far away. She instinctively uttered, Madeira? Madeira? What are you talking about? Jin inquired, perplexed. I said I see Madeira here. Vermouth paused, noticing another figure beside Madeira, Idagawa Conan, or rather, Kaito Shinichi. Jin, oblivious to Vermouth's altered tone, fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. He still enjoys engaging in these meaningless activities. Do not mind him, just remember to come tonight. Apologies, Jin, but I may not be able to make it today. My car broke down, and I sustained some injuries in that incident that need tending to. Suit yourself. Jin hung up, and Vermouth's gaze returned to the distance, fixated on Qi Ming and Conan. There was no time to ponder how Qi Ming had orchestrated all this. She merely wanted to comprehend Qi Ming's intentions towards Conan and why they were both present here. Had they discovered that Adagawa Conan was Kaito Shinichi? However, upon witnessing Qi Ming affectionately escorting Conan into a vehicle, Vermouth dismissed that notion. Where were they headed? Vermouth felt a pang of unease. She could not predict Qi Ming's actions. She surveyed the surrounding chaos and managed to locate a vehicle with minimal damage. After carelessly tossing the unconscious driver onto the ground, she twisted the key and followed Qi Ming's car, striving to maintain a distance of 100 meters. After a while, Vermouth gradually parked outside a shopping plaza. She retrieved a portable telescope from her bag and observed Qi Ming and Conan as they entered the plaza, hesitating for a moment before deciding against entering herself. If Qi Ming intended to harm Conan, he would have acted sooner. Given her injuries, entering now would draw undue attention. Moreover, who knew what outrageous statements Qi Ming might utter upon spotting her? Vermouth glanced at the clinic and clothing store by the roadside. Hesitating before opening the car door and stepping out, she needed to attend to her arm and change clothes first. After some time, now resembling a brand new model, Vermouth sat in her car, instinctively reaching for the telescope to survey the plaza. Through the lens, several figures slowly emerged from the entrance. It appeared they were about to dine together. Vermouth's gaze lingered on a girl with spiky hair who bore a gentle smile. However, upon noticing that Qi Ming was also walking alongside them, her expression darkened instantaneously. What was Qi Ming up to? Was he deliberately approaching them, or was it merely a coincidence? Vermouth found Qi Ming's intentions elusive and unconsciously shifted the telescope to observe others, until the lens captured the image of an adorable girl with chestnut hair. Vermouth's thoughts were abruptly interrupted, her attention captivated by the girl before her. Gazing at the girl's familiar visage, Vermouth froze momentarily, her shoulders trembling involuntarily, not out of fear, but from excitement. She gradually steadied her emotions, revealing a dangerous smile. Sometimes, coincidences could indeed be rather frightening. Surely, I found you. Generally speaking, when a woman is so concerned about another, it is either rivalry or jealousy. However, Vermouth's feelings towards Mayano Shiho transcended these notions. Rooted purely in hatred, it was not that Mayano Shiho had wronged her, but rather that Mayano Shiho's parents had committed transgressions. Yet the reasons behind this remained shrouded in mystery, as the saying goes. Children repay their parents' debts. Vermouth had redirected this animosity towards Mayano Shiho. During her time in the organization, she could not act, but now that Mayano Shiho had become a defector, there was no need for restraint. Vermouth's gaze was fixed intently on Hybera AI, while the little girl across from her remained blissfully unaware of the scrutinizing gaze directed her way. After all, it was normal not to perceive others' attention from such a distance. Yet Hybera AI was different. Perhaps due to her prolonged association with the organization, the shrunken Hybera AI possessed an almost peculiar ability. Whenever an organization member was nearby or she heard their voice, her body would exhibit symptoms akin to withdrawal. But why was she not reacting now? Perhaps it was because a man even more terrifying than Vermouth was standing beside her, wearing a cheerful smile. Subsequently, Vermouth witnessed Qi Ming escorting Hybera AI away. Although she felt curious about Qi Ming's intentions, seeing Muri and Conan standing still, Vermouth ultimately chose not to follow. Instead, she exited her vehicle and blended into the crowd. Stealthily approaching Conan and Muri from behind, at the same time, she overheard Muri expressing her suspicions towards Conan. Vermouth sighed internally as she observed Conan, who was anxiously concocting excuses to flee. Balancing the pursuit of their organization while concealing her identity from this girl was indeed a taxing endeavor. However, his feeble attempts at excuses were rather amusing as Vermouth passed by Ran. She noticed the girl staring blankly at Conan's retreating figure. Her face clouded with doubt, a hint of helplessness flickered across Vermouth's brow as she muttered softly to herself, her voice tinged with affection. Let me cover up your clumsy excuses, cool guy. After all, we both wish to keep her out of that world. If the other members of the organization were to witness Vermouth speaking in such a tone, they would likely be left utterly astonished. Jaws dropped to the ground. Yet, perhaps this is also a testament to the goodness that Vermouth has long harbored within. It is akin to walking through darkness, where a person on the brink of plummeting into an endless abyss is saved by the flicker of two fireflies rising from the depths below the precipice. At 2-22, Mihan Town, the residence of Dr. Agasa, he looked on with concern at Conan, who was buried in thought with his head resting on his arms, since Conan returned and recounted the events of the day. He had remained silent, lost in contemplation. Dr. Agasa was one of the few who knew Conan's true identity, having been the first to be contacted after Conan had shrunk. Shinichi, if you're truly at a loss, why not consult Yuzuku? Dr. Agasa suggested, watching as a strand of Conan's hair fell onto the table, unable to suppress a sigh. It is worth noting that Dr. Agasa possessed some insight. The mere mention of Yuzuku snapped Conan back to attention. What would I ask my father for? I can figure it out myself, Conan retorted, though deep down he recognized that he could not conceive any answers regarding today's incident. If I encounter him again during a crime, given enough time, I will undoubtedly uncover his flaws. This time, I was simply too eager. Seeing Conan regain his spirit, Dr. Agasa's face broke into a comforting smile, and he curiously inquired, by the way, what do you think of that Qi Ming? Could he be affiliated with the organization that shrank your body? Conan's demeanor shifted as he pondered, shaking his head after a prolonged silence. He seems both like and unlike them, judging by their methods from the outset. That organization should be quite discreet. However, Qi Ming is different. He is far too flamboyant. Conan rubbed his chin and approached a whiteboard, picking up a marker to inscribe several names. Old Qin, Lao Fu, Medela, Sherry, Harley Quinn. Qi Ming. He circled the names in the first row, and after some deliberation, he circled the names in the second row as well. Then, he drew a line between Qi Ming and Medela, placing a question mark in the middle. Conan suspected a connection between Qi Ming and the individual named Harley Quinn. They are both quite mad, showing no regard for human life, and possess tricks akin to those of the Phantom Thief Kid. He also completely overturned his previous assumptions, considering that Qi Ming could indeed be Medela. But does he not fear exposing himself with such ostentatious behavior? Conan mused, glancing again at the names of Harley Quinn and Qi Ming. Is it possible that Qi Ming and that woman from the casino belong to a different organization altogether? Conan's head spun as he gazed at the names on the whiteboard, until Dr. Agasa suddenly interjected. Conan, Ren called. She wants you to return home promptly. All right. Conan shook his head to clear his cluttered thoughts. There was still ample time. He could take it slowly. Not wishing to delay further, Conan bid farewell to Dr. Agasa and dashed out the door, completely forgetting about Rand's earlier suspicions regarding him. If Conan had a stat chart, his memory and reaction speed would undoubtedly be rated ES. Conan made his way back to the Muri Detective Agency. At the moment he knocked on the door, he recalled the doubts Rand had expressed when they parted. Damn, forgetfulness. Hey, it must be Conan returning. Following the knock, Rand's voice echoed from within, accompanied by the sound of footsteps approaching. Oh no. Conan anxiously glanced around. There was no time to ask Dr. Agasa for an alibi. He had to escape and devise a plan before returning. Just as he began to descend the stairs, another voice called from behind the door. A voice he knew all too well. Is Conan back? I haven't seen him for a while. Rand, how peculiar of you to think Conan is me. How could that be? At the sound of the voice, Conan abruptly halted, nearly losing his balance on the stairs. Turning back, he was astonished. The voice that emerged was unmistakably his own. The voice of the unshrunk Shinichi Kudo. Conan, you're back? The door swung open as Muri Rand smiled at Conan, her expression devoid of any previous suspicion. Yes, Conan nodded, mechanically stepping inside as his gaze fell upon an unexpected figure on the sofa. To his astonishment, Shinichi Kudo, who should not have been there, was sitting right in front of him. Shinichi smiled at the astonished Conan and nodded gently. It's good to see you again, Conan. Undoubtedly, this individual was none other than Vermouth, who had come to help Conan dispel the doubts surrounding him. Vermouth regarded Conan's expression with keen interest, yet she had no intention of lingering. Rising, she addressed Muri Ran. Ran, I must take my leave. Rand's initially buoyant mood dimmed. Are you leaving so soon? Hee. Vermouth approached Rand and affectionately ruffled her hair, provoking a twinge of irritation in Conan. After all, being a savior of the police is no easy task. Until next time. Feeling the warmth from the gesture, Rand blushed and nodded. By the way, Vermouth paused at the door, poking her head out. You both should be cautious of that man named Qi Ming. He is quite dangerous. With that final piece of advice, Vermouth departed the room. Qi Ming, Conan contemplated Vermouth's words, clearly taken aback that this impostor had mentioned the name. Who could he possibly be? Realizing that Vermouth had already left, Conan hurriedly opened the door to chase after her. However, she had vanished from the street. Conan, what are you doing? Nothing. After leaving, Vermouth found a secluded corner to remove her disguise and casually made her way to a bar. She hesitated before sending Qi Ming a text. Vermouth was eager to understand why the shrunken Shiho Mayano was following him. Additionally, she needed to warn Qi Ming about Conan and Rand, judging by their demeanor today. They likely believed they had become friends with Qi Ming. However, while that might be their impression, what did Qi Ming think? Vermouth found it impossible to discern what was going on in Qi Ming's mind. Shortly thereafter, a figure entered the bar. Despite Vermouth sitting in a hard-to-spot corner, the individual spotted her immediately and walked straight towards her. Yet, in just a matter of steps, this person managed to stir trouble, causing Vermouth's gaze to waver. Hey, watch where you're going. You spilled my drink all over me. What? Do you have any manners? Who do you think you're talking to? You want me to make you bleed? The man drew a gun. Huh? You think you can scare me with a toy gun? Is that a Desert Eagle? Try to get a more realistic replica. The man fired a shot into the ceiling. Bang! The deafening crack echoed throughout the bar, drowning out the background music and the cacophony of voices. The middle-aged man embroiled in the altercation swallowed hard as he stared at the bullet hole in the ceiling. Panic ensued, and patrons fled the bar, leaving only Vermouth and the gunman behind. TSK, still doubting my authenticity? Can't you see? If it weren't for the fact that my teacher faints at the sight of blood, I would have already taken you down. Once the crowd had dispersed, Qi Ming turned to Vermouth and swiftly grabbed 2 bottles of fine liquor from the bar, taking a seat before her. What brings you here? Teacher? Car trouble? No problem. I can cover it. 2 cars, maybe, or 3. Observing Qi Ming's somewhat disheveled demeanor, Belmont felt a twinge of helplessness within. Madrera, your actions this afternoon were rather excessive. Have you considered the repercussions of being discovered? Qi Ming chuckled, noticing Belmond's motion to retrieve a cigarette, promptly offering his own smoke and lighter. You should try mine. It's much stronger. Besides, as you mentioned, let us not even discuss the consequences. They must first realize that I was the one behind it. Belmont accepted the cigarette, lit it, and habitually tossed the lighter into her bag. Qi Ming's assertion was indeed valid. Not only others, but even she, the very victim of the incident, was completely oblivious to how her vehicle had lost control and sped forward. Taking a sip of his drink, Qi Ming curiously inquired, So, teacher, is there anything else on your mind? Before Belmont could respond, Qi Ming interjected, reiterating a phrase he had repeated countless times at the base. How did you know I have a sister? Ah, so that's why you sought me out. I appreciate your concern. Belmont silently shook off the ash from her cigarette. However, upon the mention of a sister, she recalled the scene earlier that day when she had seen Qi Ming with Hybera AI, linking the two in her mind, just as Qi Ming failed to recognize Conan as Kaito Shinichi. He also overlooked that the girl with chestnut hair was indeed Mayano Shio. Thus, it seemed rather normal for him to engage in a nurturing game, given his mindset. Yet, how should she subtly remind Qi Ming that this individual was actually Mayano Shio? The thought began to give Belmont a headache. If Qi Ming had only seen Hybera AI, it would be manageable for Belmont to reveal the truth. However, Qi Ming had seen Conan. This meant that Conan would undoubtedly become a suspect in Qi Ming's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Belmont exhaled a smoke ring and slowly remarked, Madrera, you seem quite invested in your sister. That of course, Qi Ming replied earnestly, meeting Belmont's gaze. But you know, what we fear most are flaws. What if the sister you're nurturing were to be captured by the police or killed by other enemies of the organization? In her imagination, Belmont considered that Qi Ming might merely be whimsically indulging in this nurturing game. And if Hybera AI were to meet an unfortunate end, Qi Ming could simply find another to care for. An understandable rationale. If she received such a response from Qi Ming, Belmont would have ample means to eliminate Shio. Yet, she had misjudged him. Setting aside the unlikely occurrence of an accident, Qi Ming smiled, though the warmth of that smile was imperceptible. That in reality, if something were stolen or destroyed, I would indeed be powerless. But here, It's entirely different. Belmont felt an inexplicable chill in the air surrounding her. Leaning closer, Qi Ming whispered in her ear, "If I could know who was responsible, that would be acceptable, but if I remain in the dark, many will perish." Belmont's heart raced. Yet before she could react to the looming sense of danger, Qi Ming withdrew, his demeanor returning to tranquility. "What do you think? Was my line just now impressive?" Belmont did not respond. Her expression fluctuating between various emotions. It appeared that the plan to eliminate Shiho would require further contemplation. That Qi Ming's earlier intensity had been rather unsettling. "Teacher, do you have any other instructions?" Listening to Qi Ming's inquiry, Belmont feigned nonchalance and remarked, "Today, while on my way to get my car repaired, I happened to see you in the company of others. I find myself quite curious. Do you actually have friends outside the organization?" "Well, if you don't wish to share, that's perfectly fine. I'm merely curious as a teacher." Qi Ming paused, then nodded with a smile. "All right then, let us leave it at that. You truly are resistant to persuasion." Belmont thought, perplexed by Qi Ming's mindset. Was her hint so difficult to comprehend? It was evident she was expressing her desire to know. With a sigh, she admitted, "Fine, I indeed wish to understand the meaning behind your gaze." Noting Qi Ming's somewhat strained expression, Belmont couldn't help but ask rather irritably, "What is troubling you?" "Nothing much, just find it exhausting to converse with you." "Teacher, it's all so roundabout and uncomfortable," Qi Ming said, waving his hand with genuine sincerity, yet was met with only an eye roll from Belmont. Belmont, too, found discussions with him rather taxing. So, are they friends or merely objects of amusement? How could you even ask that? "Teacher, they are undoubtedly friends, not mere playthings," Qi Ming thought scornfully, labeling Belmont as someone with a dark inner disposition. He considered himself rather straightforward when it came to dealing with game NPCs. "You treat me well, and I shall do the same for you." Of course, this was contingent upon the NPC demonstrating their worth prior to any violent outbursts on Qi Ming's part. Except for that incident where I aimed at Muri Ran last time. "Ah, no, that doesn't quite count either. Let us not forget that, at that moment, they had barely crossed paths, and his shooting was executed by Maeno Akemi, which was unrelated to him. Medrera, there are two individuals inside whom you should avoid disturbing. They are part of my mission." Belmont, wishing to terminate the conversation with Qi Ming, stated directly. Based on an innate intuition, Belmont felt that Qi Ming would inevitably interact with them in the future. It was best to provide a timely warning. "Not to mention that I am always friendly towards friends. I certainly want to take action against them. But those individuals are somehow connected to you?" Qi Ming questioned, puzzled that in terms of character relevance, only Conan, the main protagonist, should pertain to the storyline. As the main antagonist, Belmont should have minimal connections with those outside the primary plot. This implied that in addition to Conan, there was another character bound by personal ties. Qi Ming, with his exceptional understanding of gaming, swiftly deduced the correct conclusion. "Yes, you should refrain from touching Edagawa Conan and Muri Ran. Otherwise, there may be significant errors in future organization missions. And remember, do not disclose this to anyone within the organization." Belmont paused momentarily, her gaze fixed intently on Qi Ming. "This task was entrusted to me personally by the boss. The reason I'm confiding in you is that I believe you will not betray my trust." This was a fabrication. Belmont's greatest fear was the unpredictable nature of the individual before her. Yet, her stellar acting skills had indeed deceived Qi Ming. "Count on it, teacher. Rest assured, those two will be just fine." Qi Ming replied. Though this too was a falsehood, he could easily refrain from taking action against Muri Ran, but the same could not be said for Conan. However, his intentions were not to harm physically, but rather emotionally. Such was the nature of their respective positions. After a brief interval, Qi Ming cast a teasing glance at Belmont. "Why can't I touch Conan? I understand, but why not Muri Ran? A non-essential character? That must imply something." Noticing the peculiar shift in Qi Ming's expression, Belmont couldn't help but inquire, "What with that look in your eyes?" Qi Ming waved his hand, suppressing his expression. "Nothing, teacher. You're quite the open-minded foreigner. You and Muri Ran. Oh, don't worry. I want to tell Akai and the others about your peculiar preferences." Belmont felt a surge of exasperation, wishing to distance herself from Qi Ming, fearing she might become ensnared in his madness. Outside the bar, the wail of police sirens pierced through the air, likely a consequence of Qi Ming's earlier gunfire. "Nothing more to discuss. I shall take my leave." Belmont announced, standing and preparing to exit. Yet, just as she was about to pass by Qi Ming, she heard his somewhat stern voice. Wait. Bermode turned her head in confusion. You may borrow my cigarette, but do not disregard our teacher-student bond by taking my lighter without consideration. Are you ill? Bermode sighed. She truly felt a stark incompatibility with Qi Ming. Just as she bent down to search for her lighter, she suddenly noticed an envelope tucked away in the compartment. Do you still need that singing opportunity we discussed last time? Bermode inquired of Qi Ming. Singing? What are you referring to? I actually consider myself a singer, Qi Ming said, momentarily taken aback as he recalled the side profession he had prepared for Huiyuan AI. Bermode shot him a glance of disdain, tossing the lighter onto the table alongside another envelope. I've already paved the way for you within the circle. Just call the person on the letter and mention my name. They are not affiliated with the organization. Bermode? Chris Wynyard. The identity I mentioned I hold in the public sphere. Okay. The sound of police sirens grew increasingly closer, prompting Bermode to cease her conversation with Qi Ming and turn to leave. After placing the envelope into his gaming backpack, Qi Ming also teleported away. Upon returning home, he quickly washed his face and returned to bed. Once he became a higher-up, he definitely needed to revise the rules. All matters should be resolved before 5 p.m. The following day, at noon, Qi Ming indulged in a rare lazy sleep that, if he desired, he could have easily lingered in bed for an additional 2 to 3 hours. As if transforming, he sat up, stretching and twisting his body, emitting a sound akin to a bizarre cry. Subsequently, he lay back down to resume his slumber. After half an hour, Qi Ming finally rose, feeling quite refreshed. Occasionally waking up naturally like this, without the system's wake-up function, felt rather pleasant, particularly after the car accident he had experienced the previous day. Qi Ming believed he truly ought to rest more. With bleary eyes, he rubbed his tousled hair as he stepped out of his room. Upon opening the door, he caught a whiff of delicious food wafting through the air, leading him downstairs to the living room. The dining table was set with freshly prepared dishes. It's time for lunch. I didn't expect you to lie in bed for another half hour after not getting enough sleep. Huiyuan AI remarked as she emerged from the kitchen, wiping her small hands. What are you doing? Brush your teeth before eating. Brush my teeth. The purpose of brushing is to ensure oral hygiene, that if I brush before eating, my teeth will just get dirty again. Qi Ming yawned, revealing that his intellect upon waking was perhaps on par with that of a simpleton. He ladled some meat soup into a bowl and drowsily began to sip it. It was neither too salty nor too bland. The flavor was just right. This dish looks quite well cooked. Wait, something seems off. Qi Ming, still in a daze, glanced at Huiyuan AI, only to suddenly cough when he noticed the little girl sitting directly across from him. Her eyes wide open, he set down his bowl, instantly shaking off his sleepiness. Little AI, did you make this? Well, if I hadn't cooked at this hour, I would have surely starved following you around. Huiyuan AI said, tossing her hair and gazing at Qi Ming with half-closed eyes. I see. Hearing Huiyuan AI's rather blunt remark, Qi Ming could not help but press his heart. What is going on? How did my sister turn out this way after just one night? Such a biting tone. Qi Ming hastily opened his attribute panel, glancing at Huiyuan AI's affection level of 80 and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she hadn't changed for the worse. Brother, didn't you say yesterday that I should speak my true mind? This is my genuine personality, Huiyuan AI said, observing Qi Ming's actions with a knowing look. A hint of mischief curling her lips. It appears so, Qi Ming replied with a somewhat forced smile. Though her affection for him remained high, it dawned on him that his sister was not at all adorable. However, this personality seemed quite appealing, with its unique charm. Perhaps it was the influence of all the gaming she had indulged in. Soon, lunch came to an end. Qi Ming noticed that Huiyuan AI was even considering doing the dishes. And he quickly intervened. If this continues, it seems the development of my nurturing little sister will veer off course. First she cooks, and now she wants to wash the dishes. Regarding the matter of his diligent little sister and her ineffective older brother, Qi Ming coaxed Huiyuan AI to sit on the sofa while he made his way into the kitchen alone. He closed the door and turned on the faucet, letting the water run to create the illusion of washing dishes. Washing dishes? Not a chance. The reason young people prefer ordering takeout is largely due to their reluctance to wash dishes. After a long day, the effort of cleaning a single dish could deplete their remaining energy. System, decompose, he commanded. Decomposition complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained colorless small crystals. 6. After placing the items back into the space for the system to decompose, Qi Ming retrieved a brand new set of dishes from his backpack and arranged them neatly. It was during his organization of the backpack yesterday that he realized he possessed enough of these low-quality items to start a company. After about 5 minutes, Qi Ming finally wiped his hands in a theatrical manner and opened the kitchen door to join Huiyuan AI. So, little AI, what do you wish to do today? Go out and play. Huiyuan AI shook her head. I want to rest at home today. She turned on the television and casually flipped through channels until she landed on a news segment covering the car accident from the previous day. Qi Ming watched the announcement with interest, and after a while, Huiyuan AI suddenly turned to him and asked, "Brother, could you tell me your story?" Huiyuan AI had actually harbored this thought since yesterday. However, when Qi Ming mentioned buying clothes for himself, she became overly enthusiastic. Not wanting to disrupt his excitement, she refrained from speaking up then. But today, she could seize the opportunity to learn the reasons behind Qi Ming's perception of this world as a mere game while on her break. Innately predisposed to mental illness or suffering from it later in life, Qi Ming clearly belonged to the latter category. Otherwise, had he always behaved this way, he would have likely ended up in prison long ago. Qi Ming's current state must stem from some postnatal influence. "Oh, you wish to hear my story?" Qi Ming raised an eyebrow in surprise at Huiyuan AI's inquiry, falling silent as he did not respond immediately. Perhaps it was precisely this unusual reaction that led Huiyuan AI to believe he held some untold past. What kind of individual becomes so engrossed in gaming that they develop the delusion that this world is also a game? After Qi Ming left last night, Huiyuan AI, unable to sleep, took the new phone he had bought her to search for answers. According to various experts, there were 3 conclusions. The first, a reclusive personality, disinclined to interact with others. Huiyuan AI promptly dismissed this point, as Qi Ming was practically a social terrorist, never distinguishing the appropriateness of his words or actions. The next 2 conclusions seemed far more fitting. The second, extreme disappointment in reality due to certain factors. The third, immersion in his own world due to family upheaval, finding solace only in gaming. Perhaps it was during Qi Ming's most vulnerable moments that Jin unexpectedly approached him, leading him astray through various inhumane means. Huiyuan AI scrutinized the man before her. "What could have caused you to become this way?" Qi Ming remained silent, his head bowed. It was not because Huiyuan AI had touched upon his past or his sorrows. Rather, it was purely due to the abruptness of her question. He, at that moment, had not prepared a suitable response. After all, if he were to write down his life experiences in a narrative form, it would undoubtedly resemble a mere account of mundane events. Despair over reality? Family turmoil? None of that applied. Such characters, resembling the archetypes of strong yet tragic protagonists, bear no resemblance to Qi Ming in reality. His life, though unremarkable, is filled with contentment. He hails from an ordinary family, attends a commonplace school, and engages in the mundane rhythms of everyday life. Qi Ming's journey mirrors that of most average individuals, devoid of any extraordinary milestones. The sole distinction lies in the fact that he has been fortuitously selected by a peculiar system. It is rumored that within these systems, there exists a certain hierarchy, with members periodically emerging to conduct their business. Qi Ming has simply drawn the lucky card and been chosen. Yet, how should this tale be woven? As Qi Ming pondered, he suddenly felt a gentle warmth on the back of his hand, accompanied by the soothing voice of Huiyuan AI, offering comfort. "If you do not wish to speak, then do not. It is perfectly fine to wait until you feel ready. Qi Ming turned his head, somewhat dazed. Huiyuan AI's gaze seemed to have been fixed on him since he began his contemplation. In her beautiful blue eyes, Qi Ming could sense a deep concern. "What are you saying, Xiao AI? What could I possibly have to withhold?" He chuckled, playfully covering her hand. Huiyuan AI did not resist, merely nodding slightly, her expression imbued with an inexplicable emotion. "There is no need. Truly I know that my brother is a good person." Qi Ming felt a peculiar flutter in his eyelids. Why did this little one's words seem so familiar? Wasn't this the very tactic he often employed to interrupt others? A wave of realization washed over him. No, he must take action. Qi Ming could not divulge the nature of his activities within the organization, for he was presently a singer. However, as for the entertainment industry, who truly knows what those individuals engage in? Frowning in contemplation, Qi Ming was suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. if he merely reframed his experiences within the organization as those of an entertainment company, intertwining them with his mundane daily life? Would that not suffice? After careful consideration of his words, he began, Xiao AI, I have loved music since my childhood. Hearing Qi Ming reminisce about his past, Huiyuan AI listened intently, her small hand remaining clasped in his. Yet, as she absorbed his narrative, Huiyuan AI began to formulate her own thoughts. It is often said that those who pursue music come from either impoverished or wealthy backgrounds. And how could the affluent ever despair of life? Thus, Qi Ming's metaphorical expression of his family's struggles through music became evident that I often found myself alone, creating in solitude until I grew weary. Point 1 Alone equals a lack of family. During this period, some upheaval must have occurred in Qi Ming's household, leading to his disinterest in life. Then a headhunter, or rather, a system, approached him, inquiring whether he desired to be a singer on a grand stage or a behind-the-scenes music worker. He had chosen the former, thus joining the entertainment company, continually accepting assignments, and ultimately becoming the company's top artist. That Qi Ming exhaled a sigh of relief, gently stroking Huiyuan AI's hair. The narrative he had constructed was so flawless that he almost believed the organization was indeed an entertainment company. Huiyuan AI, too, was convinced. She felt she had gleaned some insights into his past from his words. It was clear that it was Jin who had sought Qi Ming out during his vulnerable moments, leading him astray. Xiao AI, how could I? Just as Qi Ming prepared to bask in Huiyuan AI's admiration, he caught sight of her increasingly tender gaze, compelling him to swallow his words. He was puzzled, truly perplexed. Following their interactions the previous day, Qi Ming sensed that this little one was not mentally ill. Perhaps she was merely a simpleton in the medical sense. Otherwise, how could a person with such a condition possess an intelligence level of 9? Qi Ming recalled a particularly explosive online drama he had watched, featuring a small girl in a white coat performing surgery on a mafia boss. The boss's dozen or so subordinates stared intently at the girl as she calmly wielded the scalpel, completing a procedure that even the world's top doctors could not manage, all within 10 minutes. Given Huiyuan AI's appearance in a similar white coat and her numerous skills, perhaps her backstory was not as straightforward as it seemed. Dog system, from where did you plagiarize this drama? Nonetheless, it remained a fact that this girl had escaped from somewhere. Qi Ming was not so naive as to inquire carelessly. By the way, Xiao AI, do you wish to attend school? Due to my work commitments, I may not often be at home. Moments later, Qi Ming posed the question to Huiyuan AI. I. Very well, then we shall not go. If need be, I could resign from my job. After all, our family is affluent. Qi Ming, showcasing his traditional prowess, interrupted her before she could finish her thought. How could he possibly send his sister off to school when he had not yet had enough time with her? Huiyuan AI blinked, slightly taken aback, but I haven't said anything yet. However, Qi Ming's attentive demeanor warmed her heart. Brother, I genuinely wish to attend school, and I believe I need a change. Huiyuan AI spoke softly. Yet when she noticed Qi Ming's slightly drooping mouth corners, she could not help but smile brightly. However, I would like to spend more time with you before going. Qi Ming's smile brightened once more. Huiyuan AI's desire to attend school was, of course, a mere pretense. She feared that if Qi Ming continued to avoid tasks and spent all his time with her, the organization might grow suspicious. After all, he had just met the boss of the organization last night. Additionally, Huiyuan AI harbored her own ulterior motives. Was there not a certain detective who had also ingested the same drug and shrunk? When the opportunity arose, she could slip him a sedative and extract some blood for experimentation. Although her current circumstances seemed relatively safe, she did not wish to remain in this diminutive state after revealing their identities. She needed to begin her research on the drug. However, the research materials at the base were likely cleared after her escape, necessitating a fresh start. She wondered where she could find relevant data. Suddenly, Huiyuan AI sensed something amiss, staring blankly at Qi Ming. She recalled that the last time she had left her experimental drug on the table at the base, it had vanished, although Qi Ming had explained that he thought it was waste and discarded it. If that were the case, what had he given to that Kaito Shinichi fellow? Liar. Thief. It seemed she would need to concoct a reason to see if she could procure some medication from him. Furthermore, she ought to prepare excuses for her upcoming experiments. Huiyuan AI sighed, wondering when this phase of her life would come to an end. Noticing Qi Ming's preoccupation, she took out her phone and entered her upcoming objectives in the notes. 1. alter Qi Ming's perception, making him aware that this world is not a game. 2. Cultivate a bond with Qi Ming. 3. Develop an antidote for aptX 4869 as soon as possible. Huiyuan AI glanced at the text on the screen. Subsequently tweaking the second point 2, foster Qi Ming's affection towards me. Thus, a tranquil day gradually passed, and soon nightfall returned. After washing up, the two retreated to their respective beds. By the way, brother, let me handle breakfast and lunch tomorrow. I quite enjoy cooking. Huiyuan AI turned to Qi Ming with a smile, but before he could respond, she turned back. Yet, through his artificial eye, Qi Ming could discern the faint blush on the girl's ears. Feeling a surge of inexplicable emotion, he promptly slapped himself. Then, just as Huiyuan AI was about to turn back in confusion, he swiftly activated the time-slowing ability, turning away. I am the Qi Ming of the night. And I hereby declare that whatever Qi Ming said in the morning was utter nonsense. My sister is undeniably as adorable as ever. Qi Ming was unsure whether it was due to his prolonged stay in the organization. In the past, he felt a surge of excitement while completing tasks in the game, reminiscent of his initial encounter with action games. However, as he leveled up his equipment and repeated these tasks, he found them increasingly tedious. Yet today, despite the absence of thrilling gameplay, he surprisingly derived considerable enjoyment simply from spending time with Huiyuan AI. Indeed, the culmination of gaming often leads to a mere 5 minutes of play, followed by a half-hour of idly staring at the screen with the character left unattended. Qi Ming turned to gaze at the petite figure beside him and suddenly entertained a peculiar thought. Though merely a possibility, he felt compelled to explore it further. System, you previously mentioned that I must not utter any warnings about breaking the fourth wall in front of Huiyuan AI. What would happen if I did? Host, you are aware that trading accounts is strictly prohibited by the game developers, correct? Listening to the system's response, Qi Ming scoffed dismissively. Of course, I note it isn't that just an egregious abuse of power. I could buy or sell as I please. What could they possibly do to me? So it seems, meow. I shall do as I wish, meow. With a grimace, Qi Ming gestured an obscene sign towards the void. Dog system, create a memo for me. Recorded, game objectives. 1. Make the character Huiyuan AI aware that this world is merely a game. 2. Locate Gongyeji Bao. 3. Rise earlier than Huiyuan AI tomorrow morning to showcase my culinary skills. After finalizing the records, Qi Ming pressed his temples, attempting to clear his mind. For reasons unknown, during these monotonous days, he often experienced a disconcerting illusion. How troubling it was to blur the lines between reality and the virtual realm. Why do PvP games tend to be so addictive? Game developers frequently arrange for novices to face off against AI opponents. They revel in the exhilaration, increasing player retention and likely leading to in-game purchases. Eventually, when AI opponents are no longer available, players suffer defeats at the hands of real opponents, prompting developers to reintroduce AI to maintain engagement, a continuous cycle that amplifies user retention. After a day of ranked matches, it was likely that 1's rank remained unchanged for this very reason. Yet Qi Ming was currently immersed in a single-player experience, devoid of any other players, surrounded only by AI. The joy he once derived from battling AI diminished as he faced the stark reality of his solitary existence. Having spent over half a year here, Qi Ming estimated he had logged around 4,500 hours of gameplay. That a sense of weariness began to creep in, despite knowing he could still engage in numerous activities. After all, humans are social creatures who crave interaction. Although the character intelligence in this world was remarkably high due to the system, even capable of simulating real human behavior, Qi Ming still found it difficult to integrate himself into the environment. It felt akin to a person accustomed to a certain culture suddenly finding themselves surrounded by individuals steeped in an entirely different one, despite their actions and speech being indistinguishable from his own. Qi Ming could not regard them as equals. Perhaps only when someone recognized the truth of this world would he alter his perception of them. As time trickled by, day turned to night. It had been half a month since Qi Ming last conversed with the boss. During this time, he had accomplished nothing. Perhaps it was because he was on the verge of a promotion within the organization, which had not assigned him any tasks. Qi Ming understood that he was effectively stalling for experience and levels, waiting for the opportune moment to receive the next phase of assignments. Nevertheless, he did not remain idle. He spent his days exploring scenic spots with Huiyuan AI, enjoying a leisurely existence as a player in retirement. During this period, Qi Ming increasingly recognized that the little girl he was nurturing was indeed extraordinary. She was remarkably intelligent, seemingly grasping everything, perhaps only a shade less knowledgeable than he. Qi Ming had even entertained doubts, pondering whether Hui Yuan AI, much like the protagonist of a certain tale, was merely a child in appearance, yet an ancient soul burdened by the weight of experience. However, one's physical age is an undeniable reality. After all, this was a game. Such beings did not exist in reality, which is precisely why they were conceived within this digital realm. Throughout their outings, Qi Ming seized every opportunity to engage Hui Yuan AI in philosophical discussions, exploring notions of the world being a grand conspiracy. Akin to the Truman Show, he aimed to subtly guide her to the realization that they inhabited a game world. In response, Hui Yuan AI countered his arguments, asserting that material conditions shape consciousness, insisting that what lay before them was an objective reality. Their days together, while physically relaxing, left both feeling mentally drained. They exchanged barbs. Yet neither managed to persuade the other. Why is this girl so obstinate? During this time, nothing of great consequence occurred, save for a report of a member of the organization, Tequila, having perished at first glance. The code name suggested a female, yet the reality was quite the opposite, a rugged man. The circumstances surrounding his death were absurd. He was reportedly killed when he mistakenly opened a box intended for a different transaction, which had been set to explode. Qi Ming had little to say on the matter. He merely hoped that any employees who made such egregious errors would take their leave promptly, in whatever sense that may imply. This monotonous existence persisted until this morning. On the 4th block of Mihua Town, number 24, Hui Yuan AI, freshly washed and dressed, approached the still slumbering Qi Ming, gently prodding his face. "Brother, it's time to wake up. Aren't you supposed to be going to school today?" "School? What school? I'm a horse. I don't go to school." Qi Ming's brow twitched, yet he remained asleep, mumbling groggily before turning over and sinking back into dreams. "I meant I'm starting school today." "Starting school? Whose grave are we digging? The dead lie still. What's there to dig?" With a resigned sigh, Hui Yuan AI rolled her eyes. "What has happened to you lately?" Over the past 10 days, she had witnessed a noticeable shift in Qi Ming's demeanor. Hui Yuan AI was certain that Qi Ming initially aimed to establish himself as the quintessential neighborly older brother in her presence. However, perhaps due to his inherent nature, he could not sustain the facade, gradually reverting to his true self. Yet, his personality was not as it had been in the base. He still resembled a normal person. However, he frequently found reasons to tease her, attempting to draw her into his peculiar logic, which was quite exhausting. Nonetheless, she felt a sense of relief in not having to mask her true self around Qi Ming. During their time together, she had intentionally displayed behaviors that were not typical of a child to test him, yet Qi Ming remained unfazed, likely believing himself to be a child prodigy. Meanwhile, Qi Ming's facade was faltering. He recalled that the turning point came during their travels when he and Hui Yuan AI engaged in a debate about the nature of gaming and life. He had lost. Who knew how this little one possessed such profound insights into philosophy? Articulating her thoughts with remarkable coherence, ultimately, when Qi Ming found himself at the mercy of Hui Yuan AI's sharp tongue, he retaliated in frustration. She countered, and he responded once more. The exchange quickly spiraled out of control. Observing that Hui Yuan AI's affection for him had not diminished, he decided to drop the pretense. There was no need to play the gentleman. He lacked the capability to maintain such an image. Just as he had initially intended to present himself as a good person in front of Conan, only for the righteous little detective to prattle on incessantly. Unable to endure it, he found his plans completely derailed. Reality had a way of outpacing even the most meticulous schemes. Yet, Qi Ming found amusement in Hui Yuan AI's expressions after he had teased her. "Didn't you say yesterday that you would take me to school? If you're not going, that's fine." I remember the way AI Hybra gazed at Qi Ming, who had abandoned his stubbornness, and instead of urging him to rise, she turned and walked toward the door. However, to her astonishment, when she glanced back, Qi Ming, who had been lounging in bed just moments ago, was already dressed and alert, leaning against the wall with a steaming cup of coffee in hand. "Isn't the world wondrous? Shall AI? One moment I was in bed, and the next I materialize here. If it weren't for the fact that this world is a game, I truly wouldn't know how such a feat is possible." AI Hybra clapped her hands in a playful manner, her expression remaining unperturbed as she commented in a mock-serious tone. "Oh, A magic trick of living transformations and instantaneous movement. I believe I saw that in the news. It seems that Kaito Kid can pull off such tricks as well. Sister, this world is undeniably real. Stop deceiving yourself, Qi Ming replied, noticing the skepticism in AI Hybra's eyes, realizing once more that their philosophical debate had faltered. However, upon hearing AI Hybra mention Kaito Kid again, Qi Ming couldn't help but smirk disdainfully that it seems that this fellow is the reason why every time I demonstrate something extraordinary to you, you counter with the claim that Kaito Kid can do it too. What audacity to compare oneself to me. Shao AI, how about I invite Kaito Kid over someday, and you can witness the disparity between us? AI Hybra gazed at him with feigned nonchalance. Brother, you're jesting. Aren't you? Qi Ming chuckled mysteriously, choosing to remain silent as he ruffled her hair. AI Hybra, unable to decipher Qi Ming's thoughts, felt a peculiar flutter in her heart. Surely, he must be joking, right? What are you pondering, Shao AI? It's time for school.0. I'm at Titan High School, Class 1B. Conan, you're here? Ayumi greeted Conan with a cheerful smile as he entered the classroom. Conan returned the smile, having grown accustomed to his current life as a child over the past few days. Although his present form posed challenges in many activities, there was one aspect he found particularly enjoyable: bathing with Ran. As he retrieved his textbooks from his backpack, memories of yesterday's enchanting moments caused a love-struck grin to spread across his face. Conan, your smile looks rather creepy. What are you thinking about? Ayumi remarked with a furrowed brow, feeling a chill. Ahem, what do you mean? I'm not smiling. I'm not thinking about anything, Conan hastily defended, but his overly defensive demeanor only intensified Ayumi's suspicion. Jinta and Mitsuhiko exchanged glances, perhaps sensing a silent understanding between them as they keenly perceived Conan's thoughts, albeit misinterpreting them. Conan, you must have been thinking about our new classmate transferring today, right? Surely, it must be a girl. Huh, who cares? Boy or girl? It doesn't matter, Conan yawned disinterestedly. Mitsuhiko questioned, then why did you have that smile? Stumped, Conan nodded seriously. Yes, I was contemplating that very question. Perhaps the transfer student is indeed a girl, right? You must be thinking the same. Jinta chimed in. Hey, do you think it could be that girl named AI Hybro we saw at the Mifune Theater last time? Jinta's face broke into a grin that Ayumi's eyes glistened with a hint of disappointment as she looked at the three boys. Indeed, boys are all the same. Even Conan has changed, it's definitely those two's influence. Hearing Jinta's words, Conan retorted irately. How could such a coincidence happen? Conan's mindset was conflicted that he neither wanted to see Qi Ming nor did he want to avoid him. The former was due to Qi Ming's reckless behavior, making Conan fear for the safety of those around him. The latter stemmed from Qi Ming being a criminal, and Conan was eager to bring him to justice. It is indeed possible. Didn't Qi Ming say they moved here recently? They must reside in Mifune Town, and the only nearby school is Titan. Plus, AI seems to be around our age, Mitsuhiko reasoned with a chuckle at Jinta's dampened excitement. Conan paused, surprised. When did he say that? During our last meal together, Mitsuhiko replied that, oh right, that day you weren't in the best mood, so you probably didn't pay attention. Conan's brow furrowed. That guy lives in Mifune Town. And so close too? It seems I need to find a time to investigate. Even if I can't uncover anything, just planting a tracker would suffice. What is happening at the school gate? Why are there so many people gathered there? It seems they are surrounding a car, Jinta remarked, leaning closer to the window. A car? What car? Mitsuhiko inquired, moving closer. Upon seeing a sleek black sports car parked at the school entrance, his eyes widened in excitement. Ah, that's a GTR. GTR? Indeed, Mitsuhiko's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, recalling that the racer Mr. Nakata had won a recent race with that very car. I can't believe we would see it here. Could it possibly belong to our new classmate? Mitsuhiko and Jinta fixated on the window, with even Ayumi joining them curiously. Meanwhile, Conan remained indifferent, lost in thoughts about Qi Ming. Soon, the door of the black GTR swung open, and from the vantage point of the school building, Mitsuhiko, Ayumi, and Jinta instinctively exclaimed, Qi Ming? AI Hybra. What? Hearing their voices, Conan's entire body jolted, rushing to the window, his face a mask of shock as he gazed at Qi Ming and AI Hybra. That it truly is Qi Ming. What scheme does he have this time? Why has he come to my school? Conan's expression turned serious, his jaw clenched as he dashed out of the classroom, oblivious to his friend's puzzled stares. Outside the school gate, Qi Ming reveled in the envious gazes of the children. basking in the joy of being the center of attention. Indeed, his choice of vehicle had proven to be astute. Rather than his usual Porsche 911, he had chosen the GTR with great foresight. Days prior, he had researched thoroughly, discovering that the GTR was currently the favored car among children, especially after racer Mr. Nakata's triumph, which had elevated its popularity even further. With a gentle gaze, Qi Ming looked at AI Hybra, his eyes conveying an unspoken message. How about it, Xiao AI? Am I not considerate for allowing you to experience this moment of being in the limelight? On the other hand, AI Hybra felt the weight of public scrutiny. What a mortifying experience it was to be the center of attention. Is there something wrong with this person beside me, who enjoys being in the spotlight? Moreover, what is there to be proud of when surrounded by these children? Must he be so childish? Xiao AI, if you find school dull, just... Qi Ming was about to impart some clever tricks for skipping class when he unexpectedly spotted Conan rushing out of the school building. Conan's frantic demeanor resembled someone racing back to draw a new card from a gacha pool. Qi Ming, Conan huffed as he stopped in front of Qi Ming, glaring at him with hostility. What is your purpose for being here? AI Hybra glanced around at the lingering teachers and students, internally sighing at Qi Ming's utter lack of self-awareness. Heh. Qi Ming observed Conan's hands hidden behind his back, instantly deducing that the young detective was preparing to aim a tranquilizer gun at him. Really, do I seem that terrifying? Conan, surely you know why I am here. Qi Ming spoke lightly, yet his tone evoked a chilling memory of that tragic incident in Conan's mind, causing his expression to shift dramatically as he shouted. This is a school. What on earth do you intend to do? Have you completely abandoned the principles of being human? Hee, precisely because this is a school, and precisely because I am human, is why I have come here. Qi Ming replied, bending slightly to pat Hybra AI's shoulder. Otherwise, where would my sister go to school? Conan, my young friend, a school is a place for learning. What were you just thinking? Conan glanced at Hybra AI, but remained unconvinced by Qi Ming's words. School? Could this individual's actions really be so innocent? To illustrate, imagine a bank robber you have encountered suddenly standing before you, brandishing a bank card, claiming he wishes to withdraw money. Who would believe he is merely there for a simple transaction? If Qi Ming were genuinely bringing his sister, Hybra AI, to school, it seemed rather suspicious. If that girl truly held significance for him, would a lawless rogue like Qi Ming dare to expose his vulnerabilities in plain sight? Or perhaps, this so-called sister is not as important to him as he pretends. Conan pondered, stroking his chin. Suspicion, after all, is both humanity's greatest strength and its most profound flaw. As time passed, Qi Ming observed the teachers and students who had departed and turned to Hybra AI with a smile. Little AI, you should head inside now. Otherwise, you'll be late. Don't be like this little friend in front of you, wandering around the campus when class is about to start. Let's be good children. Hybra AI suppressed the urge to retort and nodded gently. Though as she turned her back to Qi Ming and passed by Conan, she secretly rolled her eyes. Who was the one who wanted to explain to her how to skip class? Now he pretends to be a good child? Thank goodness she was not a child. If Qi Ming had truly adopted one, heaven knows what kind of person that child would become. Upon reaching the staircase, Hybra AI slightly tilted her head, her peripheral vision sweeping over Conan and Qi Ming. Speaking of which, what is the relationship between these two? It seems that Qi Ming's attitude towards Conan is notably different. Clearly, Qi Ming does not suspect that Conan is Kaito Shinichi, so what could be the reason for his attention? Hybra AI recalled Qi Ming's earlier words. Little AI, remember that boy named Conan. You are in the same class. Make sure to crush him academically. Our child is not inferior to that fated one. Baffled, Hybra AI buried her doubts deep within her heart, ascending the stairs and leaving the matter to Qi Ming and Conan. Conan and Qi Ming stood facing each other in silence, neither willing to speak first. Fortunately, they were not on the balcony. Otherwise, Qi Ming might have genuinely drawn a gun and said, I apologize, but I am actually a police officer. Speaking of which, Conan, are you not going to class? I am currently busy with something significant, so I must take my leave. Time wasted away, and the game of red light, green light had grown tiresome. Qi Ming yawned and waved goodbye to Conan as he turned to leave. Wait a moment. Qi Ming. Upon hearing Qi Ming mention a significant matter, Conan quickly called out. When it comes to important matters, Conan's first thought was that this troublemaker was up to no good again. Not a chance. The class bell has already rung, and you're still here causing a ruckus? What? Do you want to join me in my important task? Qi Ming retorted, casting a sharp glance at Conan, then appraising his physique and appearance, shaking his head. Forget it. If you follow me, it will hinder your studies, and besides, you have a generic face, just another copy. You won't amount to much by taking that path. Ignoring Qi Ming's nonsensical remarks, Conan gazed intently into Qi Ming's eyes. Now that he had the chance to confront him, he yearned to express the thoughts he had bottled up for so long. Quite some time had passed since that day, yet he still could not fathom Qi Ming's methods. However, Qi Ming's interest was piqued by Conan's words. But what comes next? Don't falter now, detective. Conan took a deep breath, striding forward with his hands in his pockets, and resolutely stated, but that does not mean I will never decipher you. You were merely lurking in the shadows while I was in the light. And you exploited my moment of despair at the theater to cloud my judgment. Speaking of which, your methods of orchestrating the car accident and eliminating those 3 police officers have many points worth scrutinizing. It was far from a flawless crime. Qi Ming was momentarily taken aback by Conan's confident reasoning. Did he actually consider all of that still worth scrutinizing? Oh dear, thank heavens you haven't grasped the essence of this world. Yet you've managed to dissect my methods. How could you possibly uncover the truth? Qi Ming sighed dramatically, then bent down to ruffle Conan's hair affectionately. Detective, until you comprehend the reality of the world, you will never uncover the truth. But, fine, let us assume you could forcibly deduce my methods from the last encounter. Qi Ming's eyes gleamed with an inexplicable light as he leaned closer to Conan, whispering, Conan, have you ever heard of a weapon called a space-based cannon? Or perhaps, the Staff of God? Conan furrowed his brow, recalling an article he had read about it. You mean a space weapon? Oh, quite the scholar. Aren't you? Qi Ming raised an eyebrow, smiling as he nodded. Indeed, this weapon is remarkable. It supposedly fires a missile from a satellite in outer space, although I cannot say for certain what that satellite looks like. It undeniably exists in the cosmos. You cannot purchase an army for several $100,000, yet you could acquire a shell capable of obliterating half a city. Qi Ming paused, affectionately readjusting Conan's bow tie voice modulator. If I were to employ such a weapon for my crimes, how would you respond, detective? If I did not disclose this, would you be able to uncover the method, or even discover that it was I who did it? Conan's expression darkened, forcing himself to shake his head. You cannot possibly possess such a thing. It is merely a recent concept, and the likelihood of its realization is minuscule. Furthermore, such a formidable weapon could never be wielded by an individual. How dare you presume I do not? Qi Ming chuckled. In Sichuan, we have a giant panda for every person. Do you have one? After a moment, Qi Ming, intrigued, asked, how about this? If you don't believe me, I can prepare it in a minute. After all, we are not on the balcony, and I have not used this device since acquiring it. There's no sense of achievement in it. Just one shot, and you'll know the truth. Conan fell silent. Objectively speaking, he believed Qi Ming was merely boasting. Yet, the sincerity in Qi Ming's demeanor made him hesitant to gamble on the authenticity of this so-called Staff of God. That only proves that your technology is vastly superior. However, such grandiose attacks are not without their solutions. The truth is, I am simply not capable of addressing such matters. After a prolonged silence, Conan finally managed to salvage his pride, adding that he did not wish to continue discussing this topic with Qi Ming. He recalled that last time, he had attempted to engage Qi Ming in a therapeutic conversation, only for Qi Ming to instigate that horrific incident on the street. This is a school. I cannot afford to tread the line of Qi Ming's insanity again. I have a question. Conan fixed his piercing gaze upon Qi Ming, articulating each word deliberately. Why do you share so much with me? Now that I know so much, why not eliminate me? Moreover, what do you mean by the protagonist and the great detective? It seems you completely misunderstood what I told you last time. Qi Ming rolled his eyes at Conan. Protagonist? Great detective? This is merely a game, and you are the protagonist that I do not kill you solely to prevent any bugs in the ensuing tasks. A game? Protagonist? Conan, immersed in thought, pondered deeply on Qi Ming's words, connecting the previous conversation with the current one. That the root of this person's affliction seemed to lie in his perception of the world as nothing more than a game. Observing Conan, who had once again plunged into contemplation, Qi Ming interrupted his reverie. Conan, I admire your fervor for uncovering the truth. However, I find your tone of questioning quite displeasing. There is a saying, is there not? When faced with the unknown, one must approach with reverence. especially when that unknown could claim your life at any moment. Upon hearing the shift in Qi Ming's tone, Conan trembled involuntarily, but fret not. For you are, after all, the protagonist. How could a protagonist bow to evil? Qi Ming clapped his hands symbolically, and a uniquely shaped bracelet inexplicably appeared in his grasp. He adorned his wrist with the bracelet and, before Conan could react, gently flicked his forehead with a finger. A jolt surged through Conan's forehead, akin to an electric shock, and an overwhelming sense of dread compelled him to stagger back 2 steps. Perhaps in his haste, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Rubbing his forehead, he noted that the shocking sensation had dissipated. Yet, logically, he had merely received a light flick. Why then did such profound fear grip his heart? Qi Ming merely stood there, doing nothing. Yet Conan felt an intense foreboding that Qi Ming was poised to end his life. Witnessing the once defiant Conan reduced to this state, Qi Ming cast a surprised glance at the bracelet in his hand. Truly, the protagonist. The probability of a direct hit is astonishing. Item name. Fear bracelet. Item description. Dear brother, come to Sha City tonight and challenge me. Numbing rings and resurrection rings await your confrontation. Item function. Any attack has a 1 chance of inducing a fear state in the target for 2 hours. While in a fear state, the target will be overwhelmed by dread towards everything in sight. Young Conan, could you describe your current state? Qi Ming inquired softly, cautiously stepping forward. In response, Conan, pale-faced, edged back on the ground. 1 step forward from Qi Ming, 1 step back from Conan. It resembled a peculiar game of squeezing toothpaste. Qi Ming, intrigued, repeated the forward motion several times, applauding the now spotless ground where Conan had Saturday. Young Conan truly loves the environment. Here, a thumbs up for you. However, if this continued, it seemed Conan might wet his pants. All right, brother is leaving now. See you next time. Qi Ming turned to depart, and this time Conan did not dare to stop him. As Qi Ming's figure finally vanished from sight, Conan exhaled in relief. Though his body still trembled, much of the fear within him had subsided. But was it truly so? With only Conan left in this space, a sense of desolation crept back into his heart. A fear named solitude. It was eerily quiet. Wasn't he there a class? Why could he not hear the sounds from the classroom above? So terrifying. Why did he keep hearing footsteps behind him when there was clearly no one around? Conan was not hallucinating. The footsteps on the staircase were indeed growing closer. Step, step. The sound approached ominously. Something was coming for him. What could it be lurking behind? Conan dared not turn around, his mind inexplicably replaying the various cases he had once solved. Good heavens, were the corpses in those cases really so gruesome? Qi Ming grasped the man's nape and, with a slight exertion, flung him backward. He then continued this action repeatedly, pushing his way to the center of the gathering, where he caught sight of a girl standing at the very core. The girl appeared to be of similar age to Mao Lalon and Suzuki Sonoko, her beauty striking enough for Qi Ming to consider her among the top 3 in the game. She held a platter of heart-shaped chocolates, and the rapturous expressions of those around her revealed that the very reason for the crowd's assembly stemmed from this enticing confection. Quite a strong gentleman. I see. Is this your way of trying to claim my chocolates, Lord Holmesy? The girl, clearly noticing the chaos of people flying about, giggled as she observed Qi Ming approaching. Qi Ming couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Lord Holmesy, how audacious can one be? Greetings, Holmesy. I am Qi Ming Baba. Let's be friendly. You can simply call me Baba. He introduced himself. The girl squinted and forced a smile, her displeasure evident, for the pronunciation of Baba often connotes father in many cultures. This gentleman certainly enjoys jesting, she replied, her mood slightly lifting as a smile returned to her face. I am Koizumi Holmesy. I've recently opened a dessert shop, and am here to promote tastings and gather feedback to adjust the flavors. Her declaration immediately elicited responses from the surrounding crowd. No need for adjustments. Lord Holmesy's chocolates are divine. I am but a humble servant of Lord Holmesy. As Qi Ming listened to the surrounding clamor, he felt a growing sense of unease. Perhaps it was not just his head that felt dazed, but also the platter of chocolates in the woman's hands. No need for that. And you, I suggest you turn yourself in quickly. What you are doing is illegal. Upon hearing Qi Ming's unwavering refusal, Koizumi Holmesy was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. You actually do not wish to try my chocolates? At her words, Qi Ming struggled to maintain his composure. He gestured toward the throng of love-struck onlookers and remarked, Anyone who sees this crowd of infatuated individuals would surely sense something amiss. No, you've merely mixed a bit of chocolate among a heap of days, haven't you? Upon hearing Qi Ming's remark, Koizumi Hongzi was unfazed, while the crowd erupted in protest. What are you saying? Lord Hongzi's chocolates are the best in the world. Indeed, I believe you are the one under some influence. Understood. Qi Ming finally grasped the situation. This was a trap. These people were hired by the woman. They were there to coax and deceive him into indulging in her chocolates. Or perhaps, after consuming them, he would be extorted for a high price, with refusal leading to a beating from this mob. Or worse, perhaps the chocolates were laced with a sedative, and once he succumbed, she would whisk him away to some dark clinic to harvest his organs. His expression darkening, Qi Ming prepared to draw his weapon to enlighten them about the truth, when Koizumi Hongzi suddenly spoke. Enough, quiet. Her voice, devoid of its earlier gentleness, now resonated with authority. As her words fell, the once boisterous crowd fell silent, their gazes fixed vacantly on Koizumi Hongzi. This does not concern you any longer. You may all leave. With that command, the crowd nodded in unison and dispersed. Witnessing this extraordinary scene, Qi Ming realized his previous assumptions had been partially incorrect. At the very least, these were not mere actors. Once the crowd had departed, only he and Koizumi Hongzi remained. With a playful smile, she addressed him. Sir, would you care to taste a piece? As you can see, they are all mere flavor enthusiasts, incapable of providing constructive feedback. You, however, appear to possess a discerning palate. Flattered, Qi Ming mused. How could I be so wicked? This young lady seems to possess such fine taste. Surely she wouldn't dare to drug me. He pointed at the chocolates, inquiring, Are your chocolates safe? Oh, of course. This is my pride and joy, she replied with a manic, almost neurotic laughter. After a moment's contemplation, Qi Ming seized a generous handful of chocolates and stuffed them into his mouth, causing Koizumi Hongzi's eyelids to twitch involuntarily. Consuming so many at once could be quite overwhelming. However, as Qi Ming chewed, Koizumi Hongzi lowered her gaze, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. But do indulge. The more you eat, the better the effect. Soon, you will become my eternal servant. Oh ho ho! If the physical laws of this world and certain unscientific elements were already extraordinary, then Koizumi Hongzi was akin to a bug-level character within it. She was the inheritor of red magic, possessing powers that included, but were not limited to, fire magic, lightning magic, and even summoning magic. The presence of such a being in the world of Conan was akin to a character in another anime, one who possessed supreme swordsmanship, while facing an enemy capable of pausing, skipping, and accelerating time. In gaming terms, it was as if one could execute swift strikes, rolling and dodging, while the enemy unleashed a combo that left no time for healing. What a farce that it was fortunate that Koizumi Hongzi was inherently good-natured. Had she possessed malicious intent, even Conan would question the very fabric of reality. The reason for Koizumi Hongzi's presence here today could not merely be attributed to her opening a dessert shop. It stemmed from something Qi Ming had said earlier. Invite the phantom thief kid home. Although they had never met, and the distance between them was considerable, Koizumi Hongzi, with her extraordinary sixth sense, had sensed it in a state of unease. She had consulted her fortune before leaving home and glimpsed a vision of impending disaster involving the phantom thief kid, along with a hazy image of this very outdoor CF. She understood that this was not the location of the disaster, but rather that the person posing a threat to the phantom thief kid was present. Intrigued, she promptly reached out to him. The phantom thief kid, a globally renowned thief, was of the same age as Koizumi Hongzi. He was her classmate, Kaito Kid. Although Kaito expressed that the one facing danger was the phantom thief kid, it had nothing to do with him. He nonetheless followed out of curiosity and a penchant for skipping class, accompanying Koizumi Hongzi to this place. This moment, Kaito was atop a tall building, using binoculars to survey the CAF situation. Inside the CAF, Koizumi Hongzi asked, So, how does my chocolate taste, sir? Seeing Qi Ming pause his chewing, she covered her mouth with a laugh. This was no ordinary chocolate. It was crafted by her, a witch. Anyone who consumed it would undoubtedly become her captive. Though the magical effect of the chocolate was temporary, Koizumi Hongzi had heightened its potency for safety. Given that Qi Ming had consumed so much, the effects would likely be semi-permanent. What do you think? Not particularly impressive, lacking in innovation and a certain sharpness that it doesn't have that silky smoothness, Qi Ming remarked, wrinkling his nose as he wiped his mouth with a napkin. Lacking silkiness? How could that be? This is my chocolate. Koizumi Hongzi began to defend her culinary skills, but was interrupted by Qi Ming's seemingly disdainful expression. Why are you still able to speak? Qi Ming's gaze faltered. What did she mean by that? Did she truly intend to drug him and harvest his organs? What did she mean by him still being able to speak at that moment? A system voice echoed in his mind. The host is about to enter LV 55 charm status. Effects will activate in 5 seconds. Wait, charm? The unexpected announcement left Qi Ming reeling that he had just claimed that the chocolate lacked technological finesse. But now it appeared to be the pinnacle of some nefarious concoction. Moreover, what was this charm effect? Did it mean she had indeed added that sort of substance? Qi Ming, no longer hesitating, immediately retrieved a globe the size of a bowling ball. Caressing it repeatedly, this was an upgraded version of the small world device he had used last time to dispel a paralyzing effect, the grand world device. Once the enchanting effect was lifted, Qi Ming tossed the sphere behind him, pointing at Koizumi Onoka with a pained expression. How can you, a young lady, be so shameless as to lace chocolate with such a drug, such disgrace, in broad daylight? Under the clear sky, the morals of society have crumbled. Koizumi Onoka furrowed her brow, observing the still lively Qi Ming. Had the magic failed? No, she could sense the connection from the magic that had just been cast. However, as soon as Qi Ming produced that sphere, the magic was instantly dispelled. Only magic could defeat magic. Could it be that this man was also a magician of some kind? Ah, so it is. A kindred spirit. No wonder Kuroba Kaito would suffer in the future. Koizumi Onoka let out a light chuckle. Her interest piqued as she gazed at Qi Ming. Mr. Qi Ming, I wonder from which lineage your magic originates. That sphere must be a magical artifact, for I cannot fathom how you so effortlessly unraveled my spell. Qi Ming, now convinced, realized that the girl before him was undoubtedly not of sound mind. Did you cast a spell within the chocolate to create that enchanting effect? Child, shall I call an ambulance for you? I'll cover the cost. I truly believe you ought to seek help. Humph. Hearing Qi Ming's dismissive tone, Koizumi Onoka felt a flicker of annoyance. I've laid my cards on the table. There's no need for you to feign ignorance. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I am Koizumi Onoka, a practitioner of the red magic lineage. With a gentle utterance, a soft layer of blue energy enveloped her that a fierce wind swept through, causing waves of energy to emanate from her being. Several leaves flew past, momentarily obstructing Qi Ming's vision, and as the leaves settled, the extraordinary phenomenon dissipated. Ward law? Qi Ming gazed in awe at Koizumi Onoka, astonished by her transformation. While her beauty remained unchanged, her modern casual attire had been replaced by an ensemble reminiscent of an ancient pharaoh, and she now wielded a scythe adorned with a silver blade and a golden snake handle. Congratulations, host, for encountering the DLC character. Red Mage Koizumi Onoka. Qi Ming regarded her with mixed emotions. Indeed, magic truly existed. He did not require the system's notification. He had witnessed Koizumi Onoka's boss-level transformation animation and recalled her earlier words, realizing that something was amiss. Only by witnessing it firsthand could he accept it. With the system's confirmation, Qi Ming ceased to ponder and readily embraced the notion of magic. Superpowers appearing in real stories were not uncommon. Much like the protagonist in Life is Strange who could reverse time. Yet, magic, for some reason, Qi Ming recalled the words of Hyuan AI from last time. Could it be that what she said was indeed true, with magic a reality, the ability to change size at will seemed rather plausible? Oh dear, had he been too superficial? By the way, system, when was this DLC character added? I have no idea. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. Speak plainly. Host, you didn't ask. Point 6. Shaking off his thoughts, Qi Ming smiled at Koizumi Onoka. The silver light flickered in his hand, and a black-hilted, white-bladed sword appeared in his grasp. However, system, this DLC is quite well-timed. I was just lamenting the lack of a worthy opponent for all this equipment. Meanwhile, Koizumi Onoka remained with her eyes closed, posing. Just as she was about to speak, Qi Ming's voice interrupted her. What is this person babbling about? Can he not wait until I finish my pose? Koizumi Onoka opened her eyes, only to see Qi Ming had already leaped before her, brandishing a uniquely styled katana. Come, mage, receive my strike. Ah, is this person out of his mind? Why is he drawing his sword at the slightest provocation? Indeed, in any narrative, mages seem to prefer close combat. Qi Ming relentlessly swung his katana, hoping the mage before him would unleash some sophisticated attack. However, contrary to his expectations, Koizumi Onoka merely swung her scythe to parry his strikes. Not utilizing any magic at all, her close combat skills seemed somewhat competent. Perhaps she was a tank-type character. Qi Ming mused. Wait, can't we pause and talk things over? Koizumi Onoka exclaimed, her expression urgent, unlike her outwardly calm demeanor. She was expending nearly all her energy to fend off Qi Ming's relentless assaults, even resorting to magically enhancing herself. What mage enjoys engaging in close combat? This scythe was merely for aesthetic appeal. Furthermore, with so many onlookers, casting magic would be quite inconvenient. Qi Ming, however, disregarded her plea for a ceasefire, inadvertently increasing his offensive dose. So you're feigning surrender? I'm no fool. That tactic won't work on me. He had suffered too many setbacks in the past to trust her words. Koizumi Onoka gritted her teeth at Qi Ming's actions. You really don't understand human language, do you? Neither Koizumi Onoka nor Qi Ming knew how long they had been entangled in combat, amidst the flashing blades and scythe. They traversed from the CAF to various streets, wearing down the asphalt beneath them. What are they doing? I don't know, but that man's swordplay is incredibly fast. Are they filming a movie? But this looks way too realistic. As spectators observed the fierce battle, many paused to capture the scene on their phones. That man is insane. Koizumi Onoka's face turned pale. Qi Ming had inadvertently injured dozens of bystanders and damaged numerous stores along the way. Had she not managed to exert a modicum of magic to guide them away, many would likely have perished. And that sword in his hand, was it truly a sword? Or some futuristic laser weapon? The air rippled with each swing. Damn it, I'm almost out of strength, yet there's no chance to escape. Koizumi Onoka bore several wounds, having repeatedly pleaded for mercy, but this madman remained unconvinced. What to do? What to do? Just as Koizumi Onoka felt a surge of desperation, a white sphere was suddenly tossed from the crowd, landing precisely between the two combatants. Boom! The white sphere exploded, releasing a massive cloud of smoke. Whoa, a blend of magic and technology. I thought mages typically scorned modern gadgets. As the white mist enveloped the area, Qi Ming took a few steps back and sheathed his sword, his mechanical eye flickering as it transformed into thermal imaging mode. Huh? Where is everyone? Gazing at the empty expanse before him, Qi Ming frowned, but a voice nearby made him quickly look up. Suspended in midair, Koizumi Onoka was sitting on a broom, floating above. Oh ho ho. This is where we part ways for today. Until next time, or rather, never again. Koizumi Onoka forced a laugh while concealing her mouth, soaring away on her broom. Qi Ming watched the retreating figure of Koizumi Onoka, envy filling his eyes. Wow, those are some impressive brooms. I want one too. Qi Ming had no intention of halting his pursuit. With a snap of his fingers, an unremarkable black two-seater car appeared beside him. Qi Ming opened the door, entering the vehicle, and pressing a button on the dashboard. To his astonishment, the four wheels of the car flipped, the rims glowing slightly, and a powerful gust propelled the entire vehicle into the air. The vehicle, named DeLorean, boasted no extravagant features, merely the ability to fly and fire machine guns or missiles. However, it was a one-time use. The energy for flight was exceedingly limited and could not be replenished. Once the energy was depleted, it could only function as a standard ground vehicle. Of course, the machine guns and missiles remained operational. Thief, stop right there. Give me that broom. Qi Ming maneuvered the steering wheel, and the car took off like an aircraft, darting towards the direction in which Koizumi Onoka had fled. Nanny. Amidst the throng, Kaito Kid stealthily hurled smoke bombs as he gazed in astonishment at the car soaring into the sky, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. What on earth is this? You say our world is already absurd with magic, but what manner of futuristic technology is this? How can a car fly? Taking a few deep breaths, Kaito forced himself to regain his composure. Maintain a poker face. Maintain a poker-faced. It is merely a flying car. Brooms can fly, so it is quite natural for cars to do the same. With a complex expression, Kaito observed the aerial chase between the two figures, capturing a photograph on his phone. He would send it to Grandpa Terai later, suggesting that his scientist friend might attempt to create such equipment. This is far superior to a glider. This ludicrous spectacle had not gone unnoticed by passers-by, who gazed upwards in wide-eyed amazement, rendered speechless. Darling, I swear I will never lie to you again. Truly, she is just my sister. I brought her to the store merely to help me choose a birthday gift for you. In the crowd, A man in a suit earnestly assured someone on the phone, yet the sudden hush that enveloped the area jolted him back to reality. What is happening? It was quite lively just a moment ago. Confused, the suited man scratched his head and followed the gazes of the crowd upwards. His expression soon turned blank. Humph, you silver-tongued rogue. I won't believe you unless you swear. After a brief pause, a delicate voice emerged from the phone. Honey, are you there? I'm asking you something. Wife, the suited man mumbled, lifting his phone to whisper, I see a woman riding a broom in the sky. And oh yes, there's also a car flying up there. A moment of silence ensued on the other end of the line. Let us break up, you scoundrel. Ugh, Kohinata Akiko felt a surge of anxiety. Perhaps it was due to Qi Ming's reliance on physical attacks that she nearly forgot he was also a magician. That car must be a magical artifact. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of machine gun fire erupted from behind her, causing Akiko's complexion to grow increasingly pale. As she dodged frantically in midair, she had to continuously summon her magical energy to erect barriers for defense. Although the car's speed was likely hampered by its size and the additional burden of modern weaponry, flying consumed a significant amount of energy, and it could not match her speed. However, her magical energy was rapidly depleting. Why is this magician resorting to firearms? Can't there be a shred of pride in being a magician? What is that? After flying an indeterminate distance, Akiko's pupils constricted as she caught sight of a barren patch of land beneath. A hunched man appeared to be sketching something with a peculiar red adhesive on the ground. As if sensing the gaze from above, the man looked up and waved at Akiko. Once he completed the final portion of his drawing, he promptly departed. The man was not an ordinary passerby. He was Akiko's butler, serving as the aide to the heir of the Red Mage. The butler was extraordinary in his own right. Sensing Akiko's perilous situation, he hastily arrived at the nearest location to inscribe a magical circle for her. With the sky clear and cloudless today, as long as it wasn't snowing, the young lady would be invincible within the magic circle. Well done, butler. A faint smile curled upon Akiko's lips as she provocatively beckoned Qi Ming with her fingers, accelerating her descent to the barren land. How audacious, provoking me. Qi Ming chuckled disdainfully as he brought Daraso to a gradual vertical landing. The car came to a halt, stirring up a cloud of dust. Akiko, I present you with two choices. First, relinquish that broom. Second, I shall personally obliterate it. Although Qi Ming spoke thus, he had no intention of harming Akiko. He had learned from the system that she was currently the strongest magical NPC. A unique, magic-wielding functional NPC, she would undoubtedly provide him with numerous advantages. Perhaps upon defeating her, he could trigger a defeat CG and learn magic. The system could only provide Qi Ming with game equipment, not skills. While the skills attached to the equipment were barely usable, he still felt unsatisfied that it resembled a cultivator without talent, forced to pursue physical cultivation. Do they not envy those who soar on flying swords? You may attain physical sanctity with a single punch breaking myriad laws, while others wield a million swords in perfect harmony. Your opponent may lose the battle, but in some respects, they have already triumphed. Akiko regarded Qi Ming with exasperation. A broom. Is this not just an ordinary broom? If you truly desire one, I could simply procure a truckload from the market. She shot Qi Ming an irritated glare. Besides, you possess the ability to control that car. What need have you for my broom? You have bullied me for so long. This time, I shall show you what true red magic is. Without further thought, Akiko's expression turned serious as she summoned her magical energy to activate the circle drawn by her butler. As the circle emanated crimson light, the previously clear day transformed into a sea of scarlet, illuminating the ground below. Soon, the blue magical energy swirling around Akiko shifted to red, while Qi Ming could not perceive magical energy. The dramatic transformation unfolding before him made it clear that Akiko was now formidable. Any boss capable of altering the environment is no ordinary foe. Qi Ming's hands trembled slightly. He was exhilarated. This DLC arrived at the perfect moment, adding some excitement to his otherwise mundane routine. Taking a deep breath, Akiko's eyes glimmered with crimson intensity. Fiery pillars erupted around Qi Ming, encircling him. Subsequently, Akiko conjured several fireballs in her hand and hurled them at him. So, the third stage involves magic? Feeling the rising heat surrounding him, Qi Ming wore an excited smile. This is the battle he had longed for. A flash of golden light illuminated his hand as an ancient, peculiar golden shield appeared. Upon closer inspection, Old white branches seemed to entwine around the shield's perimeter as the fireballs approached. Just before they could strike him, Qi Ming channeled his energy, and a golden magic circle enveloped the shield's surface. Boom! The fireballs collided with the magic circle, yet in the next moment, their energy appeared to be absorbed. The shield erupted with brilliant light, seemingly harnessing the fireball's power to unleash a wave of shimmering golden light towards Akiko. Caught off guard by Qi Ming's counterattack, Akiko was struck directly. The golden sphere exploded, releasing a mist of golden haze. The moment of impact, the light from the ground's magic circle instantly dissipated, and the crimson hue in the sky vanished. Restoring the azure canvas above, golden retribution, my dear sister, what other tricks do you have? Feel free to unleash them. Qi Ming was poised to deliver some taunts when he noticed the golden smoke clearing, revealing Akiko, now unconscious and sprawled on the ground. Qi Ming was dumbfounded. What just happened? How did it come to this? This isn't how it was supposed to be. You had your effects fully realized just now. How did you end up like this? Why did a simple counterattack put you out for the count? In a certain hotel? Ugh, my head hurts. What happened? After an indeterminate amount of time, Akiko groggily awakened in bed. Her eyes, still hazy, scanned her surroundings. Upon spotting the man sitting beside her, her senses immediately returned. Akiko, you're awake. Thank goodness. Do you know you nearly died just now? Seeing Akiko regain consciousness, Qi Ming sighed in relief, his expression filled with concern. On the table nearby, he had even thoughtfully prepared a healthy meal for her to. And by the way, your broom seems to be broken. I took the liberty of disposing of it. Perhaps you should get a new one. Why are you so fixated on my broom? And what do you mean I nearly died? Are you completely oblivious to the fact that I have a multitude of scars on my delicate, lovely skin? Healing potions are expensive. You know, Komi Hongzi secretly resented Qi Ming in her heart, but dared only to curse him internally. However, when it came to her injuries, she was somewhat taken aback as she raised her hand. Her arms, which should have borne numerous scars, appeared as fair and unblemished as ever. What is happening? Where are my wounds? Oh, I've already healed your injuries. Qi Ming chuckled at the puzzled expression on Koizumi Hongzi's face, then tossed her a yellow camouflage package emblazoned with a red cross. Item name: First Aid Kit. Item description: Report: we have discovered countless needle marks on the arms of the Special Forces. Item function: rapidly restores health. Can be used on targets other than the host. Koizumi Hongzi opened the package with some confusion. Despite its small drawer-like size, it contained only a syringe filled with an unknown liquid. Setting it aside, she cautiously inquired of Qi Ming, "What do you intend to do with me? Why did you attack me only to save me afterward?" Qi Ming was momentarily taken aback and retorted, "Aren't you the one who initiated the attack? When did I ever do that?" Koizumi Hongzi replied, bewildered, "You transformed stages and drew your scythe, and you say you didn't strike first. Besides, your combat abilities are rather underwhelming. More thunder than rain. Isn't it just a dramatic entrance for someone in the same profession? Besides, I was holding my scythe properly, and it wasn't aimed at you. How could you assume I was about to attack? Wait, if I saw someone with a knife on the street, I would likely instinctively think that person was going to attack." She realized her misstep. Had she known, she wouldn't have brandished her scythe. Was it worth that act? Then why did you save me? What do you want from me? Koizumi Hongzi furrowed her brow and asked. Upon hearing her question, Qi Ming's eyes sparkled. What does that look in your eyes mean? Koizumi Hongzi retreated a few steps, feeling uneasy, and tightened the quilt draped over her. Qi Ming took a few steps forward, grinning as he rubbed his hands together. I want to learn magic? It seemed like an absurd request to Koizumi Hongzi, who responded with curiosity that aren't you already a magician? I'm not. I'm a muggle, an ordinary person. Koizumi Hongzi took a deep breath. Redefining ordinary, are we? Ordinary people fly vehicles and shoot bullets. Ordinary people wield knives that can destroy shops with a mere flick. Right? Suddenly, she recalled that Qi Ming's behavior resembled descriptions she had encountered in her family's ancestral records. Legend spoke of individuals with magical talents beyond the orthodox magic practitioners like herself. Among them existed a particularly unique group, known as mad sorcerers. Their overwhelming magical power, lacking proper guidance, would erode their sanity, rendering them perpetually deranged. Qi Ming likely belonged to this category of mad sorcerers, which could explain his audacity to act recklessly in front of everyone. One moment he would harm himself, the next he would save himself. His mental state was indeed concerning. Noticing Koizumi Hongzi's prolonged silence, Qi Ming shook his head in exasperation. If you don't want to teach me, that's fine. Though he said this, he moved to the door, stacking the remnants of the dismantled security door from the last gambling den to block the entrance. He then approached the window and drew the curtains, gazing at Koizumi Hongzi with an amiable expression. Come on, it's fine. The door is right there. I'm not unreasonable that you've blocked the door. Where am I supposed to escape to? Koizumi Hongzi mused internally. It was best to follow this man's lead for now to avoid any impulsive actions on his part. I would like to teach you, but our lineage of red magic traditionally transmits knowledge to women, not men. However, I do have some leads on other magic traditions at home. If you're willing, I can retrieve them for you. Other magic traditions? Qi Ming shook his head. After all, the system had already informed him that among the DLC characters currently released, only Koizumi Hongzi possessed magical abilities. The documents in her family might indeed be authentic, but he would only be able to see them with future updates of this frustrating game. That it's just a matter of gender. I can manage. Qi Ming playfully pinched his face, and a radiant light enveloped him. When the light faded, Qi Ming had transformed into a female figure. Koizumi Hongzi stared, momentarily stunned by this fresh visage, then waved her hand in resignation. Biological structure dictates that everything must be female. It's not merely a matter of disguise. Who said this was a disguise? Qi Ming smiled. Then his clothes dissolved into faint sparkles. Koizumi Hongzi's pupils constricted as she watched this scene unfold. Then, she emitted what might be the sharpest scream of her life. Eek! In the corridor outside the room, the ever-watchful Kaito Kid trembled, eager to act. Yet, as he took a single step, a powerful hand gripped his shoulder from behind. Don't be so agitated. Going in now might cause trouble, but if we don't go in now, that will be the trouble. Standing behind Kaito was Koizumi Hongzi's butler. Sir, isn't she your young lady? That scream was clearly abnormal. There's danger. Kaito struggled against the butler's unyielding grip. However, the hand was indeed firm, and he couldn't break free. Oddly, the butler held a crystal ball in his other hand, his expression calm. As if the events within were of no concern to him. That I have foreseen that the young lady is safe. If we enter now, it is highly unlikely she will remain so. But, trust me. The butler released his grip, and Kaito, feeling defeated, lowered his head. He had been shadowing Qi Ming and Koizumi Hongzi the entire time, acutely aware of the danger Qi Ming posed. Leaving Koizumi Hongzi alone with him was perilous. Who knew what that madman might do? Yet, given the butler's words, he had no choice but to trust in his so-called divination. Calming himself, Kaito raised his head, his gaze filled with resignation as he looked towards a corner of the corridor. There, small heads peeked out, seemingly assessing the situation like them. Why are there children here? Could they be drawn here because of that man? After waiting anxiously for about 20 minutes, the door to the room, where Koizumi Hongzi and Qi Ming were situated, swung open. Kaito and the small heads instinctively shrank back. Moments later, Qi Ming, having returned to his original form, stepped out of the room. Teacher Xiaoong, I leave the skill book matter to you. I'm off now. The Japanese TV station has contacted me. Bye, Qi Ming called back to Koizumi Hongzi, his steps light as he descended the stairs. Once Qi Ming's footsteps faded, Kaito and the butler hurried into the room. Simultaneously, the small figures hiding around the corner emerged, following Qi Ming's path downstairs. Miss, are you all right? How are you, young lady? Inside the room, Kaito and the butler entered in quick succession, anxiously inquiring as they saw Koizumi Hongzi sitting on the edge of the bed. I'm fine, and if that man truly intended to do something to me, I doubt anyone could stop him. Koizumi Hongzi glanced lazily at the two, stretching her arms. However, what was slightly odd was the faint blush adorning her cheeks. The butler naturally noticed his young lady's peculiar state, but refrained from commenting. Kaito also took note of it, attributing it to the young lady's natural reaction to the tension from their earlier encounter. I never expected you, Miss Koizumi, to find yourself in such a predicament. I've never seen you in such a flustered state before, Kaito remarked, attempting to lighten the atmosphere with a playful smile. All that responded to him was a mere roll of the eyes from Koizumi Akihiko. With a hint of irritation, Koizumi Akihiko retorted, Indeed, had I known, I would not have come. While I am intrigued. What truly piques my curiosity is what misfortune you are destined to encounter upon meeting him in the future. Well, that's, Kaito Kid stammered, awkwardly waving his hands. Certainly, if Koizumi Akihiko hadn't brought me here to take a look in advance. Who knows if I would have met Kaito Kuroba only to be severed in two. However, that misfortune belongs to Kid the Phantom Thief. What does it have to do with me, Kaito Kuroba? Speaking of which, can that person truly disregard your charm? Does your chocolate have no effect on him? Koizumi Akihiko nodded. Indeed, but I've made up my mind. After I return and organize my things for him, I swear I will avoid him from now on. This was the agreement reached during the conversation between Kaito Kuroba and Koizumi Akihiko. Or perhaps, it was an unequal treaty. Party A. Kaito Kuroba. Party B. Koizumi Akihiko. Clause 1. Party B must provide all magical learning materials related to the red magic to Party A. As compensation for the mental distress caused by Party B to Party A. Clause 2. Party B must provide certain magical artifacts to Party A to be used for Party A's treatment of Party B. Koizumi Akihiko genuinely wished to refuse at that moment. Yet, as the saying goes, those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Upon seeing Kaito Kuroba sharpening his knife in front of her, she immediately nodded in agreement. Her attempt to probe Kaito Kuroba had indeed been successful. She had not only realized how foolish her probing was, but had also made it clear to the other party her limits in combat prowess. She not only endured a beating, but also ended up giving away a plethora of items. Koizumi Akihiko truly felt like crying, yet she could not. All she could do was swallow her broken teeth. Meanwhile, Kaito Kuroba, having overheard her, appeared somewhat astonished. Isn't that a bit unfair? You're unaffected by my charm, yet insist I should like you. Why not make that man like you too? You ought to treat everyone equally. Koizumi Akihiko shot Kaito Kuroba a glare, her mind drifting back to her earlier encounter with Kaito Kuroba, her cheeks once again tinged with a touch of crimson. Noticing her blush, Kaito Kuroba sensed something amiss and curiously inquired. Miss, why is your face red again? What exactly transpired between you two in the room? Koizumi Akihiko remained silent for a moment before responding. She channeled her magical energy to cover the room, ensuring there were no abnormalities, before beckoning Kaito Kuroba and the butler closer. Once they approached, she whispered, It's not unfair. Rather, I suspect that man is not human at all. He is a fox spirit that has taken form. Kaito Kuroba's mind was left reeling. This world is becoming increasingly bizarre, with magic, futuristic technology, and now a monster emerging from China. Miss, should we perhaps retreat to your mother's place for a while? I feel you might have overexerted your magic today. Upon hearing the butler's words, Koizumi Akihiko shook her head earnestly. You don't understand. He can transform from a man into a woman. Hey, how impressive. Kaito Kuroba clapped apathetically, then, after a moment, mimicked Koizumi Akihiko's voice. If that's the case, then I can transform into a woman too. Perhaps that person is Kid the Phantom Thief. I am not speaking of mere disguise. I mean a complete transformation of one's physiological structure into that of a woman. The chromosomes change, do you understand? Really? No way. Observing the seriousness in Koizumi Akihiko's expression, Kaito Kuroba couldn't help but gulp. What would I gain from lying to you? Koizumi Akihiko sighed softly. No magic can achieve such a feat. I am quite certain. However, if he is indeed a shape-shifting spirit from China, it becomes plausible. After all, he did mention he was Chinese during our conversation. Kaito Kuroba felt his brain cells were running low. Now we're not even sticking to Western fantasy, but Chinese mythology has emerged as well. I need to go get some sleep. Otherwise, I might start questioning the reality of this world. I forgot to mention. Kid the Phantom Thief, I just sold you out. Koizumi Akihiko glanced at the dazed Kaito Kuroba, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Sold me out? Wait, what did you say? Kaito Kuroba's panic surged as he looked at Koizumi Akihiko in horror. I had no choice. He asked me why I wanted to give him charm potions, and I could only tell the truth, that he would pose a danger to Kid the Phantom Thief in the future. After all, he is a spirit that has attained a form. Lying would be futile. Koizumi Akihiko paused, then looked at Kaito Kuroba with a hint of embarrassment. I apologize, Kaito. I nearly forgot. You are not Kid the Phantom Thief. It is him who should be concerned. Please disregard what I just said. Kaito Kuroba pouted. Forget it? I wish I could. I definitely shouldn't have accompanied you today. Rather than knowing all this, I would prefer to be blissfully ignorant. Perhaps I should just flee abroad to my mother's place for a while. Seeing the despondent expression on Kaito Kuroba's face, Koizumi Akihiko felt quite satisfied, revealing her signature smile once more. Do not worry. I've checked. He told me he merely wishes to compare magic with you and will not act against you. He better genuinely want to compare magic. Kaito Kuroba replied with a blank expression, then added helplessly, "Actually, I'm wondering if my misfortune stems from your probing today." Koizumi Akihiko blinked in surprise. "What do you mean?" "It means, had you not come to confront him today, the subsequent events would not have transpired." Kaito Kuroba shrugged. "All you needed to do was identify the odd one out at the CAF with your sixth sense and leave. Once you recognized his appearance, you could simply avoid him in the future." Listening to Kaito Kuroba's explanation, Koizumi Akihiko fell silent. It did seem somewhat plausible. In fact, she had already sensed Kaito's aura at the CAF, distinctly different from others. Yet, to further test him, she had decided to probe with chocolate. Koizumi Akihiko shook her head with a wry smile. It seemed her skills were still lacking. The future truly is elusive. Although she aimed to carve out a new branch, the path ultimately led back to that predetermined future. "Nevertheless, thank you. I owe you my life." Kaito Kuroba yawned, turning back towards the door with a mysterious smile. "And I've already thought of a solution. Should I inadvertently encounter him, he's certainly one to act against me." "What solution?" Koizumi Akihiko inquired with curiosity. Kaito Kuroba shrugged and smiled confidently. "Initially, he had no intention of accepting your chocolate, but upon your compliment about his taste, he decided to indulge. While subtle, it may indicate one thing. He requires emotional value from others." Koizumi Akihiko nodded in agreement, acknowledging the possibility. "Kid the Phantom Thief, your tone sounds remarkably similar to that person." Kaito Kuroba stumbled slightly, gazing at Koizumi Akihiko with disbelief. "What are you saying? Who resembles that detective?" "And I am not Kid the Phantom Thief." "Then what is your plan?" Koizumi Akihiko pressed, a playful smile gracing her lips. Kaito Kuroba chuckled nonchalantly, yet his words seemed less than carefree. "Well, my idea is simple. Once he targets me and comes after me, I will simply kneel and flatter him, by providing him with emotional value. Would he still dare to act against me?" Koizumi Akihiko found herself at a loss for words. While this method was undeniably foolish, it might actually prove effective. Could you at least maintain some dignity? "Heh, you're just jealous that I won to get beaten up." Meanwhile, not far from the hotel lies a bustling commercial street. Upon exiting the hotel, Qi Ming, guided by a text message on his phone, halted before an upscale restaurant. During his conversation with Koizumi Hiroko, he received a call from the Nippon Broadcasting Corporation. Or rather, it could be said that the call came not during their conversation. Qi Ming glanced at the missed calls, noting that the caller had attempted to reach him over 10 times while he and Koizumi Hiroko were engaged in their spirited exchange. Upon answering the call, he was greeted not by the greasy voice of a middle-aged station chief, but rather by that of a young woman. Her tone was gentle, devoid of any resentment for Qi Ming's negligence. And she kindly informed him that there was no need for him to return. She would take a cab to meet him. At that moment, she was already waiting in a private room at the restaurant. Qi Ming felt a warm surge of emotion. What a thoughtful girl. He was smitten. Should he rise to prominence as a singer in the coming year, he would ensure to open doors with a fortune in hand. Entering the restaurant, under the guidance of a waiter, Qi Ming paused before a particular private room and politely knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Within 2 seconds of the sound, the door swung open. Standing at the threshold was a beautifully adorned young woman, her appearance indeed matching her sweet voice. After confirming Qi Ming's identity, she bowed slightly, her demeanor somewhat shy. "Good day, sir. I am Koira Yoko, the one who called you earlier. May I inquire if you are Mr. Qi Ming, the husband of Sharon Wynyard and the father of Miss Chris Wynyard?" Sometimes, rumors can be utterly absurd. Initially, Belmont introduced Qi Ming as a disciple of her mother, Sharon Wynyard. Sharon Wynyard, mother of Belmont, was also a renowned actress and a character once portrayed by Belmont herself. Later, Belmont mentioned that she had ceased using that identity, allowing her mother to pass away while she attended her own funeral as Chris Wynyard, a devoted daughter. However, this maneuver bore a striking resemblance to how he had orchestrated the false demise of Mayano Akemi, albeit executed with greater finesse, as at least everyone had witnessed the body. Returning to the main topic, after Belmont relayed this information to her contact, it was subsequently passed along to others. As the tale spread, it morphed into the notion that Qi Ming was a disciple of Sharon Wynyard, prompting others to take heed that Qi Ming was said to be the son of Sharon Wynyard, inciting further concern that Qi Ming was identified as the husband of Chris Wynyard, leading to heightened vigilance. Eventually, it culminated in the conclusion that Qi Ming was indeed the husband of Sharon Wynyard. "Miss Koihara, have you perhaps misunderstood something?" Qi Ming is aware of Belmont's connection to Sharon. However, is it not a bit outrageous for her to pave the way for herself in such a manner? Let us not even broach the fact that your mother has been brought to her end by your own hands.